Almond, Baker, Bedsole, Blackshear, Boyd, Bolton, Bracy, Brown, Butler, Carnes, Chestnut, Clark, Klaus, Cole, Collins, Colvin, Crawford, Daniels, Drummond, Dubose, Easterbrook, Ellis, England, Ensler, Estes, Faulkner, Fiddler, Fincher, Fort, Garrett, Gidley, Gavan, Gibbons, Gray, Hall, Hammett, Harbison, Harrison, Hassel, Hill, Hulk, Jones, Hollis, Hulsey, Hurst, Ingram, Jackson, Jones, Keel, Kirkland, Kitchens, Lamb, Lawrence, Lee, Lipscomb, Lomax, Lovern, Marcus, McCampbell, McClammy, Mooney, Moore M, Moore P, Morris, Oliver, Paramore, Pascal, Pettis, Plump, Pringle, Rafferty, Ream, Reynolds, Rigsby, Robbins, Robertson, Rogers, Sellers, Sells, Shaver, Shaw, Shed, Shiree, Simpson, Smith, Sorrells, South, Stahagen, Standridge, Starnes, Stringer, Stubbs, Tillman, Travis, Treadaway, Underwood, Wadsworth, Warren, Whit, Wharton, Wilcox, Wood D, Wood R, Woods, Yarborough. I got the DA's working.
55 members have an answering roll. Quorum is present. House is ready to transact business. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Lee, Chairman Lovern.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Request that leaves of absence be granted for absent members.
Are there any objections? Hearing no objections, absent members are excused. Chair further recognizes the gentleman from Lee, Chairman Lovern.
Mr. Speaker, I have a report.
House of Representatives, your Standing Committee on Rules begs leave to report that it has carefully examined the Journal of the House for the 14th legislative day and finds the same to be correct. Signed, Representative Joe Lovern, Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the reading of the journal at length for the 14th legislative day be dispensed with.
Are there any objections? Hearing no objection, the reading of the journal is dispensed with. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Mobile, Speaker Pro Tem Pringle, for the purpose of making announcements.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We have one announcement. Today, the American Foundation of Suicide Prevention Day is from 8 a.m. to 2 p.m. in room 200. Suicide prevention today from 8 to 2 in room 200.
Mr. Pringle, further recognized.
I gotta look at it. When are we coming back in? Oh, yeah. Mr. Speaker, I move that we adjourn today, that we leave the journal open, allow the clerk to complete his paperwork, and that we reconvene on Tuesday, May 2nd at 1 p.m. Tuesday.
All those in favor say aye. Motion prevails. Clerk now receives reports from standing committee. Receive those reports throughout the day. The House now in position to introduce bills and resolutions. The House now will receive resolutions. Report from the Committee on Rules. The clerk will read the resolutions.
House Joint Resolution number 102 by Representative Dubose commending Emma Terry for her accomplishments. House Joint Resolution number 103 by Representative Simpson honoring the life and public service of Leon L. Allen. House Joint Resolution number 105 by Representative Shaver commending the winners of the Great Alabama 650 race. Senate Joint Resolution number 40 by Senator Wagoner commending Mrs. Suzanne Respress for professional achievements. Senate Joint Resolution number 41 by Senator Wagoner commending Dolores A. Negrato for professional achievements. Senate Joint Resolution number 42 by Senator Orr honoring William Dice Bo Lineberry for professional achievements. Senate Joint Resolution number 44 by Senator Barfoot mourning the death of Ms. Amy Frances Harry.
Move for adoption.
All those in favor of adoption of the resolutions en masse say aye. Any noes? The resolutions are adopted. Clerk will call the next resolutions.
House Joint Resolution number 110 by Representative Reynolds, recognizing the 40th anniversary of the Alabama State Games.
Move for adoption.
All those in favor say aye. Any opposed? Resolution is adopted.
House Resolution number 108 by Representative Baker, encouraging the Alabama congressional delegation to be proactive in protecting Alabama's propane industry by preserving the consumer energy choice to use propane as a clean fuel energy source.
Move for adoption.
That's questions. Adoption. All in favor say aye. Any opposed? Resolution is adopted. Clerk call the first bill on uncontested local bill on the calendar.
On page 41 of the calendar, House Bill number 130 by Representative Lamb, relating to Tuscaloosa County.
Question for the body is adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, coordinate the votes, 58 ayes, 0 nays, 35 abstention. BR has been adopted. Question for the body now is final passage of HB 130. Clerk will unlock the machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the votes, 13 ayes, 0 nays. HB 130 has passed. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Lee, Chairman Lovern.
Mr. Speaker, I have a resolution.
Clerk, see the resolution.
House Resolution number 128 by the House Rules Committee, the special order calendar.
Chairman Lovern, you're recognized.
Move for adoption.
Question for the body's adoption of the special order calendar. All those in favor say aye. Any opposed? It is adopted. Clerk, call first bill.
On page 19 of the calendar, House Bill number 244 by Representative Crawford, related to guardians.
Chairman Crawford, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm excited about this bill. It has an opportunity to help some juveniles in their court cases. This bill, HB 244, provides that the council appointed to serve as a guardian ad litem for a juvenile increases the cap to $5,000 where it's been $2,500 for the lifetime of that attorney. This hasn't had any changes in, I think, 21 years. With that, I request the BR vote, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes the lady from Madison, Representative Hall. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Dallas, Representative Chestnut.
How you doing this morning?
Fine. Good morning. How are you, sir?
Do you yield?
Yes, sir, I do.
I've had some conversation and received communication from lawyers who practice in this area, and I think this is a needed bill. And in the words of Connie Rowe, this is a good bill.
Okay. Thank you, sir. I appreciate those
That's all I
kind
have.
words. Thank you.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Quest for the body now is adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine and members will vote.
Would you please? Thank you. Thank you.
Clerk will lock the machine. Record the votes. 99, 100 ayes, 0 nays. VR has passed. Chairman Crawford.
Mr. Speaker, I ask for final passage.
That is question. The final passage is of HB 244. Clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the votes. 100 ayes, 0 nays. HB 244 has passed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and the members of the body. I appreciate you.
Thank you, gentlemen. Clerk, call next bill.
On page 38 of the calendar, House Bill number 276 with substitute by Representative Bolton relating to sheriffs.
Representative Bolton, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Substitute for HB 276 modifies the law for cessation of command in the sheriff's departments in the event that we have a sheriff that either deceased or is arrested and removed or determined to be incompetent, or the probate judge, for one reason or another, recommends that the sheriff be removed. And what this does, this replaces the coroner in the line of succession and replaces them with the chief deputy or the senior ranking officer in the sheriff's department. And we did modify the original bill with an amendment with just some technical things that also covered other portions of law that dated back to 1852. And we wanted to modify those and take care of those in one bill. With that, Mr. Speaker, I move for passage of the BIR.
Chair recognizes the lady from Baldwin. Representative Givens.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Bolton, will you yield, please? I just wanted to say, I think this is a great bill. I heard from our sheriff at home, Hoss Mack. He's very supportive of this, as well as whom it will be replacing, who is a dear friend of ours and has no interest in becoming sheriff in case of a leave or a permanent leave. So I fully support this bill. Thank you for doing this.
No, thank you.
Chair thanks the lady. Chair recognizes the lady from Jefferson, Representative Moore.
When I walked in this morning, that's what I got. It's a death thing.
Morning.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. General, you yield.
Yes.
For clarity's sake, how do they do it now if there's a vacancy?
Oh, right at the moment, if the sheriff is removed or if he dies in office, the county coroner is the one who fills his job temporarily until the governor reappoints or appoints a new sheriff.
And this would make the next ranking, the highest ranking.
Yes, ma'am, that's correct.
Okay, person in the department moves
Yes,
up
ma'am.
to it. Okay. And I heard you say something that this was last time that the law was amended, or?
No, it's not the last time the law was amended. It's when it was established. It was established.
established in-
1852.
Okay. I was just wondering, what do they do now? Because, you don't hear much about what happens.
Yes, ma'am.
But it's just good to know the process now that it goes to the highest ranking officer in that department.
Yes, ma'am.
That's a good thing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair thanks the lady. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Lauderdale, Representative Pettis.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm going to tell you, thank you for bringing this bill that's been needed for a long time. The coroner has no training, and most of them in law enforcement. This will keep a status quo going. So thank you for bringing this bill.
I thank you.
Thank the gentleman. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Marengo. Representative McCampbell will be the fourth person to speak on the BR.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the recognition. Will the gentleman yield?
Yes.
Okay. And I do understand that currently the coroner steps in for the sheriff in the event of a vacancy. The coroner is also the one that is capable of arresting the sheriff
That's correct.
based on current law if indeed the sheriff violates the law.
That's correct.
Because as of right now, I think the sheriff is the highest constitutional officer in the county.
Yes, sir.
That is correct.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So now are we elevating this deputy to the point of being able to actually arrest the sheriff?
No, sir, we didn't deal with that.
So it's still going to fall on the coroner to be able to
That's
make
correct.
the arrest?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Question for the body now is adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the votes 104 ayes, 0 nays. BR has been adopted. Representative Bolden.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And with that, I would move for final passage of the substitute for HB
Okay, I'm
276.
seeing a committee sub on this.
Sure.
Here to explain your committee sub.
Yes, sir, the committee sub.
Here to explain it.
Oh, certainly. Yes. The sub that we made the amendments in committee did just a handful of things. What it did is we felt like we needed to stipulate that when the sheriff was removed for a criminal proceeding or when they were under being indicted on a criminal proceeding is when the deputy needed to be elevated. The way the law was written originally, it also said civil proceedings, which the sheriff is the subject of civil proceedings of lawsuits all the time. So we went back and we removed that, and we also cleaned up some of the prior language in the law that allowed or required the coroner to take over the operation of the jail and a few other items that that we needed to deal with, and we amended those and took those out of the substitute. Okay. I'd like to move to adopt the sub.
That is question is adoption of the sub. If you have a question on the sub, Representative Standridge, this is on the sub. You don't talk on the bill? Okay. The question for the body is adoption of the sub. Clerk will unlock the machines and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the votes 104 ayes, 0 nays. Sub has been adopted.
And with that, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to move for the adoption of HB 276 as amended. So,
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Blunt. Chairman Standridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just got a quick question for you, Representative. And I'm for this issue. I'm for your bill.
Yes,
I just want to know if the highest ranking officer is appointed to the sheriff's position. Are they officially appointed to that position?
yes.
I mean, they're appointed to serve until one is selected. I mean, tell me exactly how that works.
They will automatically assume command of the department until such time which the governor appoints a replacement, and which could be the ranking officer.
Or someone else.
Yeah, or someone else. It's at the governor's discretion how long she takes to do so, but it could very well be that ranking deputy, or it could be someone from outside the department.
So it would just be, they would assume control until the appointment is made.
Yes, sir, that's correct.
So they wouldn't, my concern was, I just wanted to be sure that that officer was protected, that when a new sheriff was, if it wasn't him or her, that they would still be protected and wouldn't lose their position, job.
This bill didn't actually address that.
That would be my only.
Would you care to submit an amendment to state that that deputy will roll back into the position?
Well, I mean, I don't know if you had thought about that. I had not. I just thought about, I just want to be sure that that officer is protected if they do assume command, and they may be fine, I just want to be sure that they wouldn't be subject to losing their job just because when a new sheriff is appointed, if it's not him or her.
Right. And this bill does not address that.
Well, it may be something you can work out as it moves, to the Senate. But I just wanted to bring that up as it's a concern. But we could talk to the leadership and see if we want to carry over and then try to fix it, or whether we want to try to do it.
I could probably get it done in the Senate more efficiently.
Okay, I'm fine with that. Thank you.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair recognizes the lady from Macon, Representative Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentleman yield?
Yes, ma'am.
Well, first of all, I apologize for being late, and I didn't get a chance to read your bill.
Sure.
Because they put the blue light on me today. Would you believe that? I had to stop for the blue light today coming in here. So I got to make sure my sheriffs are taken care of since they didn't give me a ticket this morning, okay? But my concern, I think I understand what you're doing here. The only thing that really disturbs me is I have a little connection with the sheriff every now and then. And the sheriff, in most cases, in most counties, is the most liked person in that county.
They are.
Okay. Now, to replace him with a deputy that the people might not like is a problem. I see that as a problem. My question to you, the current law, what's the current law stating for the absence of a sheriff?
The current law just puts the coroner in charge rather than the senior deputy.
Okay. I did know that. I forgot about that. Okay. And this person will stay in office until the governor makes an appointment.
That's correct.
And there's no limitation as to how long that is in the law, right?
No, ma'am, that's at the governor's discretion.
She takes it as she does.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. I think I can live with this one, but I just wanted to make sure, because I know of a situation where the chief deputy wasn't liked by nobody, okay?
Really, yes, ma'am.
So I just want to make sure that the sheriff keeps that respect and honor that's due him as the sheriff.
I understand.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Jefferson, Representative Rogers.
Thank you, buddy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Your bill's all right. I just want to know, suppose the next half ring other got some charges pending against him. What you do to say is the next man in charge got some civil charges pending against him. What do you do then?
Yes, sir.
Suppose the next highest ranking officer that you're talking about in this bill has pending charges against him for some kind of something he did in office. So how you gonna take office? I mean, the next man in charge got some pending charges against him or her.
Yes, sir.
Other words, gather now. What you saying? Offer the highest ranking deputy should take charge, right?
Yes.
Suppose he has charges pending against him.
No, well, he would automatically possibly assume command, and then he would be automatically removed if they put him in, because if he's got charges pending against him, it's all stipulated right here. He would then be the acting sheriff, and he would be removed himself too.
Okay, you understand what I'm saying?
I don't really think that would be in effect. That'd be something the governor, I'm sure, would get right on.
The bill is well intentioned, but the next ranking officer might it might just have some charges against him, you know?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Just
That's
might
true.
have.
That's true. They may.
And so what happens then? I said it again. Well, say for instance, you the sheriff. My deputy sheriff has some charges pending against him. Let's speak. You can't speak. Let's speak. You can't hear it. You can't hear it.
We can't hear anything. We can't hear anything.
All right. What I'm saying, the next ranking officer that who automatically assumed the rank of the sheriff. Suppose he has charges pending against him. What happens then? He can't take the position, can he?
Well, he wouldn't be able to if he was already under arrest or
not on arrest. Not on arrest.
Pending against him. That's what we've got with the sheriff in section 4, where we state that criminal proceeding involving the discharge of duties would be grounds for removal. That would override him being installed as a sheriff. If he were installed, he would immediately be removed due to that clause there.
But it says removal. He's been charged now for some things he shouldn't have done, but he's still on the sheriff's department. All right, he's a ranking man. The member can take charge, but he has charges pending against him. But he's still serving. He hasn't been terminated or anything yet. What do you do about that?
No, that's what I'm saying. Section number 4 would take care of that. Immediately upon installation, where the law would roll to him, he would immediately be removed under number 4, and it would go to the next senior deputy, the next ranking officer. That would be pretty obvious if you look at it, because number 4 says in any criminal proceeding involving the discharge of the duties of the office of the sheriff's removed. Okay, so if I go to the next person in line and he's got criminal proceedings pending against him, he'd automatically be removed also.
All right, I haven't read the bill, but it says pending, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, if it says pending.
Just pending, no.
Okay, if it says pending, I'm fine with that.
Yes, sir. Now, just being under investigation wouldn't do it. That would be a due process matter.
Okay, so pending means he's been charged, but he hasn't been headed. So
That's correct.
I said the word pending.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker. All right.
Thank you.
Chair recognizes Jennifer from Clark, Representative Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just wanted to, I think my question has been answered as related to the chief deputy.
Yes, sir.
Being appointed, moving up if something happened to the sheriffs. But my sister from Macon County should have gotten a blue light on her because she's driving too fast coming in this morning. Thank you so
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Representative.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair recognizes the lady from Jefferson, Representative Cavan.
Thanks for the recognition. I came in a little tardy, but help me to understand what this bill does. Then also, in your due diligence, did you speak with the sheriffs and the Sheriff's Association about this and get some input from them? And I would definitely like to know if you spoke with Sheriff Mark Petway out of Jefferson County.
You ready for this one? I did, and I might add that I taught Sheriff Petway in the academy about 27 years ago, and then taught him again
Oh, Lord.
as the instructor in Oklahoma City.
Why? And you haven't aged to be.
And also I brought this to Sheriff Petway's attention last week when he was in town, and he was good. So anyway, yes, the Sheriff's Association did help draft this bill,
Okay.
and I actually had sheriffs show up in support of it at the committee. Now, your first question was what? I jumped on that one first.
Okay, whether or not you had talked with the sheriff's. The first question was exactly what does the bill do? Because I'm kind of confused. Are you saying that if something happens to the coroner or if something happens to the sheriff?
No, if something happens to the sheriff, if the sheriff has to be removed from office or dies in office, or for other reason vacates, and the interim in between the time that happens and the governor chooses to appoint a replacement, your senior or ranking deputy would be in charge of the sheriff's
So who's typically in charge now?
The coroners are.
The coroner?
Yes, ma'am. That goes back to a law in 1852. That's where it was established.
You mean we have a law back in common law times, because that's a term of art we would
Yes,
use,
ma'am.
common law, that's on the books and we don't have to do this by a constitutional amendment.
No, ma'am. We can just do it right here.
I would like to check the authority on that,
yeah.
because a lot of things that we've had to remove, for instance, I had a constitutional amendment a few years ago that had to remove certain language that was from such a common law era and
I
time.
understand.
And I even wondered then, why did we have to do a CA on it? But I was able to get it out. I think back then it was HB 6.
Yeah, that's where it initially dated to, but it's been amended a number of times. If you look through your various references to the code, I don't remember the most recent time it's been amended, but it's been amended over the years, but it never changed it for secession, though.
Okay, and I guess I would need to speak with Mr. Latham and Legislative Services to be. That's a good question to ask. Those things that would require a CA with regards to the removal of certain language.
Right.
I think back then, because we did not have, for instance, superintendents and some of the language that I had removed in the legislation that I carried and was successfully put on the ballot and passed, it further updated that language, but it did require a constitutional amendment to do so. That's just for me in my head to check, just to make sure I'm on point.
Sure.
So therefore, then the coroner would not, okay, I got it. So you're creating a line of succession.
Secession, yes, ma'am.
Okay, throughout the counties.
Throughout the sheriff's department.
And it's a statewide, yes, it's a statewide.
Yes, ma'am, it'd be a statewide.
Okay, throughout the sheriff's department.
Yes.
Okay, now you sit on public safety, right?
Yes, ma'am.
I thought I remembered your face from yesterday. You were there doing.
Yes, ma'am, and that was a good bill.
Oh, I appreciate. Thank you. I was really appreciative of the support. Hopefully, we'll get it on the calendar. I've gotten a lot of feedback since then, and you know, again, I support law enforcement, but I also want to make sure that we all continue to protect the citizens
Absolutely.
of the state of Alabama.
Yes,
and
ma'am.
Hopefully, I think it may get on the calendar. Hopefully preferably next week. And we can be a part of making more history here in the state of Alabama. And I'm also, this is a little aside, but since you are on the Public Safety Committee, I'm so glad to see that we put those strips on the steps walking up, because we've had a number of members to fall this year because they are not as familiar with the chambers and they have fallen. So I'm glad to see that we took a proactive
Oh, yeah,
step
that's nice.
to protect the safety of our members. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair thanks a lady. Question for the body is final passage of HB 276. Clerk will unlock machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock machine. Recorded vote 104 ayes, 0 nays. HB 276 has passed. Representative Bolton, that's your first bill, isn't it?
It is. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Congratulations. Good job.
Thank you, House.
Clerk, call next bill.
On page 19 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 22 with substitute by Senator Jones relating to local emergency management.
Chairman Treadway, you recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So we all have EMA directors in our counties, and we know the services that they provide, which are very vital to responding to disasters that occur in our state. What this bill does, it adjusts the supplement to their salary that the state gives to each county from $12,000 to $17,000. That has not increased in over 16 years. It also allows, if there's no other questions, I call for the BIR. All right. So in addition, it allows during these emergencies that the EMA director can take 2 bids during a disaster rather than going through the whole bid process to try to speed that process up to get the type of equipment into the area that they need. It also ensures that some federal funds that could be lost are not, and that those monies are distributed throughout the 67 county directors. There's some technical language in here that changes some things, and there also allows the board to have some insight on providing recommendations for casework to certify the EMA directors. Not everyone is certified.
Chair recognizes the lady from Jefferson, Representative Van.
Hear you say, Representative, wait.
No, it's clear my
You gotta
throat.
clear your throat. You
Clear my
gotta
throat.
take a deep breath. But you know, you've been so nice to me this year. I just could not miss this opportunity to take the floor, but this won't be the bill. I'm sure that you and I have a few rounds on this year, but you do such a great job at explaining your bills. Although a moment ago, you thought you were just gonna get out of here and not have to explain this one in full. But you do such an excellent job. But I do have one little teeny tiny weeny little question. With regards to the emergency, tell me again what this is about. Let me be clear because I want to know in my question.
Basically,
I know you and I have talked about it.
it just their salary supplement that they receive from the state. And there's another important point that I forgot to mention. This doesn't take effect until the new budget cycle, so it has no impact on the current budget cycle.
So
it takes effect in the next fiscal year.
Okay.
And it increases, the most important part is increasing the supplement. Right now,
What's
they
the
can make
increase?
$40,000.
That's what I wanted you to answer. That's all I wanted to know.
12,000 to 17,000.
So they'll go from 12,000 to 17,000. Okay, I just wanted to know exactly how much the supplement or how much the increase would be. I mean, we depend on our EMA so much. They're frontline. I consider them to be frontline workers, just like we do with our law enforcement. And you all have to face so many dangers and be there as an arm of support to the citizens. So I think this is a great piece of legislation for EMA. And let me ask this, would this also, for instance, like we have an EMA department like that's inside City Hall or was at one time, would they receive this pay or supplement also for our local EMA?
Yes, this is for the local EMA director.
This is for the local.
The county local.
That's what I wanted to get. So this is for the local EMA director. Okay, I got it. Thank you so much.
Chair thanks the lady. Chair
you, Roger.
recognizes the lady from Cherokee, Chairwoman Shaver.
That's a good man. Thank you very much. Who's coming up? Shaver. I can't believe she's doing it.
Will the gentleman yield?
I'm being harassed right now, but yeah, go ahead.
Well, I won't harass you. I just wanted to thank you for bringing the bill. It's very much needed legislation and just want to let you know that I support it.
Thank you.
Chair thanks the lady. Chair recognizes the lady from Jefferson, Representative Moore.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Jen, will you yield?
Yes, ma'am.
In here is talking about the amount for the EMA director could increase with each additional newly certified county director. So how many county directors do you have? One, isn't it?
Correct.
Because the way this is written, it seemed like you might have more than one.
No, what we have, not every EMA director is certified. So this
Okay.
supplement only goes to those who complete the certification
And then
process.
move into that position.
Correct.
Okay. And the other thing I want to know is that when you're talking about them being able to do two bids, I guess during an emergency situation, well, do we have the diversity language in that to make sure that those two bids would include everybody that's able to provide the equipment that they need?
You know, my understanding it does. It just streamlines that process where they don't have to go through the entire that delays getting emergency.
But they don't have to,
But it's still transparent. You still have to get the bids. and it's-
Okay.
So,
and you kind of sure the diversity languages in there, they already do
It
that?
doesn't, right, it doesn't, you still have to go through that process. They still have to apply to that. It just
Okay.
streamlines it during that.
It just makes it
emergency.
easier rather than prolonging it. I know with some areas when they have disaster, seem like it takes them quite a while before they could get the equipment for cleanup or whatever else they need to do. So this just, instead of you just having to look through several bids, you could look at two and probably.
Minimum of two. I'm sure
Right,
they'll get
minimum
more,
two
but
in
still
the area.
Follow the same process.
Okay, I just want to make sure. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Chair thanks the lady. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Tuscaloosa will be the fourth person to speak on the BR. Representative Lamb.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to speak. Mr. Chairman, would you yield?
Yes, sir.
I just want to thank you for bringing this bill forward. It's much needed, and particularly in the state we live in, and all the tornadoes and things we have, time is critical, and I really do appreciate you bringing this forward, and I fully support it. Thank you.
Thank you.
The chair thanks the gentleman. Chair recognizes the lady from Macon.
The fourth voter.
Oh, I'm sorry. Fourth person to speak on the BR. The question for the body now is the adoption of the BR. Clerk will unlock machines. Members will vote. Clerk will lock machine. Court votes 104 ayes, 0 nays. BR has been adopted. Chairman Treadway.
If there's no other questions, I do have a substitute.
You care to explain the sub?
Yes, sir. In the original bill upstairs, they added or took out a tie-in to the consumer price index. So that was actually taken out of the bill. And they changed it to take effect the next fiscal cycle. So it doesn't have any impact on this budget cycle.
Have you heard the explanation of the sub? Clerk will unlock machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock machine. Court vote 103 ayes, 0 nays. Sub has been adopted. Chairman Treadway.
If there's no other questions, I move for final passage.
That is question on final passage of SB 22. Clerk unlock machine. Court votes. Clerk will lock machine. Court votes 104 ayes, 0 nays. SB 22 has passed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members.
Thank you, gentlemen. Clerk, call next bill.
On page 34 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 128 by Senator Schofield relating to the Alabama Forestry Commission.
Chairman, before you start, let me make a few words here. If I can have everybody's attention, as we know, suicide is the 10th leading cause of death in the United States and the 13th leading cause of death in the state. Thanks to work of organizations like American Foundation for Suicide Prevention, we do know that suicide is preventable. We can all work together to learn the suicide risk, warning signs, and encourage those who struggle. Today, we have over 20 members of the AFSA advocates across the state are visiting the state capitol. Volunteers or advocates support the law and policies related to mental health and suicide prevention. Thank you guys for what you're doing for our state. Chairman Lovern, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. SB 128 is a simple bill for the Alabama Forestry Commission. When they get ready to sell any surplus property and put up for auction, this just allows them to enter in contracts to be able to liquidate as part of their vehicle replacement program. And if there are no further questions, I'd ask for the BIR.
That is the questions. Adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the votes. 104 ayes, 0 nays. BR has been adopted. Chairman Lovern.
Mr. Speaker, no further questions. Ask for final passage.
That is questions, final passage of SB 128. Clerk unlock the machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the votes. 103 ayes, 0 nays. SB 128 has passed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members of the body.
Thank you, gentlemen. Clerk, call next bill.
On page 32 of the calendar, House Bill number 273 with substitute by Representative Keel relating to taxation.
Representative Keel.
Mr. Speaker, move that this bill be carried over to the call of the chair.
That is questions. Carry the bill over for call of the chair. All in favor say aye. Any opposed? Bill has been carried over. Clerk, call the next bill.
On page 16 of the calendar, House Bill number 235 by Representative Wood R. relating to crimes and offenses.
Representative Wood, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, member of the House. Let's see, what is this? House Bill 235 deals with peace officers. Back in my county, this guy impersonating an FBI agent, so they got him and took him to court. My judge was going to put him in jail, and he found out he couldn't. It was against the law because there's no such law as a peace officer with a federal agent. So that's what this does, Mr. Speaker. Just any federal agent is considered a peace officer in Alabama.
Question
Not
for the
any
body's
question.
adoption of the BIR.
Yeah.
Clerk will unlock the machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the votes. 104 ayes, 0 nays. BR has been adopted. Representative Wood.
Mr. Speaker, not any more questions. I ask for final passage.
That is questions. Final passage of HB 235. Clerk will unlock the machine. Record the vote.
Hey, Mr. Speaker. Hey, Mr. Speaker.
Clerk will lock the machine. Record the votes. 105 ayes, 0 nays. HB 235 has passed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, member of the House. Hey, at least I finally got easy.
Clerk, call next bill.
On page 6 of the calendar, House Bill number 82 by Representative Pringle relating to crimes and offenses.
Pro Team Pringle, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is a bill that's very personal to me. A friend of mine's son got addicted to oxycodone, and they sent him to rehab and got him cleaned up. They mortgaged their house. They mortgaged everything they were worth in order to get their son through rehab. And after he came out, his drug dealer was stalking him, was going to Narconon meetings and waiting for the kid to come out of the meeting and trying to get him to take more oxycodone. The kid refused, and the drug dealer kept blowing his phone up so bad that he went and changed his phone number so the drug dealer couldn't call him. The drug dealer went and knocked on his mother's door and said, "Your son showed me a piece of property 6 or 8 months ago, but I can't get him on the phone now, and I really want to buy that piece of property from him. Can you give me his new cell phone number?" And the mother gave the drug dealer a cell phone number, and the drug dealer talked his son into buying an oxycodone pill, and it was laced with fentanyl, and it killed him. Ladies and gentlemen, this drug is killing us, and what this bill says is, if you are selling a controlled substance, oxycodone or any narcotic, and you are not a doctor or a pharmacist, and you kill somebody, you can be charged with manslaughter. With that, Mr. Speaker, I move adoption of the BIR.
Chair recognizes the lady from Jefferson, Representative Van.
Thank you for the recognition. Listen, Pringle, let me get some clarity. I was just speaking with the minority leader about this bill. So, and I don't really have a problem with it per se. I just want to get the clarity on the culpability. Because only thing I don't want to do, and I know you wouldn't want to do it, you and I have been friends for a long time, seatmates, and in some instances you talk about me real bad, in other instances you fight for me hard in this house. But I have one question or two. Let's talk about the transfer of the offense to a third party, someone that may not knowingly. I know we understand the distribution and sale of drugs is illegal in the state, but we have kids who play around. I mean, you can't, some things we can control, we can't. I'm just talking about just recreational, whatever. Not knowing that that particular drug was laced or had some else, whatever. Then that child, or not, and I'm just saying child, that person, whoever it is, adult or whoever, would then be charged with, and this is are we booting this up to a class A? Is that what I just got a copy of my bill.
Class B.
So it's a class, because it's already a class B. So are we enhancing the penalties?
No, ma'am.
So, okay, there's no enhancement of the penalties. Only thing we're doing is expanding who can be charged with this offense under these circumstances.
Yes, ma'am. If you are dealing in a controlled substance and you're not licensed to sell a controlled substance and you kill somebody, it's a manslaughter charge.
So, and that's why I see now here in red, the language recklessly versus knowingly or what have you. So is there any reason why we're not dealing with also or a combination of the word knowingly?
Well, if you're a drug dealer and you go to, say, Atlanta and you buy 2,000 oxycodone pills from your dealer, and you come back to Birmingham and start selling those 2,000 pills and they start killing people, you didn't know it when you bought it, but you are a drug dealer illegally selling controlled substances. You are breaking the law and you cause somebody's death. It's just like if I was driving 100 miles an hour down the road with my friend in the car and I wrecked and I caused their death, I would be charged with manslaughter.
And I understand that. I'm fully aware of the manslaughter, and transferred intent, and all of those things. I learned that 20-something years ago, and in some instances have practiced it. But I guess I'm still, and maybe, and again, don't have a problem with the bill, but maybe some of the wording, because, and then in here we're speaking to the distributor. So are you considering the person who, we have teens, and the reality is we do have teens. We have kids, we have our college students. I've walked on many of the campuses, and some of them are walking around like zombies. I've said this down here 100,000 times. And we know what happens on game days, and then sometimes there's just one thing you just can't control. That's life. Unfortunately, it's the hand that we're dealt. I just want to make sure, however, we're not going to then punish that person that if I have, and I'm just using youth, I'm using children or someone younger than the age of majority, just as it may paint a clearer picture, for the purpose that we're intending this bill. Kids are going to smoke, they're going to do whatever at times, from cigarettes, they're going to try things. I just don't want it to be where that person who just may have had that marijuana roach or that blunt, whatever you want. When I come here, I talk straight talk, that has that in their hand, and hopefully whoever's answering you is answering these questions, that person then would not be charged if they were just at home chilling before mom and dad got home we just gonna be grown knowing we shouldn't be, and then bam, I'm charged with a Class B felony. I support the drug laws here in this state. I want to make that clear. Don't tweet me, don't email me, don't message me, because I'm not hearing it. Only time I had an issue with a drug bill is when a former legislator who's now gone on to wherever God chose for him to go, came into a judiciary committee and said that drug laws were created for the purpose of black folk. And when I stood up to him, trying to temper him, I was stripped off the committee. So, and if I got to be stripped off, I'll be stripped off, because you're not going to come in here and say the only reason we got drug laws is because of black folks, and I don't care who you are. But the realization is, and then I tried to temper him, got gavelled down, and then the chair and co-chair came after me, and that's the story of my relationship, but I'm still standing. You can't knock the champ out unless you get him off the rope and count to 10. But if I make it to 9, I'm getting up. So I'm getting up. There's plenty of them in here that try to take me out, but I'm gonna get up. So I'm just trying to make sure that, Pringle, that's not the intent of the bill. And so I guess my question is, why did we not have anything in the bill? Simply, my last question is just trying to get the clarity. Why did we not have anything in the bill that speaks to knowingly?
Well, let me explain, first of all. You have to be a drug dealer dealing in illegal narcotics. Marijuana is not a Class 2 narcotic. So this
I just used that as an example.
So anyway, this bill has not changed in the last 3 years. We voted on it and passed it 3 times in a row. It's the same exact bill that's been passed out of this chamber numerous times before, with no problems.
And I don't have a problem with that. And I think I said when I stood up here, I didn't have a problem. But also, I want to bring clarity to, because there are people listening. I don't want anyone to say that marijuana is not a controlled substance. It may not be in certain instances, but when that marijuana becomes laced with fentanyl, it takes it out the realm of not being a controlled substance. I'm just only speaking for my people that are back home listening, because I don't want anyone to be in a position where they're thinking, okay, now we can just do what we want to do, because there are people listening to us. And so I wanted to bring the clarity, because folks are lacing marijuana with fentanyl and all kind of drugs that that ultimately are stronger than some of these drugs and narcotics that we're speaking of. So I appreciate it. I just wanted to get the clarity. Again, I have no problem with this bill. Whenever we bring something up here that deals with the word reckless or wanton or disregard of the law versus knowingly, I am going to just ask for my own consumption as to why that language is there. So again, I'm standing here because I want to make sure there is not an unintended consequence for the bill. I think it's a good bill, no problem. I just wanted to get the clarity on it.
Thank you so much.
All right, thank you.
Chair thanks the lady. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Jefferson, Representative Treadway.
Hey, guys,
I just wanted to come down and thank you for bringing this bill. I don't think people realize just how bad this situation is. In this country, over 100,000 die from fentanyl overdose. Jefferson County alone had a 400% increase in fentanyl overdose. Unlike all other drugs that are out there, innocent people are dying because of cross-contamination, whether it be children. A lot of our college students are dying because they're taking Ritalin and things that keep them alert to study, and it's laced with fentanyl, and they're unknowingly dying. This is something we haven't seen with other drugs, so I appreciate you bringing it.
Thank you, sir.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair recognizes a gentleman from St. Clair, Chairman Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Pringle, if you'll yield, I think this bill is a reasonable continuation of a situation that we all know that we have. We've just passed a bill that deals with the fact that fentanyl kills people. We all also know that there are other controlled substances that do likewise. This is not going to be an easy bill for a district attorney to prove. You've got to prove the individual died. You've got to prove that that individual died by virtue of ingesting this particular material, and then you've got to prove who gave it to him. It's not going to be easy to prove. Murder, manslaughter cases should not be easy to prove. I have no problem with that. Nevertheless, I support the bill because I think that it is a reasonable consequence and a reasonable extension of what we're trying to do around here, which is prevent people from dying. If you sell, furnish, give away an illegal substance, a controlled substance, that is a crime in and of itself. And if that substance leads to the death of a third person, I think we certainly conclude that either you knew or you should have known that which you are selling, and you are responsible for the actions you take. Consequently, I support your bill.
Thank you so much, Judge.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair recognizes the lady from Madison, Representative Hall, be the fourth person to speak on the BR.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, but the gentleman yield.
Yes, ma'am.
You know what I find interesting about the conversation is that we are talking about people that it appears first just from the dealing of drugs. That what I find interesting is that we're talking about people that we know are drug dealers. So if we know that they're drug dealers, why are they still allowed to deal drugs? I mean, what you're saying is we already know that who they are, but we're not doing anything about that. To me, it seems to be we're putting the cart before the horse.
I believe we addressed that with Mr. Simpson's bill several weeks ago about distribution of controlled substances and fentanyl. Didn't we address that in the bill we passed 2 weeks ago, the drug dealers, enhanced criminal for possession of the drugs?
That it was the person, but in many cases, it appears, and I hear this a lot in the community, that we know that the house down there, that person is dealing drugs, but that house continues to exist. I always say to neighbors, if you know that's going on, you have a responsibility of making sure that the law knows about that.
I agree with you totally.
So tell me, what else is in place, even if we don't pass this law, we don't pass this bill, what would happen to the individual presently?
Actually, they're trying to, if this has happened in Mobile, subsequently to my friend's son's death, another child took fentanyl-laced oxycodone, and it killed him. And they are charging that individual. So this clarifies that you can be charged if you recklessly distribute or sell or give away a controlled substance, and you are not a licensed doctor or pharmacist, and you have no legal business giving or selling away drugs, and you recklessly cause somebody's death, we can charge you with.
And so today, that has happened, and I'm sorry it happened to your friend, but there is a process in place to allow that person who you know that distributed those drugs to be charged, right?
It's not very clear in the law. This clarifies that you can be charged.
It can be charged. What do you mean it's not clear?
This clarifies that you can be charged.
But I'm saying what I'm trying to understand, what's present today for that individual or for any individual that's impacted by what they did by the distribution of a drug that had fentanyl in it. What are the laws or what's on the book now? You're saying there's nothing that would cause this person to be charged and convicted?
No, they'd be charged with being a drug dealer, and they are attempting to charge people with manslaughter, but this clarifies that they can be charged with manslaughter.
You're saying that can't happen now?
I'm saying they're doing it now, but this clarifies it for us.
I'm just looking at, we know that the person that did the drugs, we know that the person has provided a drug that caused death, and we know that the person can be charged, and that charge can be manslaughter. We know that can happen right now.
Well, it's a stretch to try and charge manslaughter. So that's
a stretch? Why is it a stretch?
I'm not an attorney.
Me either. That's why I'm asking you.
I was just told that the district attorneys want to clarify that they can charge these drug dealers who are murdering our family members by selling them drugs that kill them, that we can charge them with manslaughter.
And
I'm not into, I'm trying to go after the drug dealers and get them off the street.
Well, I think the best way we do that, if we know who these drug dealers are, and I think that is on each one of us. If we live in a community or an area and we know who these drug dealers are, we have a responsibility to our communities to make sure that they are taken off the streets.
I agree with you. That's the reason for this bill, because the community can, the community can come together and have this person put in jail.
The community can do what?
Through the district attorney. The community elects a district attorney. The district attorney can prosecute them. So the community.
And but the district attorney can do that now if we identify who the drug dealers are in our community.
You're talking about putting them in jail for dealing drugs. I'm talking about putting them in jail for killing innocent people.
Well, I'm saying both.
Well,
you end up killing people. You end up killing the community when you think about what happens within the community. And I am saying, in addition to what you're saying, that I understand when we have things that happen to us personally, how much of a greater impact it has on, I can talk about personal experience with things that happened to me and how I've advocated for that. So that's not my
See, you and I totally agree. We're in a total agreement on this, because I think the drug dealers ought to be put in jail for selling drugs. And I think the drug dealers that kill innocent people should be put in jail for manslaughter.
So would you be also, and the issue of fentanyl, how do we always know that the death is caused by the drug fentanyl? What kind of reports are we getting? What is the data that we're...
The coroner can test for it.
So wouldn't it be nice that we could also collect that data and have data to continue to show?
I'm all for it, because personally, I think there's a lot more fentanyl deaths that are being recorded.
But we don't have the data to show that. That's my point.
I'm with you. The Drug Education Council, I would love to see the coroners collect the data and tell us exactly how many people are dying of fentanyl overdose.
Would you be open for an amendment to address that?
I don't think that would be germane to this bill, but
most definitely it would. Listen to what you said. It would be germane. You're talking about this bill would have as its purpose to cause it to be manslaughter, but if an individual has died because of the drug, then I think that, and we aren't always sure, then I think collecting data to be able to continue to show the impact that this particular drug is having on the deaths within our state.
I agree. I'd love to see the data. I just don't think it's germane to this piece of legislation.
I figured we could figure out something.
It'd have to go out to a different section of the code.
It would have to do what?
Probably go into a different section of the code.
But in collecting data, if you're saying on the existing law, unlawful distribution of controlled substance is a Class B felony. All right, so you've said that, so we have that. So maybe we should be collecting data on all of these different types of drugs. I'm just, as I talk through this and as we talk about fentanyl, I do think it is important for us to begin to really have, if we want to correct a problem, that we also collect the data, and then the data helps us to show what the impact is. Not taking it away from your personal experience, but I'm saying statewide, that is not, I would say that it's not limited just to your district. It is across the state that we have the issue and concern about fentanyl, and we ought to know how that really is impacting the deaths that occur within the state from.
That's the reason I was so excited in the general fund that we put so much money into the forensic labs, because the forensics labs can tell us because when they do the death certificate, they'll run a tox screen and tell us how many people have fentanyl in them.
That's a good place for us to also ask that data is collected.
That'd be the place to do it, right there.
I would suggest we work on getting that added, because you can add that kind of information to the general fund. That makes sense.
The forensic labs need to have they have the ability to do it, and they've got to put it on the death certificate.
They do, but I'm saying whether it goes to our forensic labs, locally, some of us have more advanced, I guess, ways of determining death with the coroner, depending on their educational background. But the others, is that not true?
Well, I mean, the coroner in your local county can send a sample up to the forensic labs, and they can test it. Yeah.
All right.
That's the reason why we need to put more money into it.
So if it goes to the forensic lab, the thing that we should be demanding from the forensic lab is that the data is collected to determine what was the cause of death.
Exactly.
And I think that's a nice amendment to put in that part of the budget. Now, I really do think
I'll
we could
support
find.
you 100% on that one. You can see her.
It's okay. It's just me up here talking. It's all good. I don't have a problem with that. Worse things could have happened. I would have been fun. But really, I do think that, and I will go back and look to see if there's a way that we can do it here. But I do think the forensic lab approach may be one to look at.
And I think the Drug Education Council will be with us 100% on collecting that data, because we'd really like to know the extent of it.
I'm sorry.
The Drug Education Council would be all on board with us if we put that amendment into the budget. To provide for it.
We're going to work on that because we still have.
I'm with you 100%. I'd love to know. Thank you.
Sure, thanks, lady. The question for the body now is adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine and members will vote. Clerk lock machine, recorded votes, 94 ayes, 1 nay. BR has been adopted. Mr. Pro Tem.
Mr. Speaker, I move final passage, House Bill 82.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Montgomery, Representative Hassel.
Hey, buddy, how you doing?
Thank you, Speaker, for the recognition. Would the gentleman yield?
Sure.
Well, I think Judge Hill kind of touched on this, but I just want to clarify something. If you're the drug dealer, I'm the user. You sell me a drug, but what if I alter that drug myself and I die? How would the court determine the death between the drug dealer and the user?
It's a good question. It's a high standard to charge somebody manslaughter. You have to prove it, but in my case, there was a witness that watched the drug dealer sell the drug and watched the young boy take it without altering it. So,
okay, I understand if it's a witness, but what if you don't have a witness?
I understand. There's always, if somebody wants to buy a narcotic, then go home and add fentanyl to it in order to enhance their ability to kill themselves. I mean, I'm sure that when they go in and do the investigation and find the dead body, they'll see the additional fentanyl there and assume that they added the fentanyl to it themselves.
Yeah, but now a lot of times that person is dead.
Exactly.
But let's just say the mother find that child or person or a wife. They know that person was that user. They know that dealer. And so if that mom or that guardian, whoever, that loved one find that person dead, they'll easily go and say, well, I know who sold that drug to my loved one.
Yeah.
And automatically that user who didn't cause the death will get prosecuted in this bill, and he didn't cause the death.
Well, who sold the fentanyl to him?
It could have, I mean, that's right. I mean, they're
not going to find the person.
I'm saying, you're right, you got to find the person who sold the fentanyl. Right. Yeah. All right. But the problem I have with it is let's say you got a user, now, because this has happened before, if you got a user who will do anything to a drug just to get a high because they don't have certain money to purchase fentanyl or anything else. They add a chemical out of their house. They'll get, I heard guys get roach spray and sprayed on drugs. So what if, but he died behind that, and that's what I'm talking about. So if he altered that drug himself, so we still got an issue with who's going to be prosecuted because of with this bill. And I need clarification on that, you know.
Yeah. I mean, it's a high standard of burden to prove it, and you're exactly right. But the issue is, if he goes and buys a narcotic, say he buys some cocaine, then he brings it back to his house and adds fentanyl to it, and the fentanyl kills him. You need to find the fentanyl dealer.
Let's not use fentanyl because you got to use it for that. But let's use a household product. Let's say he use a.
Well, that's not a controlled substance.
That's right. But
a household product.
If he create the drug himself.
Yeah, exactly.
Let's say meth. You know, he created a chemical drug himself to create meth, and he added to something that he bought from that dealer, and he died behind it.
If he's cooking his meth and he kills himself, meth is not a controlled substance. Meth is not legal under any there's no such thing as legal meth. What this is, if you're selling a controlled substance, oxycodone or another class, a scheduled controlled substance that's been altered and had meth added to it, it's a counterfeit drug, then you're in trouble. But if you're cooking meth or you're just smoking marijuana, they're not controlled substances. There's no circumstance in which that's a legal drug.
Okay, thank you for your clarity.
Sure, no problem.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair recognizes the lady from Jefferson, Representative Moore. While she's making her way down here, we'd like to recognize Legacy of Hope, Organ Donation Awareness Month. Trent Stevenson is in the gallery with us today, and he has recently received a heart transplant. He's a guest of Representative Jamie Keel. Let's give them a big hand for being with us today.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Jim, will you yield?
Yes, ma'am.
I think my concern about this bill, I always remember when fentanyl was just coming on the scene, and I read an article about it and came to the floor to say that we need to try to nip it in the bud. And I was told that it was not a drug for Black folks, so that I didn't have any right to speak about it. But we know it's a drug for whoever gets it. And I'm just concerned now, and I agree with Representative Hall, I still think that we need some data, and I've listened to my colleagues come up here, and it's a real concern that if the user modified it themselves with whatever, but he bought the drugs from somebody else, then I just think we need some way to make sure, because I know a few weeks ago in the Birmingham school system, parent stops and buys candy for the class. Then when her daughter is giving the candy out, some of the young men asked for, several pieces, or they were in the little individual bags. Somebody laced it with fentanyl, but it wasn't the parent and it wasn't the little girl. But it took them a while to try to figure that out. But on that day, several of those students had to go to the hospital because they got extremely sick from the fentanyl. It wasn't enough. Thankfully, it wasn't enough to kill them. A couple ended up having to stay overnight. But we got to have some checks and balances when we're tracing this back to who sold it and versus who modified, because that seems like to be a common concern of the people coming to the floor. And is there anything in your bill that could help us with that process?
Well, you just answered the question yourself. The little girl.
I didn't ask the question. My question was,
little girl,
is there anything in your bill that would address that?
Yes, ma'am. Well, here's the deal. The little girl that gave the candy out at school, somebody else got that candy and somebody else modified it. That's the person we're going after. We're not.
But they went after the parent. That's who they did go after first, because
they should have gone after the person that altered it.
Right, because see, and I know that's going to be hard to prove when it goes through so many hands. I'm just saying is that we've got to make sure that we don't get so overwhelmed with the process that we start with the person that might have bought the candy, but not the person that altered it. You know, and I heard one of my colleagues talk even about the person who purchased it might have some means of altering themselves. So how do we manage that and prevent from putting some people that's in jail that did not sell the most harmful chemical that ended up killing the person?
They didn't do it, so they can't go to jail. It's a very
There's
high
so
bar.
many of them in jail now, Mr. Pringle, that didn't do it.
Yeah, well,
But because we get overzealous in trying to make sure we make somebody accountable for an incident that, you know, we don't, that somehow or another, the person that did do it, I even have a situation in my neighborhood where a young man worked midnight shift. Friend came and said, let me use your car since you don't go back to work to late mines. It won't operate today and I need to go to work. Well, the person who borrowed the car, the police stopped him for selling drugs, had all the paraphernalia in his friend's car. But the person who went to jail was the man who was at home sleeping that just lent his car and spent 17 years behind bars before we were able to get his case back up. And the young man that was caught didn't spend any time in jail. But the one that was at home that just lent his car, just trying to help a friend out, not knowing what he was doing with it, he's the one that went to jail. So we got a lot of people and over time that we've had to help get out because somebody else did the crime, but because they used somebody else's car, didn't know what was going on, they spent all those years in jail. And this young man spent 17 in jail before we were able to get him out and get the case brought back up, and they started looking into it again to ask the question, why is it that the person that was selling was never arrested? Because he was in cahoots with the people who did the arresting. But the person, innocent person, spent all those years in jail. So my concern is we pass these laws and the intent is to catch the person that's in the wrong. But sometimes we have, you know, unintended consequences and people get caught up because of how zealous they are to close a case. And I just want to make sure if it's not there that we could come up with a mechanism to help that person that just might have innocently got caught up in the situation and did no wrong. That's all I'm saying.
thank you.
And the chair thanks the lady. The chair would like to recognize W.J. Carroll Intermediate School students from Daphne, Alabama, guests of Representative Matt Simpson. And the chair recognizes the gentlelady from Cherokee, Representative Shaver.
I'm just here for the beer.
Thank you. Representative Pringle, do you yield?
Yes, ma'am.
I just wanted to take the podium to give you a good example of why this bill is needed. I could give many, but one in particular occurred in Cherokee County where an individual purchased drugs and took the drugs on the steps, on the porch at the drug dealer's house and dropped dead. And this happened in 2020. And I'm acquainted with the sheriff in that county. And through the investigation, they could not charge him. It would be difficult to prove manslaughter with Alabama law. The suspect was charged under federal law with death from drug distribution. So it had to go to federal court. That happened in 2020. That drug dealer spent very little time and is free today. And so this would make it Alabama law, and we would be able to prosecute it in Alabama courts, not federal courts. So that's just one example of why your law is very much needed.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that. I'm sorry about that story.
And the chair thanks the lady. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Tuscaloosa, Representative England.
Well, gentlemen, yield.
Yes, sir.
Okay, just a couple of quick points. We keep talking about drug dealers, but it doesn't just apply to drug dealers. It could be two friends together. One friend gives one friend gives somebody else, a friend, a drug, and that drug, through forensic analysis, is determined to be the primary substance that took that other person's life. So somebody's friend who are using drugs together, they could ultimately be charged with manslaughter, right?
If you are illegally distributing a controlled substance and you are not a doctor or pharmacist or a dentist, yes. If you are giving away controlled substances.
It says sells, furnishes, gives away, or delivers.
Yes.
What if I gave you a controlled substance that causes an allergic reaction in you and you die from it? Can I be charged with manslaughter?
That's a question I can't answer.
You can. That's what this
Right.
said.
I mean, this is a high burden of proof, and you understand manslaughter is a high burden of proof.
It's not. Actually, manslaughter is not a high burden of proof. Manslaughter doesn't require intent. Manslaughter is just reckless.
Yeah.
So if you and I are engaged in a conversation and you tell me I got a splitting headache and you ask me to give you a substance to help you with that headache and I give it to you and you die from it, they can charge me with manslaughter because my behavior in and of itself, because of this law or because of the way it's proposed, my behavior, regardless of my intent could actually be you ask me for a prescription or a controlled substance and I said, well, here's something that I got that helps me with my headache. You take it, have an allergic reaction, it causes your death. Doesn't matter what my intent is. Your proposed law says that I was reckless in giving you that substance that caused your death, and now I could be potentially convicted of manslaughter.
So in other words, what your scenario says, you have a legally purchased controlled narcotic in your possession. That's you legally purchased, and it's a legal narcotic.
Yes.
And you, not being a doctor or a pharmacist or a dentist, give that controlled substance to another person and you don't possess the license or the knowledge or the skill to distribute that narcotic.
Right.
That narcotic, that person has an anaphylactic reaction to it and dies.
Yeah.
It's an anaphylactic reaction. It'll show up in the, but the problem you have is you're distributing a narcotic and you're not licensed to distribute a narcotic.
So you
could have given them a Tylenol for the headache.
You as a parent have never given your child one of your prescription medications for?
No.
So does that?
I would never distribute a controlled narcotic to a child or a family member.
That's interesting. So you've never given somebody prescribed methamphetamines before or Sudafed?
No, not unless they had a prescription for it. No.
So you as your parent have never given a prescription medication to a child before?
Unless if it was prescribed to my child, yes. But if it was not prescribed to my child, I would never give a prescription drug to a child. That's dangerous.
But would you, of course it is, but would you acknowledge that people hand controlled substances amongst each other all the time?
I'm controlled. People do a lot of things they shouldn't do. And if you don't have the knowledge base to handle a controlled substance, you shouldn't be distributing it.
I'll keep that in mind. Also, I got another question for you. Did you say earlier that methamphetamine is not a controlled substance?
Is it a Schedule Class 2 controlled substance? If it is, I'm unaware of it. I don't know.
It's not.
Okay.
So I could give methamphetamines to somebody and kill them and not be charged under this?
It's not a controlled substance.
So it doesn't. So I could.
Does meth kill people instantly?
Meth is a pretty dangerous drug.
I understand that. I mean, it cooks your brain, but does it kill you on the spot like methamphetamine does?
It potentially. Yes, it has. That has definitely happened. Yes, absolutely has happened.
Well,
so
you want me to add meth to the bill?
No, actually, what I'm telling you is, I just want to correct a couple of things that you've been saying up here.
Oh. I just got to know, meth is a Schedule II. It is considered a Schedule II drug. I'm sorry.
It is.
I'm not well versed in narcotics because I don't do drugs or sell drugs or take drugs. So, or deal with them. I guess we did. I guess we did classify it as a scheduled drug in order to make it more illegal. That would make sense. We'd pass a law to make it a scheduled
No, because
drug.
the compound itself can be legally distributed for valid medical purposes.
Methamphetamine.
What do you think is in Sudafed? What do you think people use to make methamphetamine? They use Sudafed to do it.
So.
Anyway, but let me just tell you, there are different levels of intent. There are different prescribed mental states that are necessary thresholds to prove what your conduct is in a particular situation. When we can't determine what your intent is, then we create it through recklessness. That's where manslaughter comes from. So what we're saying is, and what you're essentially saying is a drug dealer who gives a person a substance and that person ultimately could die from that substance. If it happens, then we don't care what your intent is. We're saying that you were reckless in causing that person's death, which, by the way, could be anybody. Which is why up until this point, this particular code section and manslaughter and distributing drugs has never been a crime before, because we acknowledge that people give other people drugs all the time with the intent to help them. They have a reaction to it and they die. It may not happen in the Pringle household, but there are people all across the country who have a prescription medication that they give to somebody else because you said you needed help, and I'm asking you, or they hand it to them, and if somebody ends up dying under this law, they could be convicted of manslaughter. It's a really dangerous sort of precedent we're establishing. So, I'm just pointing out that methamphetamines is in fact a controlled substance because you can break it down in all sorts of compounds and use it legally. And also, people without intent could hand their drug of choice, who is on could be innocuous conduct, could turn them into a Class B felon. So this is one of those bills that probably has much more intended consequence to this than unintended consequence than it does intended. And besides, if I hand you any substance and my mens rea, my mindset is to kill you with that substance, I'm a murderer. So there's probably some cross-section of codes that would deal with the behavior that you're trying to get at, especially when you're involving fentanyl. But here, this may be going after an ant with a sledgehammer. You may have more people who are just unintentionally violating this law than actually intentionally violate it, which just makes me sort of uncomfortable in the way that it's written. But I do understand what you're trying to do. I'm wondering what other people feel about the fact that you could ensnare some really unintended, pretty innocent actor who's trying to help somebody with this. And also, one more thing that we've been trying to do to deal with overdoses is, Narcan. Okay. Yeah. So like when somebody you're with and you are using drugs with them and they may potentially overdose, we want to distribute Narcan so we can stop people from dying from overdoses. Well, I guarantee you this, if two people are using drugs together and one dies from the drug that you may have just given them, a legal substance or not, the likelihood that they're going to call for help is slim to none. So this could potentially also encourage individuals that we're trying to help and also prevent from overdosing to ultimately end up that way, because if you call law enforcement and that person's dying with you there, under this right here, you're potentially you could potentially committed manslaughter. So I guess
the gentleman's time has
about.
expired. The chair now recognizes the representative from Montgomery, Representative Ensler.
Good morning. Will the sponsor yield?
Yes, sir.
Right. And I know we touched on a few of these. Just wanted to clarify. So it's already a crime under manslaughter for someone to do something recklessly. So why is there a need to then add this in if a drug dealer already is being reckless if they distribute that?
What they're charging under is a federal crime, and this just mirrors federal law, so we can charge them under state crime for manslaughter.
Okay. And as far as I know, well, let me say this. We all, I think, recognize that this is plaguing our state, communities, individuals. I think getting, though, to the end goal of how do we actually reduce usage and addiction to it, and we seem to be focusing a lot on the incarceration side and the punishment. Why not focus more on the side of treating people that are addicted and are seeking out drug dealers in the first place? Because we can lock up all the drug dealers, but the market is still there where if people have that addiction, they're going to find it anyway.
Oh, I agree with you totally, but I think under Mr. Simpson's bill, we addressed trying to help with recovery, and we're addressing it through the general fund also. We're at a multi-pronged attack. This is a scourge that's just murdering people, and we've got to attack it at different places because it's coming from everywhere, and it affects all levels of society, all communities, and we have to address it. We're addressing it through putting people in jail, through manslaughter charges or drug dealing charges, or we also need, you're exactly right, our drug courts that we're trying to start to help us help our addicts get off these terrible drugs.
Sure. No, and I look forward to us all working together on that, on treating the actual addiction side even more. One other question is we keep hearing the mention or reference to just fentanyl. Why not narrow this bill to specifically say fentanyl? And I know this has come up a little bit, but why not narrowly tailor to that and versus keeping it as broad as it is right now?
Well, it is a controlled narcotic that causes people's death. And the only thing that basically kills people instantaneously is fentanyl. So, I mean, they got to die pretty quick after its consumption for this to kick in. Because it's interesting, Narcan doesn't actually work on fentanyl. If somebody ODs on fentanyl, you can hit them with Narcan. Narcan will bring you back from a cocaine overdose or a heroin overdose, but a fentanyl overdose, it stays on the receptors, and eventually you'll quit breathing again. That's the reason why they're selling Narcan in 2-packs, to try and keep you alive long enough for somebody to get there to incubate you so they can keep you alive.
So would you be open to an amendment, though, to narrow it down to just fentanyl, though, knowing that that really is the major issue?
I think this bill is pretty self-explanatory.
All right. Well,
but thank you.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Madison, Dr. Cole.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Will the gentleman yield?
Yes, sir.
To clarify some of the comments that have been made here, this is a very well needed bill in the fight against drugs, because there are some people who might hesitate to give drugs to other people if they understand that there's some consequences behind their actions. And the fact that people freely hand their medication to other people, that's against the law to begin with. And to clarify some of my other constituents and their concerns about methamphetamines, methamphetamines in a certain form is correct, it's prescribable, but in the D form isomer, it is illegal. And people can lose their jobs. If you give a spouse a pill and they go for a drug test, they can lose their job. These are serious consequences. So this is a very much needed bill, and I appreciate you bringing it, and I look forward to voting for it.
Thank you so much. I appreciate your kind words.
Chair recognizes the lady from Montgomery, Representative Morris.
Where are the bills?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With the gentleman yield. Pringle.
Yes, ma'am.
With the gentleman yield.
I'm trying to find the bills.
How are you doing?
I'm fabulous. Thank you so much.
I know you are enjoying yourself. We wanted you to stand up for quite some time today.
Yes, ma'am.
And have this wonderful conversation with you about your bill. I remember when the war on drugs took place and a lot of folks went to jail or prison behind it. So I wanted to just talk about, because you keep saying drug dealers, and that's who we are actually going after. But when I read it, it doesn't say that. It said this bill would label, any person distributes, including giving or furnishing a controlled substance. Any person, right? So and then when they was talking about the kids with the candy, the bags, and you was like, okay, well, we want to go after the person that actually had given it to the child in the first beginning, right? So what if it was something that one of the kids was walking to school and picked up a bag and 15, 16-year-old, and it was passed out? Would that 16-year-old at that time be charged with manslaughter because there's no one else that actually gave it to him?
Yeah. If he found a bag of drugs on the sidewalk and he
candy,
and he just randomly found it, started passing out, that's pretty reckless.
It's reckless, but it's candy.
It's in this day and age, that's reckless.
It's candy. And I was listening to Judge Hill, and he actually, well, I don't know if I could say his name, but he was talking, and he said that it's going to be actually hard to prove, that it came from that third party, but we're still talking about young people who do reckless things every day. Every day they get up, they doing something reckless. You have your kids and you be looking like, I can't believe you did that. What were you thinking? That's reckless. I know you weren't texting and you was inside that car. Why did you get in the vehicle with somebody who was drinking? It's a lot of different things that's reckless, and we're talking about young people who do reckless things all the time. And I get it. I understand what you're saying when you're saying that we're going after the drug dealers. But the way the bill is wrote, it's not targeting drug dealers. It's just targeting any person who may not even know that it has controlled substance in it. So if I don't know, at my age, I go to a store and I buy some candy from the store and I pass it out as an adult. And somebody have a allergic reaction, or they just, and it's laced. They drop dead. I didn't know. So would you go to the store at that time and see where did that actually come from?
I think the store has a tremendous liability. If you went into a store and purchased an unopened product and it was somehow laced, there's a lot of liability on that store.
But how you gonna prove that? That I said I bought it from the store, but actually I got it from around the street.
Yeah, well, they can go back to that store and look at the cameras.
They're gonna look at, but I was actually in the store and I actually brought something.
Yeah, but exactly. But you know as well as I do, drug dealers, the way they get people hooked is they start giving them the drugs for free, particularly young girls. They love to give drugs to young girls, and they get them addicted to those drugs so then they can use them and manipulate them. So it's very common for drug dealers. Most drug dealers don't come to people and say, look, I'm a drug dealer and I want to destroy your life. I want to get you addicted to this drug and make your life a living hell. They come to them and say, "You're my friend. You're my buddy. Let's party together. Oh, aren't you a beautiful young lady? Let me make you feel good." They bait you into taking these drugs. And before you know it, you're addicted. You are an addict and they have total control over you. And that's how they make their living, by giving this stuff away and enticing you into doing it.
And I just heard you loud and clear. And we come from a different culture, different backgrounds, because I have never seen a drug dealer chase nobody down. Unless they owe them money. I've never seen a drug dealer have to go looking for an addict. We have to really call it what it is. I've never seen, unless you owe them some money, but a drug dealer that actually come and knock on your door.
They don't want to lose a good client.
But
they want to keep that money coming in.
But to come and chase you down for no, we have to say what it is. Unfortunately, my child or someone else's child, you're on drugs, you're a drug addict, and you need to get some help. Because a drug dealer that's selling oxycodone or whatever it is that they selling is not coming to chase you down for that little change on a regular basis. I mean, that was the story you gave was really persistent.
It was unbelievable.
For that. For that money. So, but again, we come from different backgrounds. So I just never, in all of my days of seeing drug dealers, and I don't even know if we got the same idea of drug dealing, because I just think that when we exclude, this might sting a little bit to a few people, when we exclude pharmacy, right, from being drug dealers, the #1 distributors of drugs. I mean, come on.
Those are legal drugs.
They are legal, but then when you turn around and look at, you sitting in the house and watch a TV and they say, and an attorney come on and say, if you have taken this drug and you have lost a family member due to this, and then you read the side effects on the bottle. Oh my God, I have sinus and now I'm gonna go blind and can't stand up. Erectile bowel functions, all kind. They're the biggest drug dealers legally ever. But we always exclude, I guess because they went to school or something. I don't know, but we always exclude them until it's time, I guess, just waiting on a lawsuit that's waiting to happen when we come back later in life to see. But I just think that it's going to have a lot of unintended consequences with it. Again, I understand why you actually bringing it. And I think that we have to have something put in place, especially when we got our young people out here dying on a regular basis. And we have addressed fentanyl, and I keep hearing fentanyl. Fentanyl is not in here, but we did address that, and something had to be done. We addressed that as a whole. I got a lot of calls about it. And when I asked, what should we have done? No one gave me a solution, but I had a lot of complaints about, well, not a lot, maybe like 5, about why did we vote that way? I just think that we need to call it what it is. An addict is an addict. They need some help. And if we're gonna make the bill target drug dealers, then that's what it need to target, not just any person. Because I don't want to be charged with manslaughter if I give somebody something and they drop dead. They had an allergic reaction to something. Thank you.
Thank you.
The lady's time has expired. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Mobile, Representative Bracy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With the gentleman yield?
Yes, sir.
I was just kind of listening to the debate, trying to understand it. I'm not against it, but I'm not necessarily for it. Just trying to get some clarity on some things. I could think back to when I was growing up, and I mean, I'm happy to see people putting more attention on to trying to solve a lot of the drug issues that face our community. But when I was growing up, and crack was taking over the Black community, I can remember the Just Say No campaign. I don't remember this level of attention coming in trying to save my community. And the reason why I could think about it and I focus on it so much is because when I was in the 10th grade, one of my older brothers OD'd and died from drugs. And I just don't remember nobody going out their way to do nothing to help my family and my community. And it was just like, just say no. We're going to send the old crime dog around and do a little dance for you and just say no to drugs. Don't do drugs. And we have this now, which appears to be kind of targeting low-level drug dealers or possibly just other users that they just all just trying to get high. You know, you have somebody that went out, it could be a group of them. It take one of them to go make the purchase, and then they come back and they do the drugs, and one of them, you know, have a bad reaction to it and pass away. And now the user, who is a person that needs help themselves, could be convicted of manslaughter in this. Is that what this is saying? About the use? I'm talking about specifically the users now.
Yeah, and you know, somebody that's distributing a controlled substance that's not licensed to distribute that, there are consequences for that.
No, I'm
you
talking
don't have
about
a license. You're distributing an illegal substance, and there ought to be consequences, particularly if you kill somebody, if you cause somebody's death. And I would love to find the man that killed your brother, and let's put him in jail.
Yeah, I would love to too, but one thing about it, it won't bring him back. And then I have to look at, like, when I think about my brother, I had to think about a level of accountability on his part, right?
Yeah.
You know, I have to be honest with myself and say, this is not something he should have ever started. This is not something he should have done all that he could to not be in that situation. It's a level of accountability to me on the user. So this is no reflection on your friend's son. I'm just talking about specifically about my family. It's a level of accountability there. It's like we look at punishing all these people, but what about the person? The person, they're also committing a crime. You know, the person, the user that died also committed a crime.
And that user paid the ultimate price.
They did.
And their family paid the ultimate price.
Which is very
like
sad.
You and your brother paid the ultimate price.
He
and
did.
The dealer
which
paid none.
It's very sad, but it was illegal and it was wrong.
Yeah.
And that's where I think accountability has to start. Like, we have to do more to try to get these people this treatment, because I just don't think a person can just talk a person into doing something, you know, because they still have that urge within them that it's something that they want to do. It's a demon that they continue to fight. And a lot of times, you know, like I know, addiction is just a difficult thing.
Yeah.
It's hard to get clean once you get to that point and you start getting more into more serious drugs. It's just a very difficult thing. And a lot of it is a demon or a battle that most people end up fighting their entire life. You know, it's not like they could just turn the switch on and off. So even though this happened, you know, statistics probably show us that eventually this person would have eventually used drugs again. And I just think the level of accountability, I think it's a slippery slope. I see people all the time. I don't know, maybe not in the Spring Hill community, but in the community where I grew up, you know, you have people. Yeah, I'm talking about this particular situation. So you have people that binges. So you may have a person that start getting high on a Friday, and shoot, it may be Sunday when they stop getting high. They may purchase some drugs, and at some point they may have to go and get some more because they've used all of those drugs, and they're going to a different drug deal at this point. So through the course of binging, you may have had interaction with 5 or 6 different people, and now you've also shared the drugs. You know, other people have brought drugs to the party, and you have people that's binging to that level. How in the world will we be able to tell who had the fatal blow, the fatal hit? Where did the fatal hit come from when you have people that's just out here binging and doing drugs at this high level like this? How do you be able to determine that?
Probably whoever they bought the last drug from, because the last drug is the one that killed them.
So it's like an immediate. It's like an immediate kill.
That's my understanding. Fentanyl will drop you dead on the spot.
Okay. So it's no chance that if it will have a later effect.
Wait a minute. Hold a second. In order to prove it, we would have to prove the distributor sold the drug that caused the death, and the person that distributed the drug knew that they were selling a controlled substance. The drug that was provided the dead person was the proximate cause of the death. So yeah, I mean, they'd have to prove who did it. But again, you're dealing with, and I was told this in the press conference, these drug dealers, if they're not selling enough drugs on the weekend, they will soup their drugs up and put fentanyl in it and kill a few people because their drug sales go up. Now think of how sick that is. If you kill people, then the drug dealers come to you because they want your drug because it's the best. So they make more money. So the incentive for the drug dealer is to kill more people so they sell more drugs.
Okay.
That's an inverse, something that it's way beyond my comprehension. And this fentanyl, it kills people. It doesn't matter what your race, your income, what side of the city you live on. It's killing people in my district, and it's killing people in your district. It's killing people out in the woods. It's killing people. They killed a bunch of kids at the beach. They were down there for a bachelor's weekend and one of them bought some drugs.
I understand. I guess I got like a
kid
minute.
deserves to pay the price.
I got a minute and 40 seconds left, so I'm gonna try to slow it down a little bit, so we can have this conversation, so I wouldn't have to come back.
Thank you.
You know, but if I have to, so. I don't know how it is in your community, but I can tell you like a lot of experience from me. You know, we have people that a lot of times can't afford their medication. And so you have people within the senior community that sometimes are prescribed the same medication. And if I don't have any money and I can't get to the doctor or get to the pharmacy to get my prescription, but you're taking the same thing that I'm taking, and you know, it could be a water pill. Like I hear people at church all the time, like a little old lady might be like, "You got a water pill?" You know, because they know what they need, but they can't afford what they need. But then, you know, I've seen people share medications. A lot of them are poor older people. Unintended consequences. They have no intentions on hurting anybody. They're just trying to help their friend or their family member. What does this do to them? Because I would like for this bill to really target the bad actors and not people that, you know.
Let's just say a grandmother can't take her medicine. So she calls her friend and says, "Hey, can I have one of your controlled substance pills?" And her friend goes, "Sure, you can have one of mine." She gives it to her, and it kills her because it's laced with fentanyl. Then we're going to go to that lady and say, "Who sold you that laced drug? You bought a controlled substance illegally."
Gentleman's time has expired. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Jefferson, Representative Rogers.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yeah.
now we passed fentanyl bill. Then we passed everybody voted for the unanimous. But what your bill gonna do is what about good and well now in college campuses? They smoke this stuff, right? They take a joint, they pass around about 10 guys. All right, one guy dies, other guy lives. You never will be able to find where they got it from. So, but your bill doesn't say drug dealer. So therefore, your bill really doesn't get the person it's supposed to get to. What's happening here is that you're passing a bill. This guy's something in the bill. If it said drug dealer, it'd be different. You're not dealing with a drug dealer. Those kids on college campuses, you both know, it's more marijuana smoked on college campuses than anywhere in the world. They do it regularly in the dormitory, and they smoke a joint. They pass it around. The other guy get a hit off the joint, right? You know how they do it. So therefore,
actually, I don't. But
you know how they do. They do that. I mean, you don't have to do it, but you know they do that. I mean, I've seen them do it. In the dorm, they take towels and put it on the door, so smoke won't get up under the door. Hey, I've seen they got wet towels. They put up down the door ledge, go in the room, about 10 of them, pass the joint around. Now, since suppose they got one with fentanyl on it, one guy might live, the other might die, then both might die. But you can't charge that student. But he didn't let with fentanyl. You'll never get to the dealer because that's the way it works. I mean, I'm serious. You know how it works. Hey, the bill does not specify dealer. It said dealer, be all right, but your bill don't say dealer.
So you have a group of kids using an illegal controlled substance.
They do it all the time.
Well, I didn't say. I'm just saying you've got children using an illegal controlled substance, and somebody laced that illegal substance with fentanyl, and it causes somebody's death.
They don't know it.
Nobody's going to tell you who brought the marijuana in.
Hey, nobody. Hey, you know what you?
They're going to cover for that person that killed.
You never. Real drug dealers, those rich guys in the damn bank. You know where those guys flying in from over the area. That's who flying in. These kids don't have no airplanes, helicopters to fly that stuff in. Well, it's irony, but your bill says drug dealer. I'm going to take a amendment. I hope somebody come to me and says drug dealer. But those, a low level, a person smoking marijuana is not the dealer. He just got. What happens is that they have no way of. They're not chemists. They have no way of measuring how much fentanyl will kill you. Fentanyl killed Michael Jackson. It killed Prince. Killed a whole lot of entertainers. Way before we got this dealing with fentanyl, they killed a lot of folks. So they didn't know how dangerous fentanyl. We know how dangerous it is, so we pass a law against fentanyl. But if you got a kid go get a bag of marijuana, it's so dangerous. Tell me, I was even talking about it the other day. It's so dangerous. They say a needle drop will kill you. So therefore, when they're mixing it, they don't know what they're mixing. So we need to do more programs. What we need to do is try to spend money on programs to get the kids from using this stuff. Let's get people off of drugs. That's what we need to do. Instead of trying to put them in jail longer. And I know about it because I tell you, told your friend, my brother died from overdose. I tell you right now. But that was a long time ago, before they had fentanyl. He died from an overdose, but he had for fentanyl. It's a mere fact that he wasn't a dealer. He a user. So you don't punish a user. You want to go after the one who doing it. But it tell you that out there, say you can put your hand in your pocket. You have fentanyl in there, you take it out, something in your pocket, it could kill you. All right, but let's go after that. Let's go after the dealer. Don't go after the user. We need to do more programs, try to find a way to stop them from using fentanyl, any kind of drug. That's what I would like to do.
I like to point out, I'm not going after the user. The user's dead. The user's already paid the ultimate price, like your brother. They're dead. I'm going after the person.
Some of them are dead. Some of them are not. Now,
well, if they don't die, then we don't have this.
When they passing that joint around, you know how you do. Bracey kind of misses himself. When they pass that joint around, one might take a deeper puff than the other guy. The guy took a deeper puff might be the one that kicked the bucket. But the guy who took a quick hit and passed it around might survive. So, but now you're gonna go after these. You're not getting the dealer. You getting the user. We all try to do more programs to get them off the drugs. We don't need to say we're gonna put you in jail for. You know what they call that? They call fentanyl. They call it the dirty.
The what?
They call it the dirty. You know that? They call it, man. All you gotta do is drive down the street sometime, roll your window down, and you tell me it's spoken the dirty. Well, it stinks like hell.
I mean, that's I just want to.
Where's Matt? Simpson?
Yeah.
Where?
They call it. They call it the dirty. I mean, they don't want that nice stuff. They want this what that's kicking. They tell me when you're taking drugs that you get that one big high, one time. And every time after you always say for that high all over again, you never get it, that you get the real strong stuff and to make it stronger. The drug dealer got to make it compete with the other drug dealer, right? So he got to make his better than the other guy. And that's why you drive down the street, you smell it. In some neighborhood, you can smell it. So therefore, what I'm trying to say is that if you want to go after the dealer, we need to try to come to some programs how to stop these kids, educate them about the use of drugs. Not try to find a way to put them in jail. Because you're going to put you're going to put the wrong person in jail. I mean, I'm for getting a drug dealer. Don't get these kids in the dormitory that you pointing at. They don't know that, but they're just buying the drug.
I don't think any of those kids go to jail, even though that young other kid paid the ultimate price and is dead and will never come back. His life is destroyed forever.
I'm going to give you them.
Their friends will live the guilt of killing their friend. I don't think we'll prove it. It's too hard to prove. If they get to live the rest of their life knowing they murdered their friend.
All right, let's just take a kid, don't worry. He goes out, buy him a $35 bag, okay? That's hypothetical. You buy him a $35 bag, brings it back to the dormitory, say, man, I got some good stuff here. That's what they're going to say. They all get in the room, and they start smoking the joint. All right, the kids don't know it's late for fentanyl or not. All they know is they're getting a good high, okay? One kid dies out of the group because he took a bigger puff than the other guy. So, but you go punish who you gonna punish? They don't know who he got it from. He got it from another student in the dormitory. So you gonna put that student in jail because he lived. John Doe died, or he took a bigger puff than the other guy. That's how ridiculous this bill is. That's what I'm trying to show you.
He's going to live with the guilt of killing his friend. Yeah. He's going to live with the guilt. See, you and I totally agree. We need to address the addiction problem, don't we?
That's what I'm trying to.
That's what we need to do.
Still
and we agree on that completely because this stuff will kill you, and if that doesn't get you off drugs, what will?
Well,
I mean, if you know that you're killing your friends, you're going to kill yourself. Don't you think you ought to quit?
Well,
I think that's a pretty good incentive.
If you hook good enough, you got that good high, you want to get that high again. In other words, what it's here to explain to me is that you get one good high, and you're always chasing that high behind that high you never get. So they're not scientists. When they start mixing these chemicals in, I tell you what, I bet Michael Jackson was here and took it in, and so is Prince. I mean, a lot of entertainers get the drugs themselves. They think they're getting some good stuff. They don't know they're getting something mixed with something gonna kill them because all they know is it makes them higher than before. Once you get that one high, they tell me you can never get it again. So they're always chasing that first high. So what I'm saying to you, since my man right there passed the fentanyl bill, he got an amendment I was saying, right? You have an amendment you gonna say accept?
Yeah, that's fine. If they're okay with it, I'm okay. You want to offer it?
Well, hey, will that amendment address the dealer? Will that amendment address the dealer? And if you specify that you put in as the dealer, I'm okay. Okay. Hey, I'm off amendment, Speaker.
Clerk, see the amendment.
Amendment to House Bill number 82 by Representative Rogers.
Representative Rogers, you're recognized.
It says, read it, it says if he knowingly sells it.
Sells, furnishes, gives it with knowingly. It adds the word knowingly.
Yeah. Add the word knowingly. In other words, it takes away the
You have to knowingly do it. Ladies and gentlemen, I consider this a friendly amendment, an agreed to amendment, and I ask you to please vote in favor of Mr. Rogers' amendment.
All right, I accept that. I take the recreational use out of it.
You heard the sponsor. It's a friendly amendment. It's agreed to by both parties. If you're wanting to speak on the amendment, leave your light on. If you want to pass amendment, turn it off. Question for the body is passage of the friendly amendment. Clerk will unlock the machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote, 104 ayes, 0 nays. The amendment has been adopted.
All right, thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Rogers.
All right, go ahead, you're saying.
Good job, John.
All right, all right.
I just wanted to say, today is history. There is a God. John Rogers got an amendment passed. Oh, my God.
Am I good or what?
Oh, won't he do it?
Chair recognizes a gentleman from Tuscaloosa, representing England.
I support you, brother.
All right. Sorry about that. What did we just do? We had it knowingly.
Yeah, it changes it to you knowingly sells, furnishes, or gives away or delivers knowingly. It was the wording asked for by the minority leader of the House.
Okay.
And I agreed to it.
I'll leave that alone. I will say this though, if you've got two people who are, if you got two people that are using drugs together, okay, and one knowingly gives somebody else another drug, right?
Illegal controlled substance, yes.
Okay. And you're not a drug dealer, y'all are just using drugs together. If that person that you're using drugs with overdoses, what are you going to do?
Well, you knowingly gave your friend an illegal controlled substance.
Oftentimes people use drugs together.
Well, you knowingly gave that person an illegal controlled substance, and you kill that person, and you don't think there should be any consequences because that person has now lost their life?
Well, because my point is, let me tell you what's going to happen. If you and I are using any illegal substance together, right? And you start showing signs of overdosing, potentially dying, what do you think I'm going to do?
You're probably going to die too because you took the same illegal drug as I did.
That's not how this works. Because unfortunately, when two people use drugs together, oftentimes one person survives and one person doesn't. So it happens a lot. What I'm going to end up doing, I'm just going to leave you. I'm going to walk away. Because beforehand, if I was just possessing an illegal substance, we created actually, Good Samaritan laws that protect somebody who's just using. So if you call law enforcement to come and help somebody, or you call emergency personnel to come and help somebody that just overdosed, we're not going to charge you with possession of the controlled substance because you saved a life. You called somebody to have the Narcan brought in or something like that to save somebody who overdosed. But if you can charge that same person with manslaughter or potentially murder, I'm not calling anybody. I'm going to let you die.
And you're the last person in the world I want to protect. If you're willing to get up and give your friend illegal drugs, walk away from him while they're in the dire need, and you're going to get up and leave them just to die to save your own hide, I think you're the classic person that needs to go to jail.
And see, this is precisely why, and I'm glad you said that, because this is precisely why we don't have a clue how to deal with people who are using and abusing a substance. Because you understand, just like everybody else does, when you're under the influence of a substance, you do things that you don't normally do, which is why we try over the course of the last few years, especially here in Alabama. This is not something unique to the rest of the country. In Alabama, we've done the best that we could do to try to deal with those who are in the throes of an addiction issue. And obviously, people who are in the throes of an addiction issue do things like steal. They abuse drugs. They use drugs with other people with no intent to harm that person because they're taking the same substance themselves. So, no, actually, the last place you want to put somebody who's got an addiction problem is in prison. Because guess what you do? You multiply the problem. So the likelihood of what the practical implication of your bill will do is incarcerate more people addicted to substances, and also make it less likely that that person seeks help when they need it the most. And maybe that's your intent. Maybe you don't want people calling the police in the event that somebody near them gets sick.
Didn't you just say we had Good Samaritan laws? If they made an attempt to save their life, they don't get a Good Samaritan pass?
Not anymore, because your bill would make that person a murderer or a manslaughter, or guilty or convictable of manslaughter. So no, that completely unravels the Good Samaritan component of that. Completely
They
does.
weren't acting as a Good Samaritan when they gave an illegal drug to their friend that caused their death.
But
I don't see how you can.
But also, and that's also the reason why we don't have a clue on how to treat people who are addicted to substances, because you're automatically assuming that somebody who's abusing a drug is a bad person.
Yeah, that's the reason we put knowingly, not recklessly. We changed the definition to knowingly.
Actually, we didn't, and I will explain to you if you'd like. But again, I'm not going to go into that. Everybody agree to that amendment? Fine. But I will say this, that if I'm the person that handed you the drug, I knowingly did that. That doesn't change what just happened. Anyway, nonetheless, the reason why we have such an issue with dealing with those who are addicted to substances is because we overcriminalize them. And so what essentially is going to happen in this situation are we're not talking about drug dealers, because most drug use doesn't occur in front of the drug dealer. The person buys it, goes back to other people, and they use it together. If I, who purchased drugs for you, turn around and hand you a substance that you asked me to give you, and that substance kills you, two people who are addicted to substances are less likely to seek help, but also don't have any intent to kill somebody, and end up charged as somebody who's not only in possession of an illegal substance now, but also now somebody who's been convicted of manslaughter.
Yeah, because they killed somebody.
Actually, they didn't. That's the whole point of manslaughter. I'm not trying to. It's reckless. What the language that you added doesn't change the reckless intent required for the ultimate result. But anyway, nonetheless, I'm just saying This one's, the wheels are greased, the track is gone, the train has left the station. The only thing now is hitting your buttons to get it to its potential destination. But ultimately what's going to happen is somebody who's got a drug offense, who's addicted to drugs, will not only be charged with possession of a controlled substance, but also manslaughter, even though they were both using the drug together. That's
because the other one's dead.
Well, yeah. Yes.
So one's dead and the other one will go to jail.
That's exactly
So
right.
both are going to pay the penalty for using an illegal drug.
That's exactly right. And guess what's not going to happen? They're not going to get treatment. Also, now that in the event that that person is convicted of manslaughter, again, somebody who didn't try in their heart of hearts to kill somebody, they were using drugs together, they're not going to get good time either. So they're going to basically sit in prison for a very long time because they got a drug offense.
That killed somebody.
That's what happens when you use drugs. Isn't that what you just said?
Yeah,
I mean,
when you use
that's
drugs,
when they use drugs.
people die.
And the sad thing is, you think that's a deterrent. That's the horrible thing about this whole conversation. You think a drug, somebody who's addicted to drugs and using that substance, this is going to deter them from that substance abuse versus actually getting them help for it, which is just going to perpetuate the problem that we've already got, that's got us in court, overcrowded drugs, and a correction system that doesn't work. But congrats.
Thank you.
Gentleman's time has expired. Question for the body now is final passage as amended of HB 82. Clerk will unlock the machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the votes, 88 ayes, 11 noes. HB 82 has passed.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I appreciate your support.
Clerk, call next bill.
On page 3 of the calendar, House Bill number 48 by Representative Hill relating to municipalities.
Chairman Hill, you're recognized.
Thank you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, cities have a number of different ways that they annex property. Generally, it is by mutual consent of those people who are contiguous to a city, but they also annex property by votes, by drawing district lines. We actually do it here in the legislature. We can annex property into cities. So what the League of Municipalities has asked me to do is carry a bill that goes back to the last time that they validated every annexation in the state of Alabama and validate those annexations so that they are at this point in time free from any collateral challenge. Cities have already annexed this property. They are zoning it. They're subdividing it. They are applying their rules and regulations in it. They are collecting taxes within that, what they consider to be their corporate limits. And what the league is asking us to do is validate that. With that understanding, I would ask for the BIR.
Sure, recognize the lady from Jefferson, Representative Cavan. While she's humming down here, we're going to recognize some guests. Lee County Farmers Federation Women's Leadership, guest of the Lee County delegation. Also, we got Faulkner University physical therapist, guest of Parker Moore and Philip Insler.
I think I heard you clearly. I'm real funny about annexations. Doesn't matter who bring them, no matter what they're for, because one of my first pieces of legislation that I got baptized by real fire down here was an annexation. But one of my good cities, and it was a true learning experience for me. So let me just make sure I understand what you're saying. So it's almost as if you're gonna grandfather I want to be clear about that.
All right.
Those previous annexations in, and now y'all, when I come up here, I come up here again for a reason, because let me tell you something that contribute. Annexations are very tricky. Just depends on where you are, and you want to make sure you know as much about an annexation, because sometimes your people or the folks that the mayors, God bless them, I love them, will have you up a creek. And if I weren't in the session, I would tell you what kind of creek it was. So I'm just asking for my consumption. I've had the mayor of Hoover call me a few weeks ago, and we had a very extended conversation because of an annex he's trying to do. And I educated him on some things that he didn't even know. And we've since spoken, and he really appreciated the knowledge that I gave him. But if you would just tell me what this does.
Sure. This is not annexing any piece of property at all. What this is saying is that if a city has in fact annexed property, and even if part of that annexation was defective, whether it be the publication, whether it be the whatever, and the city is acting as if that property is annexed into the city, then what this would do is validate and ratify that annexation, so that the city that in good faith went forward with the annexation can continue to utilize and treat that property as it is annexed into the city.
Okay, so it would be deemed property of the city.
It would be deemed
even with
a part of the city, an annexed part of the city. It would be within the city limits.
In the city jurisdiction.
Well, within the city limits, actually.
Jurisdiction, okay.
Police jurisdiction can extend outside the city.
Yeah, it could extend, but either way it goes, it would be within the city limits and boundary. Okay, let's just say this, within the boundary lines of the city.
I agree.
We'll just keep it simple.
No, I agree. That's correct.
So, and you're saying that even if there was some type of defect, maybe in the processing of it, but now what if the land, however, was deemed to not be contiguous? Because that's always a sticking point when you're doing annexations.
And the only way a property can be annexed into the city and not be contiguous is if it is done by legislative annexation.
I got that. I'm very familiar. I just told you I got baptized by fire with the legislative annexation. It was very, very, very intense. And then when I worked for Richard Arrington in capital projects and development, in the mayor's office, that was part of my responsibility. So I did a lot of annexations for the city of Birmingham through the mayor's office. So I'm not an expert, but I'm close to it. Okay. With regards to annexations. But I just wanted to be clear as to what I was hearing from you. But I do have a concern, and it's going to pass out. I just have a concern that we would, if there was a defect of some sort, regardless of what it is, that there's no opportunity because what we're basically saying is that if there's no opportunity to cure, if the defect or whatever cause came about, we would automatically allow for that city, because they thought they had gone through the process to be able to say or lay claims to that piece of land or tract of land or property, that land within their boundary lines of their municipal boundary. There's no it almost seems as if there's a recourse. So is there a period of time that city could have maybe gone through the annexation process, or what? Because that means a property owner who may not, say it could be from out of town, they come back home, they move back home. I've had annexations where I got one municipality right now that's in the Forestdale community. Every bit of land in the county sits around it, but dead in the center, I still don't know how it happened. There's one house in the center, down, not on the outskirts or around it, but sits that the city of Birmingham has to send a garbage truck and provide all city services in the heart of a community in a community now with houses nestled around it for one house. So I guess I'm just trying to make sure that I don't like to do anything that there's not recourse for somebody.
There would be recourse up to the point in time that this is passed. Now, here's the deal. If you felt like your property had been annexed improperly, then you absolutely would have a recourse to challenge. What this does is it cuts off that ability to challenge from this point forward. But it's not retroactive.
But it's not retroactive, but it's from this point forward. So even in the future, though, and that's the thing that gives me pause with this, is that even in the future, a property owner, because and you saw with your bill, the bill everybody was going crazy over from last year when the prison release, whatever your bill from 2015. Everybody's not going to know the law. And I know the ignorance of the law, you've said it 100 times probably in your courtroom, is no defense. We know that. That's an old adage, you know. Judge J. Richmond Pearson, one of the best jurists ever to walk the face of the earth, would always talk about Lady Justice and, of course, in the blindfold. And unfortunately, there are people who are not as astute to the laws in the language in the law, that's a part of life. So I just hate that we're taking away of the right of recourse or sense of what I consider some degree of due process for these owners. If it could have been mama, daddy, brother, sister down the line, something happened. And then when we pass this legislation, those individuals will not have a right of recourse should there have been an annexation that had some degree of defect in it. And, you know, again, when I come here, I'm just speaking to my people because I know I'm going to get some calls on this because I do have a fan base out there that listens to me, and they'll give me a call on it. But I do want them to understand the undertaking of this bill, just as I said to the media on your bill when they called me, the one when the inmates were being released a few weeks back. You know, we just have to educate our people, more importantly. Can't run from the things that we do down here at this well. We have to just be open and tell the people this is what the legislation does. And basically what this legislation does is that it does take a right away to an extent, because we can't make it, it's not retroactive, of course, but moving forward, there would be no recourse, and that property would automatically go into the coffers of the city as it relates to the land.
And I would agree with that. However, by the same token, those individuals have never complained. They did have that right, and they did not exercise it. So this just foreclosed. It's like a statute of limitations.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But either way it goes, there are people sometimes with situations that may not have known. They could have become aware of. They could have inherited property. You know, we gain property from so many different ways, So it could be through inheritance or a bequeath of some sort, through an estate or what have you. So I don't think that's a fair assumption, but I do want to come back and finish this lively discussion.
Chair recognizes the lady from Tuscaloosa, Representative Almond.
Yes, ma'am.
Judge Hill, I just wanted to come up here and say thank you for bringing this bill. Appreciate it. I'm going to support it.
Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate it.
Chair recognizes the lady from Madison, Representative Hall.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentleman yield?
Certainly, Ms. Hall.
Could you help me to understand, what are we fixing?
Cities annex.
I'm sorry?
Cities annex property, and they bring them within their corporate limits. What this does is any annexation that is heretofore taken place is deemed to be valid. Consequently, the city, and the cities, by the way, are treating it as valid right now. What this does is it precludes a collateral attack from property that has heretofore been annexed into the city. So you're from Huntsville.
Stop right there.
Yes, ma'am.
Give me an example. Something obviously has happened to cause us to be doing this at this time.
The League of Municipalities does this about every 10 years.
Really. But see, the reason I say that, if you look and go back to the back page, page 2, and I start at line 33, this section shall not apply to any annexation, which is what you're saying, that's been held invalid by the Supreme Court of Alabama or the Court of Circuit Appeal of Alabama or by final judgment of a circuit court in the county.
Heretofore.
So all of these,
Yes,
yes.
ma'am, heretofore. So here's the deal. If you have property and cities can do this different ways. You know, some cities draw lines and call for annexation elections and that it has to have, I don't remember all of the procedures, ma'am, but it's like a certain percentage of the owners, a certain percentage of the land, you know, and they can call these annexations. All right. If that's done, if you are within that area, if you're caught within that annexation, you have an ability to challenge.
Okay.
All right. If you have done that and the court has set that aside and said, yes, ma'am, you do not annex. You are not annexed into the city. This
Okay.
does not pull you in. What this does is that there has been no challenge to that annexation. There has been no court ruling on that annexation. And what we're doing in the legislature is simply, it's like a statute of limitations. We're saying that if you haven't challenged it by now, then you're just not going to get to challenge it. It's going to be within the city, and the city is going to be able to exercise their corporate, their municipal authority over that parcel of property.
So recently in Huntsville, there's a family that says a certain part of a university belongs, it's a black family, belongs in their family, been annexed. I'm just saying. And so I know this is probably far-fetched, but it just brought to mind how many times actions like this may be taken and property may be annexed without the families or individuals being aware.
Being what?
Being aware that is happening. And so if they are not aware that they've been annexed in, what you're saying is, I was looking for what would be their option.
Their option would have been to challenge it at the point in time of the annexation, which they could do. But Ms. Hall, the fact that you don't want to be annexed, there are some cities, I know Birmingham, I truly don't know about Huntsville, you know, because of its size, but there are some cities that the code sections allow them to draw annexation lines and call that within that, you know, within that geographic boundary.
Huntsville does.
Okay, and I don't doubt that because you're a big city. And you are within that geographical boundary, and that annexation passes so that they're all pulled in. Now they do it for a couple of reasons. What Ms. Cavan just talked about a minute ago was like the island in the middle of the city. Nobody wants that. Nobody wants that, because if you got the island in the middle of the city, then that island may not have any kind of services. So if you pull that whole area into an annexation, then the city must service that area, but the city also gets to tax, they get to zone, they get to have all of their rules and regulations applicable to that annexed area. So I guess in a place like Huntsville or Birmingham, there are notice requirements, there's election call. I guess it's possible that you not know, but I think it would be a rare event indeed that somebody didn't know that their property potentially was going to be annexed into a city.
Well, and you're probably right. I could think of air property where individuals own property and they're not in the area. And when they do find out, I could see where that would happen. But it just caught my attention, said that this wouldn't apply to any annexation or attempt within the effective date of the act that have been held invalid by Supreme Court or the Court of Criminal Appeals or by final judgment.
Okay, so if the city made an effort to annex, and if the property owner challenged the annexation, and if a court said this annexation is invalid, then this bill does not validate that annexation.
I think that answers my question.
You okay?
I think I am. I was, as
Hall,
I started out with my main question, it goes back to my main, what are we fixing?
We are fixing the fact that cities are in fact exercising corporate or municipal jurisdiction within this area, and all we're saying in here is that they're allowed to do that because they're in fact doing it now.
And the other part of that, you said this is a process that occurs every 10 years by the leagues of...
The league told me that they asked me to carry this bill, and they said we do this periodically, about every 10 years, just to simply validate everything that has heretofore been done in the area of annexation, all over the state.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Chair thanks the lady. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Montgomery, Representative Ingram.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentleman yield.
Yes, sir.
This bill came through our committee. I think it's a great bill, and I appreciate you bringing it. And I think it was unanimous when it came out of the committee.
Yes, sir, it did.
Thank you,
Appreciate
Mr.
it.
Speaker.
Question for the body now is adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 102 ayes, 0 nays. BIR has been adopted. Chairman Hill.
And I would ask for final passage.
Chair, you recognize the lady from Calhoun, Dr. Boyd.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, for the recognition. Do you yield?
Certainly.
I'm real perplexed about this. I believe the gentle lady before me said she was baptized by fire. I was too, with one of these in one of my counties. And you might start smiling because when I start asking you questions, you're going to realize in one of my areas, we had a piece of property annexed in by the mayor and the group. It caused a whole lot of confusion in a committee, and there are people sitting in here because it was done illegally, and that's a thing that we're still having. What you're doing now, I understand the league would go along with it because of the fact, in a sense, it's protection for some things that have happened before. Are you aware, and I won't call the county, of one person in a county who had served previously in here who wanted to annex just his part, which was 3 houses, into, I guess, the city. That did not pass. That mayor still has conflicts with me and other people in here because he cannot annex and do what he wants to do. Would you assure me that what you are doing is not going to help on one side and hinder, and you know, you sit up there, you're looking at me dead in the eye, and you know why I'm asking this question, don't you?
And yes, ma'am, what this does is if the city has annexed property through a process that is legal, through a statutory process, and they somehow did something inadvertently wrong, but nevertheless with the intent to annex, this property would stay or would be not subject to challenge, to collateral challenge, and would be considered part of the municipal corporate limits of the city.
That's the problem that I have, that I'm really confused when you say that it could not be challenged. That is the part. This gentleman walking up here by me knows exactly what I'm talking about.
The league of municipalities, he said this is to validate for bond issues every 5 years. And he says it's fine. What about Lincoln? That's what the league says. You do your thing.
Thank you. I just got the message I needed to hear about a certain thing. I'm fine. I'm fine now. Thank you
Yes,
for the
ma'am.
recognition.
Dr. Boyd.
Thank you, Dr. Boyd. Chair, we recognize the lady from Mobile, Representative Drummond.
That's okay, Mr. Drummond. I just got to lean a different
Thank you, Mr.
direction.
Speaker. Will the gentleman yield?
Yes, ma'am.
Sir, I guess I was out of the chamber for a minute, so I want to, I guess I want you to go over what are we trying to fix, and then also I'm gonna pick up where Ms. Hall picked up. I was reading in the bill early on page 36. So can you just tell me what are we trying to fix?
What we're trying to do is ensure that all annexations that have taken place, and like I said, the league tells me they do this about every 10 years, that have taken place up to this point in time are validated and ratified so that there can be no collateral attack. Now, Ms. Boyd, if they've already been attacked and they've already been invalidated, then they're not annexed.
But do they still have an option to go take that to Supreme Court and all those others that are listed in the bill, or will it just totally?
No, ma'am. If that has been invalidated, then that annexation is over. It is not annexed.
Okay. Now let me ask you
But
another
they could
question.
re-annex if they wanted to. But
They can what? Re-annex them?
They could petition for annexation if they chose to do so. But what this is saying is if the city has made a good faith effort to annex, and the city has annexed, and the city is treating that property as if it is within the city, then what this bill says is it is in fact within the city.
Okay.
So if you're going to collaterally attack an annexation, you need to do it at the point in time that it's done. You don't need to do it 20 years down the road.
Okay.
To annex, to collaterally attack, it's like a statute of limitations. Just stops it. It just stops it. It helps the cities. It helps all you cities.
One other clarification for me is I heard you talking about in that you said they would still have planning and all those other roles or duties that they can still do, right?
Because it's within the city, yes.
And does it have any effect on the police jurisdiction at all in that annexation? Okay, thank you.
Chair thanks the lady. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Clark, Representative Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thanks for the recognition. I would like to ask the gentleman who would yield. As we.
Does that work? But it is. It's just a validation. Okay. All right, Mr. Rogers, I got you. Go ahead. I've now gotten my instructions from the.
Well, give us your instructions. I may have to ask any more questions.
Here's what Mr. Rogers said, and this makes sense to me. This is nothing in the, a lot of things he says make sense to me. Now, y'all don't start on me. I like John. A lot of what this is doing is validating the actions that have heretofore been taken by the city to annex property. So it's a validation.
Okay. Now, what if, citizens in that city don't want to be, in that town or community don't want to be annexed?
Then they should have collaterally attacked it at the point in time that it was done.
Well, what if the city does not have public hearings notifying the community of this?
Most annexations are done by unanimous consent of the individuals being annexed. So what this is, again, all I'm telling you, this is validating that which the city has in good faith done.
Well, I know a city did that and community still upset about it because I told them they should have been notified that they're going to be annexed into the city, and public hearings should have been done to hear their disapproval or approval of that annexation, and that did not occur. And so I'm still in awe about it. Some cities have to do it, some don't do it, and we need some uniformity there. I'm not against your bill. I'm for it.
I understand, and I'm not fussing with you, except that there are different, depending on what size city you have, there are different rules.
Okay.
I mean, hey, by the way, this legislature drew up those rules.
I know that, and that's why I was there standing up for those constituents of mine, because the rules was not adhered to. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Thank you, gentlemen. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Mobile, Mayor Jones.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the recognition.
Yes, sir, Mr. Mayor.
Gentlemen, you.
Sure, Mayor.
I'm familiar with your bill.
I knew you, Mayor, you probably annexed more property than most of us.
Well, one of the things that I wanted to mention to you, and I noticed the league back bill, and I understand that. You're right. When someone is annexed into the city, then the city has the responsibility they collect their taxes and they do all the other things. I was sitting there thinking that what if the city doesn't provide them the level of city services that they provide everyone else?
You know, cities, as you know, Mayor, cities have a duty.
Yeah.
That duty, I mean, basically, it's basically most city duties revolve around things like public safety, public health, those types of broad general categories. So you're talking about police and fire and garbage pickup and street and sanitation services, and these are I get you say the city does not do it, then I would say that falls back to the responsibility of the mayor. And most of our cities now have single member districts. So that district certainly should have someone whose responsibility it is to see that their district gets their fair share.
I just wanted to raise the issue that in some cases, that's not the case, because cities are already overloaded with some of the area they have, trying to bring those up to standards. And usually when people vote to annex, they vote to improve the conditions of the area they're in. And in some cases, they wound up waiting 10, 15 years to get really any real additional services, like infrastructure services and things of that nature, because normally got open ditches, pavement and drainage, and all of that is an issue. And if you would you please convey to the League of Municipalities that we ought to be as diligent about what the people get as we are about what the city gets.
I got you, Mayor. I understand. That's why we elect city officials.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair recognizes the lady from Jefferson, Representative Van.
I don't know, I was thinking as I was listening to some of the conversation. And I don't know, and I know the years typically that run with regards to adverse possession, I think it's 20 or 21 years or what have you. That was in from my property days. Because to me, if we're not allowing, or it is creating, I guess, somewhat of a statute of limitation, I just have problems anytime someone doesn't have a recourse, especially when there's a property right involved. And I understand statutes of limitation that vary from subject matter to subject matter. But in this instance, you know, I guess I would have liked to have seen that if a claim or what have you has not been noticed to the municipality at a certain period of time, then, you know, that's fine. But to just say that someone can just, you know, if they've gone through the process, I just still have a concern. Other than that, that's my only issue with the legislation, that we would basically just say that a city can annex property, and if there's a defect, that there's really no right to cure, because what you're saying now, and that's basically what this bill says, there's no right to cure. So if I annex, after this bill is passed, say I do an annexation, the bill passes, I don't know if it's the governor signs it within 30 days, 90 days of the law, or it's execution, whenever. I guess if I annex, say January 1 of next year, or someone has annexed my property, there's a defect, I give notice to the municipality, then nothing. Am I correct?
If your property was annexed, if property is annexed in January of
I'm just using
2024, then this bill would not have any effect on that.
Okay, so when will it have effect?
When we pass another one like this that validates anything that has been done within that gap and period of time.
So if I annex in January and I realize in before December, I'm just using that, before December of that year, and there's been a defect that has been noticed by me, and I reach out to that municipality, do I have recourse?
If there's a defect in the annexation prior to this type of validation, then yes, there would be recourse.
So
it could be challenged.
It could be, that's right, it could be prior to.
It's a court challenge.
It's a court, I got that. So I mean, you and I both know that everybody's calling me now. So you're saying, okay, and when you say prior to this, they would have recourse against the municipality.
After anything done after this, they would. Anything that had been done before this bill would validate all those annexations so that the city could continue to provide the services that they are providing at this point in time in those cities.
So anything done previous to this, so if I did an annexation 5 years ago, or if I did one 2 days ago, then this proves its validation, or then there's no recourse. once this bill passes?
Once this bill passes, it validates anything that's heretofore been done.
Okay. Okay. That is, I mean, it's still the same thing. Like I said, outside of that, I don't have a problem with the legislation, but I just believe that I wish that we would have said annexation 3 years prior to, or maybe 2020 till up to the, instead of just saying, so that could have been an annexation from 50 years ago, 5 years ago, 2 years ago, 2 days ago, 1 month ago. Again, annexations give me great concern. I understand what you're trying to do here. And other than just trying to get the clarity to make sure folks know what this bill, what this legislation entails. And I think I have that now. Because folks are texting me about something else not germane to this bill. So, all right, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Chair thanks the lady. Question for the body is final passage of HB 48. Clerk will unlock the machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Recorded votes 102 ayes, 0 nays. HB 48 has passed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Clerk, call next bill.
On page 33 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 108 by Senator Coleman Madison relating to public contracts.
Chairman Ellis, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the recognition. Members, Senate Bill 108 is the exact version of House Bill 51 that we've already passed out of this body this year. It's, you'll know it is a competitive bid law, which the main thing it does is up the threshold from $15,000 to $30,000. In the interest of your time, I will call for the BIR.
Next question for the body is adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Recorded vote 100 ayes, 0 nays.
What are you doing?
BR has been adopted. Chairman Ellis.
If no further question, I'll call for final passage.
That is question is final passage of SB 108. Clerk will unlock the machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machines. Record the vote 105 ayes, 0 nays. SB 108 has passed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, members.
Clerk, call next bill.
On page 7 of the calendar, House Bill number 76 with substitute by Representative Simpson relating to crimes and offenses.
Chairman Simpson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the recognition. What this bill would do after the substitute is it adds grandparents, step-grandparents, grandchildren, and step-grandchildren as the potential to be victims of domestic violence. This bill stemmed out of a case in Daphne where a gentleman was attacking his grandparents. He broke in the door. They could not charge him with domestic violence because grandparents are not listed as the victims of domestic violence. He was arrested for criminal mischief, bonded out immediately, went back to that home and killed both grandparents and 2 of their friends, so a quadruple homicide. If this law would have been in place, they would have been able to put a no contact provision to prevent him from being able to go to that home. So with that, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Speaker, I apologize. Mr. Speaker, I ask for the BIR.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Shelby, Representative Mooney.
Thank you, sir. Representative Simpson, we haven't talked about this, so this is off the cuff, but we just had 2 sheriffs shot in Shelby County trying to deal with a person coming in to his parents' home and being destructive and possibly stealing or whatever. He had been So I've been told, I don't know it for sure, but I've been told he was abusive to his parents. This type thing is needed because elderly people, elder abuse is a huge deal. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Clark, Representative Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative, could you explain that once again about if we had had this in place, this wouldn't have happened?
If we had had this in place, it would have had the opportunity for the police to charge them with domestic violence, which could include holds where you have to, the cool off period in prison. It would have the opportunity to have no contact provisions, so they can't go there, for lack of a better term, a restraining order. They can't go back to that home. It allows the grandparents to have protections.
So what we're doing is including the grandparents and step grandparents?
The original bill still included grandparents. After working with the committee, now it includes step grandparents, and we included grandchildren and step grandchildren, because if the attacker is a grandfather, and they attack a grandchild, we can charge them with domestic violence, much like a parent and a child.
Well, I thought the law said 24 hours if you're charged with a domestic altercation. You have to stay locked up 24 hours before.
There's a hold requirement that you would have.
But this guy got out within several hours after he was shot?
He got out almost immediately in Daphne and went back to that because grandparents weren't included. They could not charge him.
Oh wow! Definitely need this. But if the person has in mind of killing, that might not would have stopped him, but he wouldn't have got out that day to do it.
Right.
Thank you so much for the speak.
Thank you.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Tuscaloosa, Representative England.
Thank you for recognition. Will the gentleman yield?
Yes, sir.
No, I think to kind of further the point you were making earlier, over the years, I think everybody's aware of the fact that in domestic violence situations, you can make warrantless arrests. So that means a police officer goes to a scene, and even though they didn't see what happened, they can use evidence from injury, statements, and so forth to make arrests. So they don't necessarily have to see the incident. But one of the things that your bill points out is that if a police officer responds to a scene of a domestic violence and has clear evidence that two non-related but not blood-related, potentially step-parents or grandparents, goes to the scene, sees the evidence, sees that a grandparent may have assaulted a grandchild or a grandchild may have assaulted a grandparent, and just because of the nature of the relationship, they couldn't make the arrest. They'd have to walk away from it because they didn't see it. Right. So what your bill does would allow the officer to go on the scene, conduct the investigation, and include that relationship in the ability to arrest without a warrant.
Right.
And I think that's a big deal. And also, in the event that the victim in the case is not in a covert relationship, they'd have to go get a warrant themselves. There is no cooling off period there. So the bill makes sense. The implications of it actually, they make real sense in the sense that when we're on the scene and we need to separate parties for an extended period of time, it gives law enforcement the ability to go to that scene and expands those covert relationships so they can actually, separate those parties if necessary. This is one of those bills that actually could prevent a very tragic situation from happening. So I commend you for it. Thank you for bringing it.
Thank you for your support.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Question for the body now is passage of the BRR. Clerk will unlock the machine and record the votes. Clerk will lock the machine and record the votes. 105 ayes, 0 nays. The BR has passed. Chairman Simpson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There was a committee amendment that was put on. The original bill just listed grandparents. The committee amendment adds step grandparents, grandchild, and step grandchild, and it made sure that it put it in all the language where domestic violence is used throughout the code.
You've heard the sponsor's explanation of the committee amendment. Clerk will unlock the machines. Members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the vote 105 ayes, 0 nays. The committee amendment has passed.
Mr. Speaker, if there are no further questions, I ask for final passage.
That is question is final passage of HB 76 as amended. Clerk will unlock machines. Members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the vote 105 ayes, 0 nays. HB 76 has passed. Clerk, call next bill.
On page 6 of the calendar, House Bill number 4 with substitute by Representative Chestnut relating to labor and employment.
Representative Chestnut, you are recognized.
Thank you, Speaker. This bill is just a simple bill. It deals with prohibiting the microchipping of employees by employers. So if there are no questions, I'd like to ask for the BIR.
Chair recognizes gentleman from Shelby, Representative Pascal.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. Representative Chestnut, how you doing?
Doing fine.
You pre-filed this bill, is that correct?
I did.
And when you pre-filed that bill, I had a chance to sit down and read it, and it's a good bill in the format in which you filed it. So I just want to come down and let you know I appreciate you filing this bill. However, there's a committee amendment that was placed on the bill. I have a resolution fixed for that, but I just want to have a dialogue with you for a few minutes. I know there's different procedures we can take to remove amendments from the bill, from the substitute and so far, but first of all, I just want to say I appreciate your bill as you introduced it. I think that's an awesome bill. I do have an issue with the amendment. And as far as procedure-wise, I'm still learning about how these things operate here. Normally, the next step, once you pass the BIR, you would motion to pass the substitute. Is that correct?
No, I'm actually going to, my plan is to table the substitute at the appropriate time.
Okay, all right. With
so
that,
we can return the bill back to its pre-file stage.
Okay, all right. I look forward to you doing that. And once you do it, I'll definitely, you have my 100% support.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair, thanks the gentleman. Chair recognizes lady from Madison, Representative Hall.
Huh?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the gentleman yield? Help me to understand this bill. Now, I understand that what I have before me, so I want to say to staff, thank you so much for making sure that I have the copies with all of the red, yellow, and blue information. That makes life a lot easier for me. Then I just hear from the sponsor of this bill that we're going to table the substitute and go back to the original bill. Is that what I heard from you?
Yes, that's my
I don't
plan.
have that in front of me, so let me see what I'm doing. Help me to understand, number one, what we're doing. And I need your, the original bill. But tell me, would you help me to understand what we are doing as it relates to,
okay.
What is the intent?
Okay, so the intent is, so as you know, I'm a avid, I read a lot. And one of the things that I came across that concerned me was this seems like a push in certain areas to microchip people and in some places in the workplace. And it's really catching on in Europe. And it's also going on in the United States. Haven't found in a particular situation in Alabama, but did find a situation in Wisconsin where that was going on at a tech company.
So would you explain to me, so what does that process look like?
So what I'm doing is saying, look, if somebody wants to voluntarily do it, like get microchip, which is, it's like a small little grain they inject it into your hand. You can get in and out, access, just like we do with this, but it's in your hand. And what I wanted to do was to stop companies from being able to compel or to tie benefits to something that people may not want to do, because that is everyone's personal bodily integrity, right? And then there are also people who would be conscientious religious observers who might not want to do that. Some people might not want to do it for health reasons. So I wanted to make sure that people were not compelled, that we as a state prohibited that kind of behavior, because I don't think that has a place in labor and employment.
I agree with you. My question was back, one, is it happening in Alabama?
I don't have any cited evidence that is happening in Alabama.
And you mentioned one state where it is happening?
Wisconsin.
Mm-hmm. And what has been the response to, was legislation passed? Wisconsin to allow that?
I think Wisconsin came back and passed some legislation after the fact. The state of Nevada has passed legislation.
Is it in support of or in opposition to?
To prohibit.
To prohibit, okay.
Yes, and Nevada has probably the strictest one. And I think there's a few other states. I think Arkansas is another state that that prohibited it. Yeah. So I didn't know at first, but I started researching to see if there were any other states that did this, and I did find a few.
And the intent of this bill mainly is just to ensure that an individual that is employed by any company in the state of Alabama, that they would not be required to have a microchip placed in their body. So the substitute, what happened between the original bill and the substitute, I guess is my name.
Okay, so when we went to committee, a substitute was put on to be able to microchip inmates who were in the criminal justice system.
Really?
Yes. And
who came with never mind.
Yeah, and so it went through, it was sub. I tried to do a little work for a couple of weeks, and I was able to get in touch with Mr. Ward, who's now over pardon and parole, and he assured me that it wasn't something that he wanted to do. He felt like their surveillance they have now is good enough, and so we worked that out to get it to say that he would be okay with us taking it.
Are you saying, but was it original? Did it originally come from pardons and parole, the suggestion?
I'm not sure if it did or not, but I was told when I did reach out to pardon and paroles that pardon and parole doesn't want it.
Right. What anything other than removing the amendment for pardons and parole? Any other changes?
That was the only one. And, and my concern is I wouldn't want it to be on inmates, because then at some point it's going to probably work its way up to us. And so, I mean, so I think we have to be, as a society, we have to be careful and say what we will tolerate and accept and what we want. And I think part of the reason why we're in the fix we're in right now is because we don't set any standards.
Oh, I agree. I mean, you don't get an argument from me, and I agree. And it's hard to even imagine. But then when I think about some of the things that we do, I can see why an individual feels like that those individuals that are serving in our corrections department should be microchipped. You know, I'd say if we want to microchip them, why not everybody else that sits in this room? You know, if you're really serious about it. But I wanted to say thank you for thinking ahead as it relates to what that possibility, what that looks like for us. And, you know, when we start coming up with new ideas and people aren't clear on exactly what those ideas in terms of how they impact us, it tends to be people that look like me and you that get the impact the greatest, because all of that information is shared. And we also have some challenges even without the chips. So I want to commend you for your forward thinking. And I think that takes care of all of my concerns or questions. I'll go back and look at the bill as it was originally presented. Thank you.
Okay, and I thank you so much because you always keep the rest of us apprised of all these amendments and these changes. And so thank you for doing what you do in your service.
Chair thanks the lady. Chair recognizes gentleman from Ballman, Chairman Simpson.
Thank you for the recognition, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentleman yield?
Yes.
I just wanted to come talk to you about the tabling of the amendment from the committee that came through. This was a discussion, and I think you and I and other members of the Judiciary Committee would agree that this kind of derailed a little bit and went into a lot of hypotheticals and theories. The amendment that the committee put on went into whether or not potentially pardons and paroles could, if they decided to do anything like that. And I just wanted to come to you and let you know that I fully support your move to table the amendment from the committee. I've talked with other members of the committee. There's no committee lines drawn to say, no, you went against us on this. And I fully support your bill with tabling the committee.
Thank you.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Clark, Representative Jackson, be the fourth person to speak on the BIR.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, brother, for bringing the bill. Let me ask the question. As you was explaining states and that has taken on this possibilities of microchipping their employers, were those states they forcing this without consent, mandating it, and this is why you bringing this here?
Now, the one that I was talking about specifically in Wisconsin,
right?
That was they say it was voluntary. They actually had the company threw a microchip party, right? So they literally had a party. So come in and get your microchip. So they're giving, food and drinks and whatever, corporate party that they have. And so they got hundreds of people to actually opt in, so to speak. Now, of course, there wasn't a law in place, so it's hard to tell whether or not it was a benefit attached to it or not. But, my intent is not to, for those who want the invasive procedure.
Matter of choice.
Yeah.
Matter of choice. My sister was here talking about partner parole. She said, want the microchip. You put a microchip in your dog, your pet, your lover, just in case they get lost, so they can find their way back to their owners, to their masters. But to microchip a person already incarcerated, does that make any sense? I mean, this is Alabama. We do a lot of things strange here. Common sense don't exist sometimes around this place, but that is far-fetched. But I really appreciate you for bringing the bill and for tabling substitute when it does come up.
Yes, sir.
Thank you so much.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Question for the body now is adoption of the BIR on HB 4. Clerk will unlock machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock machine, record the votes, 104 ayes, 0 nays. The BR has passed.
Okay. Speaker, at this time, I would move to table the substitute.
That is the question for the body, is to table the substitute. So if your light is on to talk on the subject, turn it off and then I'll call you up once we get to it. Thank you. The question for the body is the tabling of the substitute. If you're in favor of tabling the substitute, your vote will be aye. If you're opposed, your vote will be no. Clerk will unlock machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock machine, record the vote, 105 ayes, 0 nays. The substitute has been tabled. Representative Chestnut.
At this time, I would like to move for final passage of the bill in its original form.
Chair recognizes the lady from Jefferson, Representative Van.
I just have a few questions. Anytime someone comes up here and, first of all, there is no simple bill in this house. And of course, it gives me alarm that a member comes and states that he supported a bill when it was in its infancy. And at the time that the bill was sponsored in, and of course, at some point there was an amendment to the bill, and I'm assuming that that particular sponsor of the amendment supported that amendment. And now we have a sub for which now that language in the amendment, was it in the sub or was it in the original? So I'm just trying to get clarity as to what's going on.
Yeah, so in committee, at first there was an amendment, and then there was going to be an amendment to the amendment, and then it was resolved to be a sub.
I want to make sure though. I'm just me. We have to do this a little, just every now and then, because what I don't want us to get back into, and I want to make sure you're not taking, or you reverted back to your original bill to water down your bill. Okay.
No, it's
know
actually,
there had been a trend around here. It hasn't happened as much this beginning of this quadrennium, but we went through that a whole lot the past 4 years, that we had to water our bills down just to give them a shot to get out of committee. And you already know my comments had always been, I need my bill to stand for something. And if you got to take it, then you just have it and I'll come back, because I ain't going to give it all to you. And you dumb it down my bill, and you got all these bad bills walking around here with shoes on. So I just wanted to make sure that wasn't the case.
That's not the case.
So you're so you reverted back to the original, and okay, I just wanted, I was concerned when I saw that. So just help me a little bit, because I don't understand is it microchipping?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, explain to me what that means, and tell me if there is a platform. Is there a platform for that they're using? Are they physically applying a microchip, or it's just?
It's physical, yes. And it's different types of ways it's used. Like some in the workplace, some in Europe, in Europe for public transportation in certain parts. you get a grain, it's like about the size of grain of rice. And
Okay, like almost like the size that you put in a dog. Do you have a pet? I have an animal. And they put that little, okay.
yes, it's like that. And so it gives you the ability to, I guess like paying for groceries or to get on public transit, you just wave your hand across it and, you know, kind of like those sci-fi movies, but it's actually happening.
Okay, and then that chip does what?
It, you know, it's supposed to give, I guess, access to certain things. And there's even one company that actually, it's called Walletmore, that actually has this technology, and they implant, and it gives people the opportunity to use their hand like a credit card.
Okay.
And I guess it's connected to their accounts or something, but you know, and I just think that, you know, for people who want to do that, that's okay. But if you don't want to do it, you shouldn't be forced to do it. And I just don't want to live in a world where everybody's forced to, you know, are compelled to have this, or you can't buy food, you know?
Okay, so, okay, I guess I know you said you're an avid reader. I guess I'm gonna have to read up on it. So, you know, I'm gonna support you because you've been a supporter of mine. I'm not that familiar. I'm not familiar with this process, but you said what states had this?
Have the, yeah, that have passed laws against it. Nevada, Arkansas.
Now, you know, I'm leery of passing anything that Nevada has. You know, prostitution is still legal in Nevada, and of course, marijuana and all kind of everything. So, but, I mean, if you got to work with it, let's work with it.
Oh, and Indiana. Also.
Everything is legal in Nevada except for a lottery, but they don't really need it because they have so much gaming activity. And I still got to research as to why they don't have a lottery. Okay. Okay.
Right.
I just wanted to just make sure we weren't opening this door to start that bad practice that past leadership allowed to happen. So it caused a lot of heartburn and consternation when that happens, but I'm glad about that. Thank you.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Madison, Representative Wharton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want some clarity on this thing. All right. All right. So what you're saying is you don't want a business telling you what you can put in your body. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yes. All right. So what you're saying is you want some individual freedom. So you get to choose if you want a chip or not. Correct? Yes.
Correct. Yes, sir.
And how's the business community? How is BCA or the business community? How are they with this bill?
I'm not sure.
Okay.
I'm not sure.
Okay. As you know, I had a bill last year, HB 31, and I feel the same way you do. I think an individual has a right and a freedom to choose what they want to put in their body, and of course that got shot down. But I feel the same way. I mean, you have an individual freedom and a choice to choose what you want to do, and I think we have that, you know, as a human being.
Yeah.
You think I'm right on that?
Well, I will tell you this: I did have to work this bill pretty hard to get it to the floor. So,
all right. Well, hey, I
don't know who's got a problem with it, but I had to work it pretty hard.
I like your bill, and I think you're right, and I appreciate you bringing this bill.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Morgan, Representative Yarborough.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentleman yield?
Yes.
Just want to thank you for bringing this bill, and I think Richie beat me to it, but I would just like the House to recognize that we are establishing and recognizing the truth of the fact that we regulate businesses all the time. And it is not an anti-business, it's not an anti-free market thing to do, to couple the regulation of businesses with the protection of individual liberties and freedoms. It's a very American thing to do. It's a righteous thing to do. And we in America, we try to build our social institutions, our families, our churches, our businesses, not in such a way that we destroy personal liberties and freedoms, but so that we build social institutions, vocational opportunities, all those things in a consistent manner with individual liberties and freedoms. And I 1000% agree with the policy that you're putting forward here today, that American and Alabama citizens have the right to control what goes into their body, whether it's sexually, medically, you name it, right? And so I want to applaud you for this. And I think, to Richie's question, I think probably the answer to that, why one and not the other, may be money. But that's just my best guess. But I thank you for bringing this. And I would just like people to think long and hard and seriously about the fact that why will we pass this bill, which I love, I'm all for, but not give people the protection when it comes to their bodies with vaccines that have actually caused real harm and death in some cases. So thank you so much for bringing this bill.
Thank the gentleman. The question for the chair recognizes the gentleman from Clark, Representative Jackson.
Speaker, thank you. Did I hear you say something about buying and selling?
What's that?
Did you say something about buying and selling?
Buying and selling, yes.
What they got to do with this chip?
Well, I was asked a question about, I think you're talking about when Representative Gavan was up, right?
Yes.
And I talked about, so basically just saying that there is a company, I think it's located in Europe, that actually has created a chip that actually allows people to buy with it.
Well, this has nothing to do with the mark of the beast. I want folks to understand that. Nothing. This is a way that companies can identify their employers. It's like, I guess now you come in and you have your face.
Facial recognition.
Facial recognition, and you go on in. You don't have a card key like we have here. And then that way, like I say, in your hand, they will have that chip. But when you want to tie this into a biblical thing, this is not, the mark of the beast is not a chip. The mark of the beast is going to be the acceptance of the way that the beast is living and sharing. You're agreeing with, you're going along with what they want to do to say you're behind. And all this has to do here is just what you're doing is to protect. And I thank you so much.
Sir.
We'll preach on Revelation.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Question for the body is final passage of HB 4. Clerk will unlock the machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the votes, 104 ayes, 0 nays. HB 4 has passed. Clerk, call the next bill on special order.
On page 4 of the calendar, House Bill number 5 with substitute by Representative Bedsole relating to state holidays.
Representative Bedsole.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, since 1983, the Alabama State Fraternal Order of Police has annually honored fallen officers in a memorial service held on the Capitol lawn. HB 5 will set out a day, a memorial in the state of Alabama. I want to make it clear this is not a holiday for our state, just simply a designated day to memorialize anyone who has given their life in the line of duty in law enforcement. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I move for the BIR.
There's questions, the BIR of HB 5. Clerk will unlock the machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the votes, 104 ayes, 0 nays. BR has passed. Representative Betso.
Mr. Speaker, I move at this time to substitute SB 12 for HB 5. Okay. Right. Correct. This time I actually move for adoption of the sub.
You care to give explanation of the sub?
Yeah, the substitute simply just mirrored up some language in the bill that had already passed in the Senate to simply further delineate that this is not intended to be a holiday of the state, just simply a day that is recognized or designated. That way, no city or county or state feels obligated to give a holiday in this case.
Thank you for your explanation. Representative Cavan, you want to speak on the sub?
I'm trying to get clarity. So we're passing, if we're not creating a holiday, we're creating the observance therein. So tell me the difference if you're, even though you're saying that nobody else or no other entity has to recognize it, why couldn't we just not have passed a resolution for this instead of a state law? Because if that's the case, I want my good colleague, Representative Jackson, who it is now a federal law to celebrate Juneteenth here in the state, and a lot of businesses now are observing it, and it is a federal law, except for however the state of Alabama doesn't recognize it. So I think it would be a great opportunity and most apropos for us to move that legislation. And although the governor each year, I'm not sure if she sends a proclamation out or something in recognition of it or something, but I just think that would be a good opportunity. But I want to make sure, I'm trying to understand why we're doing this in this format. And I just had said earlier, I need to get with legislative services because a couple of things I've thought here should have been CAs were not CAs. But I'm not saying this should be. I'm just trying to get the clarity on what you're doing.
So first of all, this is a bill that we passed last year and consulted with LSA when we began the process, because as I mentioned, Alabama State Fraternal Order of Police has been holding this memorial service since 1983, and they always do it on the South Lawn. And the process has been since 1983 that they have to request permission to use the lawn. We talked about doing it as a resolution, but the authority of that resolution will end at the end of that at the end of the term of the legislatures. This will just simply memorialize it as law going forward, so that they're able to hold that service each and every year as they've been doing, and then it puts it mirrors it with the same thing that President Kennedy did as a National Day of Memorial, which is held on May 15th of each year.
So we're actually passing this to give perpetual life to the event itself or the observance. Is that what you're saying? Because basically you're just saying, you said every year you all pass a resolution and then that authorizes them to do the memorial celebration on the lawn. That's what you just said.
Yeah, no.
But this right here will mean the reason you didn't do a resolution is then you won't have to come back each year.
Yeah, so no, there's not been a resolution. Maybe before my time here, there was.
Okay, or you were saying the reason you opted not to do the resolution. Now, I thought I just heard you.
No, you did. You asked about why not do a resolution.
Okay,
So
yeah.
Part of my response is that this goes ahead and places as law, and the resolution would have an end at some point. This allows the ceremony and the day in our state, which we have a day of memorial for law enforcement, to continue on based off of this law.
So this is for the observance thereof of the memorial celebration itself, not creating a holiday.
Not creating a holiday.
Are you sure it doesn't say that you're creating or that it establishes a holiday in your bill?
I'm sure. This is just a designated, that each county and municipality may designate the first Friday in May as Alabama Peace Officers Memorial Day. And there's no requirement for a holiday to allow any employees to be off. Just a simple day of remembrance. Very similar to, like I said, what the National Day established by President Kennedy is. It's May 15th that President Kennedy declared that May 15th is National Peace Officers Memorial Day, simply a day that we pause and have remembrance.
Okay, well, I just wanted to be clear, but again, you know, I certainly hope as we are doing these observances, even for the memorial and of course for those fallen servant leaders and men and women here in the state of Alabama, that we do, and I'm prayerful that Representative Jackson will come with something for the purpose of Juneteenth, and especially now that Juneteenth is a national holiday, federal national holiday, that we will get past just some type of resolution or proclamation, and that we would go ahead on and put that into observance. We celebrate the Confederate Memorial here and certain other individuals, and I do feel that it is most apropos at this time that we begin to fall in line with that holiday, and especially, you know, as we move about. So hopefully that's something that Representative Jackson will bring back. I think he's attempted one time or two, or I know I've seen some writing. I was going to do it, and then I found out he had already been working on some legislation, so I backed off for Juneteenth. Yes, I try to be proactive, but certainly we want to look at that, and that's something for my friends in the media room to also, at some point, I think it's worthy of an article as to why this state has not recognized yet the Juneteenth holiday. We celebrated, the day officially would be the 19th, and then we could celebrate it that Monday. And I do know some businesses as well as governmental entities here throughout the state are now substituting other holidays out in order to be able to, I know that's what happened in Jefferson County. Our the presiding judge substituted a holiday out, which she should not have to substitute a legal holiday in order to figure out a way to celebrate a holiday that is a federal holiday and should be recognized in the state of Alabama. But I'm thankful to the presiding judge in the 10th Judicial Circuit for doing that. And so again, hopefully we can get to that point. And for those of you all who are great enthusiasts against CRT, if you look it up, you would get the history of what Juneteenth means. I know a lot of you all Google the things that I talk about up here because you come back to me and you tell me that you Googled it and you got clarity, or oh, that's what that means, yes. So Google get Juneteenth for inquiring minds, so you'll know what that means in history, and especially to Black folks throughout the country. So I appreciate the opportunity.
Thank you.
Sure, recognize the lady from Madison, Representative Hall.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The gentleman yield.
Yes, ma'am.
I just wanted to make sure I am clear on, I think it's page 1, but you said already this is a tradition that we have a fallen officer memorial that occurs on the South Lawn every year. That's already.
Yes, ma'am. As a matter of fact, a week from tomorrow, the Fraternal Order of Police will hold this.
And so the rationale and reason for doing this as a bill and make it law is what?
Well, there was a couple factors. One, that the service and memorial service that has been held since 1983. Well, moreover, to have a national day in our state, which is a memorial or a day for all of us to pause and reflect on those individuals, those law enforcement officers who have given their life in the line of duty. And again, it coincides closely with the National Day of Memorial.
I got that.
So those are the purposes, to coincide those two things, those two purposes together.
So I heard something about permission, that there was permission was a driving force for this?
No, ma'am. So I was explaining a little bit of the process. When the State Fraternal Order of Police wants to have their service each year on the south lawn of the Capitol, there's a repetitive process each year of asking if they can have that service on the lawn of the Capitol. Coincidentally, I found out through my research, once I began crafting this bill last legislative session, that the south lawn of the Capitol is actually under the control of the legislature. This goes back to the time in which that we were in the building there, that actually that south lawn comes under the control of the state legislature. And this was something I discovered through research with the help of LSA.
So who was in charge before you started this process?
Who was in charge of?
The South Lawn.
Yeah, I believe customarily our friends at Fraternal Order Police would reach out to the Capitol and simply say, can we put it on the calendar? We want to do it the first Friday of May because it's just before the National Day. Because, you know, that day all coincides. We'll have families here of anyone who has lost their life in the last year. Those families will be invited. And those families will soon be departing for Washington, D.C. to participate in the National Memorial. So we kind of do our thing here and show our respect. And then they leave to go on their trip to Washington, D.C. to be a part of the National Memorial.
So passing this bill will mean that you no longer ask to be on the South Lawn, that it's automatic, or that they put it on their calendar. They didn't do it on their calendar one year. We missed an opportunity. Did that ever happen?
Yeah, this certainly gives the Fraternal Order Police the ability to continue their service based off of this law. And to your point, I think that we need to ensure that if this bill gets final passage today, that we ensure that that coordination effort is there so there's no misunderstanding.
I would think we'd want to have some process by which it doesn't matter, even though it's designated, that somebody has to make sure whatever you need,
That's right.
the security, all of that would take place, because that doesn't seem to include it. Just says you're going to meet, but it doesn't provide any other. I didn't read that you were providing.
You're right. It's not extremely detailed because this has been going on for some time. And
I understand.
The assumption is that it will be taken care of, but I'll be happy to continue to work with FOP to make sure this process goes smoothly. And if we see we need something more to it, then I'm happy to be a part of that as well.
Oh, it's not that I have any problems with it. It's just trying to make sure, understanding the process. What was the process like prior to our passing this bill? What did it require?
Yes.
What will make that different in terms of what is required after the bill is passed?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair thanks the lady. Chair recognizes the lady from Jefferson, Representative Hulsey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative, will you yield?
Yes, ma'am.
I'll be quick. I just want to say thank you on behalf of someone who is a family member to one of the 598 members in that bill.
Yep.
I am so grateful. So thank you. I appreciate that.
Well, you're welcome. And you and I have had discussions about the family member that you lost in the line of duty. And, I'll share this with the members. This morning, I had an opportunity to attend the bill signing for the Deputy Brad Johnson Act. And I was there with his children, and to see those precious young children there today as a part of that was heartwarming, but also very emotional to understand and see the reality that they'll be growing up without their father. So it's a very tough time. But on that note, that's why this bill is important to anything I've done here, is to officially designate this as a day of memorial for our state. Makes me very happy and thankful that I was asked to be a part of it.
Thank you.
Chair thanks the lady. Question for the body is adoption of the sub. Clerk will unlock the machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote, 105 ayes, 0 nays. Sub has been adopted. Representative Beto.
Yes, sir, Mr. Speaker. This time I move to substitute SB 12 for HB 5.
You heard the recommendation from sponsor to sub HB 5 for SB 12. All in favor, say aye. Any opposed? Bill has been subbed.
Yes, sir. This time I will ask for the BR on SB 12.
That is the question. Is the BR on SB 12? Clerk will unlock machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machines, record the votes, 104 ayes, 0 nays. BR has passed. Representative Beto.
Yes, sir, Mr. Speaker. I call for final passage.
That is question, final passage of HB 12. Clerk will unlock the machine and some members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote, 104 ayes, 0 nays. SB 12 has passed.
Thank you, members, and Mr. Speaker, thank you.
Thanks, gentlemen. Clerk, call next bill.
On page 9 of the calendar, House Bill number 160 by Representative Faulkner relating to taxation.
But, Mr. Speaker, I make a motion to carry this bill over. Call chair.
That's questions. Carry the motion over. All in favor, say aye. Any opposed? The bill is carried over. Clerk, call next bill.
On page 14 of the calendar, House Bill number 163 by Representative Brown relating to building codes.
Chairman Brown, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I have House Bill 163, which what this does, it puts the HVAC industry in line with federal law and allows a slight change in the building code that allows the HVAC industry to use any EPA-approved refrigerant. It keeps our air conditioning costs low and provides adequate equipment, and will keep us going. With that, Mr. Speaker, I call for the BIR.
Question for the body's adoption of the BIR. The clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the vote. 103 ayes. The BIR is adopted.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There are no further questions. I call for a vote on HB 163.
Question for the body's passage of House Bill 163. The clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote, 104 ayes, the bill is passed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, members.
Clerk, call the next bill on the special order calendar.
On page 35 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 62 by Senator Gavan relating to the Unconscionable Pricing Act, state of emergency.
Chair recognizes the gentleman, Mr. Keel. Where is he? Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. SB 62 by Senator Gavan. We have an unconscionable pricing law in Alabama where if a state of emergency is declared in Alabama, then the whole state falls under an unconscionable pricing order where prices can't now be increased. However, in certain times, most of the time, the state of emergency is for a very localized area. And so this will allow the governor to make those state of emergencies just in that local area. Mr. Speaker, I move to the BIR.
Chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Jefferson, Ms. Moore.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Jim, will you yield?
Yes, ma'am.
Does it have in your bill that it also allows the legislature to declare a state of emergency?
Not declare the state of emergency, but to limit the scope of the state of emergency to whatever area the state of emergency occurs in.
The legislature does that. But what happens if we're not in session?
It's the legislator or the governor. Legislature or the governor.
Or, okay, so it could be either or.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, that was the clarity I need.
Thank you. Good question. Good question.
Chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Morgan, Ms. Warren.
Thank you.
Ms. Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentleman yield?
Yes, ma'am.
To follow up on Representative Moore, on my notes, it says governor and legislature. What does the actual bill say?
It's or. It describes it in the first section where it says the proclamation of the governor or by joint resolution of the legislature.
Okay, now, and you were saying this is local something, if something locally happens?
So a good example is the fire in Shelby County where it was a localized state of emergency so we could draw down federal funds in Shelby County. But the whole state, because we were under a state of emergency, the whole state was under that state of emergency. And so that unconscionable pricing section applies to the whole state. So it applies to Mobile County and Franklin County, which are way away from Shelby County. Has nothing to do with that. Now, however, if there is a large disaster where a hurricane came through and affected the whole state for some reason, then the governor would obviously make it for the whole state.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure I was understanding when you said local and then because like I say, I read and, governor and, but you said it says or.
Yes, ma'am. It's on line 23 of the bill.
Okay. All right,
Governor
thank
or
you.
legislature.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The question is now on the adoption of the BIR. The clerk will unlock the machines. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 100 yeas, 1 abstention. The BIR is adopted. Oh, that's all right. Sorry about that.
Mr. Speaker, I move final passage.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Mobile, Mr. Bracy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Kill?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Gentleman Yield?
Yes, sir.
I know we were saying and or, so I just want to kind of get some clarity on this. Who can call under this existing law? Who can call for it?
Existing is state.
No, under the new.
Under
the current.
this.
Yes, sir. Under
Either a joint session of the legislature, a joint resolution of the legislature, or the governor.
Okay. And what's the intent?
Well, the intent is that the whole state is not under the state of emergency when a local area is the only one that's affected. So like back to my example about Shelby County, where it's just a fire in one localized spot, then in Franklin County, for us, we're 150 miles away from there and are not affected by that fire.
Okay. So if it would have to be a joint resolution by the House and the Senate, how does this come into play if we're not in session?
The governor could do it.
Okay, so if we would lean on the governor to do it when we're not in session, why do we feel that we have the need to do it as this body?
If we were in session, I guess if it was a protracted state of emergency and as legislators, we thought that it should not be statewide application of that, then we could do it.
No, I'm not talking about the area. I'm not specifically talking about the area. I'm talking about why do we feel that the legislature should have the authority to call the state of emergency?
Well, I think the thought is that we're responsive to our districts. And if it doesn't affect our districts, then we get the opportunity to represent ourselves.
But wouldn't we be responsible for our districts even when we're not in session?
We would be.
But we're leaning and depending on the governor, the executive of the state, to handle this business when we're not in session. So why would we feel that we should have the authority to do the job that the governor is doing the other 9 months of the year anyway?
Sure. Yeah, I guess if it was protracted out and it came back around to when we were in session, then we could deal with it then.
But why would we want to deal with it when it's the governor's responsibility and it's the governor's job? It's not our job. That's why I'm asking. It's not our job. And clearly we're showing that 9 months out of the year, it would not be our responsibility. Only when we're here in session, we would have to call a joint session to pass legislation to even make this happen, or the governor would have to call a special session to call us in for us to be able to declare a state of emergency when the governor already can just do that on their own without. I guess I'm just not understanding why we're doing this. Sometimes I see the balance of power in the state where a lot of times the legislative branch get too involved in other people's business of the state, which in this instance, I would think would be the executive branch's responsibility and not ours. And I'm just trying to get some clarity on why we're doing, because on the surface it's harmless, right? It's not a big deal, but it just makes me wonder what's the intent and why we're doing what we're doing. Is it something that the governor did? Did she move slow in an instance that has upset someone to make them feel that the legislature should be calling these state of emergencies when we're not in session? We can't. It's difficult. This herding cats in here.
It is.
Right? So it is difficult. So we think that based on this legislation that 105 people can convene with another 35 people, 140 people in the state can convene to do something that it really only take one person to do. And that's why I'm wondering what's the intent.
And this just to clarify, this does not allow us to call a state of emergency. Only the governor can do that. But what it does allow us to do is to limit the scope of the unconscionable pricing part of it just down to that local area. If we desire. If we don't want to, we don't have to. The governor doesn't have to.
Okay. This is specifically going to deal with just making sure that it's not price gouging and stuff like that, which I would think that would be another administrative role, which would be that's the Attorney General's responsibility, right?
It is.
Okay. Have we talked to the Attorney General about this bill?
I haven't spoken to him.
Okay. What if you were the Attorney General and it was your job? Let's just say it's the governor's job to call the state of emergency. It's the Attorney General's job to make sure that the citizens the consumers are protected during these state of emergencies. But yet we're stepping in to say that we want to be able to do some of both of their jobs. What do we think about that? Like, have we had that conversation with them to make sure that this is okay? Or I'm just trying to understand, like, have we had that conversation?
I haven't talked to the Attorney General's office. Of course, their job is to prosecute the law. And so, and we have a great Attorney General. He does a great job. But when we would limit that, it would limit the scope of where they would investigate. So instead of if back to the Shelby County instance, if it's there, instead of coming to my district or your district to investigate price gouging that has nothing to do with a fire somewhere, or if we have a tornado, we have tornadoes pretty often in my area. You know, they wouldn't come to your area.
Let's talk hurricanes then, because that's my area.
Sure.
Let's talk hurricanes.
Yeah.
Talk me through the process.
Yeah. So if it was a hurricane and it was widespread, then when the governor made the state of emergency, then the unconscionable pricing would happen statewide, just like it always does. If it was a very isolated area, and I'm not as familiar with hurricanes because I mean, except maybe for Katrina, we don't see a lot of, you know, the hurricane weather in the north part of the state. But if it were to be statewide, and we have had some wind off of hurricanes, then it would remain just like it is now. But if it were isolated to just, I don't know, Mobile or just to Gulf Shores or Orange Beach or one of the areas there, it's not necessary to have that statewide. The market will determine the prices just like it does now.
Okay, so we would come together. We have a hurricane. We would come together and do what?
If we were in session or we were in special session, we would draft a resolution like we've done multiple times, a joint resolution, and we would pass it. The Senate would pass it. We'd send it to the governor.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry about that.
The normal resolution process. We do a joint resolution between the House, Senate, and then, you know, proceed in that manner.
So I guess so this can't really protect my area because, you know, we're not in session during hurricane season. So I guess this legislation would be to protect whom? Because I guess it wouldn't necessarily be to protect the citizens of South Alabama because hurricane season is when we're not in session.
Well, I think maybe the opposite's true because if you had a hurricane, you got a state of emergency, you would be under the unconscionable pricing because it would be local to your area. I mean, obviously, you know,
but we wouldn't have an opportunity to come into session because we will be out of session.
Well, I think
June to November, we're not in session.
I think the North Alabama folks wouldn't be able to come into session because if the hurricane seasons when?
June and November. I'm saying that we're talking about regular session.
Right. Okay.
So during the regular session of the Alabama legislature, this would not be able to help people in South Alabama.
Well, South Alabama, if a hurricane was to arrive, then the state of emergency would go out. You guys would be under the Unconscionable Pricing Act. If this passed, North Alabama would not be.
I'm totally confused on what you're saying. So what I'm saying is, if the legislature is not in session, then it wouldn't be possible to have a joint legislative session.
That's right.
So it would not be possible to pass anything that would be able to do anything to benefit our part of the state because hurricanes happen when we're not in session. We've never had a hurricane while we've been in Montgomery in session.
But in this bill, the only people that would benefit are those that were not under that local state of emergency. So it might be the opposite. So it might benefit you in this way. So now is tornado season. April 27th was the massive tornado outbreak in North Alabama. We had the tornadoes, you did not, but you still fell under the unconscionable pricing order because you were under a state of emergency, even though it was in Tuscaloosa and Hackleburg and Phil Campbell.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Hopefully I'll better understand the intent as the debate go on, but have a good day. Thank you.
Thanks, gentlemen. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Morgan, Representative Yarborough.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With the gentleman yield?
Yes.
I just wanted to say thank you for bringing this bill because I think it establishes an important concept and principle that we are the voice of the people. And, you know, the common Alabamian can't just pick up their phone and call Kay Ivey and say, hey, I got a problem, or I need help, right? But obviously we give our numbers out, I'm sure, to our constituents, and it gives them 105 points of contact to get relief and help. And so, I mean, I'm certainly would love to see us be able to call ourselves into session, but that's a separate conversation. But I think it's important that at every point of need or distress that's possible, we make ourselves available to give the people help and redress on their issues and their needs. So thank you for bringing the bill.
Thank you.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Mobile, Representative Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the recognition. Gentleman Yield.
Yes, sir.
I understand what you're trying to do with your bill. I'm trying to determine, first of all, let me just say South Alabama has hurricanes and tornadoes.
Okay.
So, you know, it's, and usually it's a wide area. It's not just one county. It's a wide area. It's usually from Mississippi to Florida, all the way up to Montgomery. So, you know, the state of emergency has a lot of different things that go along with it. For instance, right now, there are people in Alabama who don't have a deadline on filing their taxes until October because of the state of emergency was declared.
Yes, sir.
In a lot of different areas over the last year because we had them just about everywhere. So that's one of the things that come with an overall state of emergency that's called by the governor. That triggers that with the IRS and a lot of other federal agencies. I'm concerned that we don't want the dependency on the legislature to come into session to call a state of emergency. That's something that has to be done like that.
Yes, sir.
And then there's also, I think, a federal guideline in which the area when you have to call it. It would be good to have input from everybody, but I think the reason the governor is listed is because the governor is here all the time.
Yes, sir.
We are not. And, you know, even in our communities, it might be difficult for us to get in touch with the governor, just like some of the citizens at times.
And this bill doesn't consider that. Only the governor can call us into a state of emergency.
Okay.
This bill does not allow the.
Well, what would our purpose be?
Sir?
What would the legislative purpose be to come into session?
Well, if we were in session or we were in special session for some reason, when a state of emergency was applied, this would only allow the unconscionable pricing part of the state of emergency to be applied locally. So we could limit the boundaries of where the unconscionable pricing part of the bill applies. But it has nothing to do with who calls anybody into a state of emergency.
Well, usually any violations like that are really reported by local authorities. Usually they're reported by the police department, sheriff department, or any regulatory authority that see that's happening. And he will go through the process as I heard you talk earlier about the Attorney General. They probably report it all to him and he would deal with it. I just don't want us to think that because the legislature is in session, no enforcement takes place, because it really does. I mean, I've seen it a lot of different times. And I was just really concerned about, I don't want anyone to get the impression that the legislature being in session really contributes a whole lot to the process. And because that's the impression I was getting from listening to the conversation, that the legislature being in session would contribute a lot to the process. And the process of relief, really, it comes from Washington to the governor, and you know, we can call the press conference and say what we did, but that's just the way it works. That's the way it is. And so I was more concerned about the necessity for the legislature to be involved in a state of emergency unless the governor wasn't present. I think I could see that then if the governor wasn't present. But that was really my question, and I just want to make sure that it's understood that the process is going to go on with the governor, attorney general, and all the other people, FEMA and everyone else is going to be involved.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Okay.
None of that would be altered. Everything would be the same as far as that goes. Thank you.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Question for the body is final passage is for SB 62. Clerk will unlock machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the vote. It's 96 ayes, 2 noes. SB 62 has passed. Mr. Clerk, if we call up the bill is carried over for Representative Keel, please.
On page 32 of the calendar, House Bill number 273 with substitute by Representative Keel related to taxation.
Representative Keel, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill would expand an existing tax deduction to small businesses in Alabama and employees of Alabama for their health insurance premiums. Currently, the tax relief, the tax deduction is only for those employers with 25 or less employees. This would expand that tax deduction to other small businesses with 50 or less employees. Mr. Speaker, I move to the BIR.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Jefferson, Representative Garrett.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The recognition, will you yield?
Yes, sir.
Thank you for bringing this bill. This is a bill that will be helpful to small businesses, will expand access to health care for many of our small business employees. So thank you for bringing the bill.
Thank you.
Chair thanks the gentleman. The question for the body is adoption of the BIR on HB 273. Clerk will unlock the machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the vote. 104 ayes, 0 nays. BR has passed. Representative Keel.
Mr. Speaker, there's a sub.
Care to explain the sub?
Sure, I'd be glad to. So we wanted to make sure that the tax deduction was capped. And so this caps the tax deduction at a total of $10 million.
You hear the sponsor's explanation of the sub. Clerk will unlock the machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the vote. 103 ayes, 0 nays. The sub has been adopted. Representative Keel.
Mr. Speaker, I move adoption as substituted.
Chair recognizes the lady from Jefferson, Representative Moore.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Jim, you yield.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm reading on the physical note on this that this reduces the income tax receipts to the Education Trust Fund by $1 million+ for 2024, $2 million+ for estimated for fiscal year thereafter. Why are we reducing?
Sure. So as we expand the tax deduction to more people, as more people use it, so we go from 25 employees, companies with 25 employees to companies with 50 employees, there'll be more people that will be able to write off their health care expenses as a tax deduction. And so because the ETF, as you know, and others probably know, is funded by primarily income tax and sales tax, it will be a direct correlation there.
But we need all the taxes.
We do.
Because, you know, now, I think we passed a bill that's going to require students, if they are not prepared for first grade, to be held back, when in many districts, they don't have sufficient K4 and K5 classes. So we need that money. Every penny of tax we could get, we don't need to be reducing it. The receipts, and with all of the concerns that we have in public school now, I don't think that this is the time, even though it is going to pass anyway, but I don't think at any point in time we should be reducing the tax receipts for the Education Trust Fund, especially in a state like the state of Alabama. You know, we're making some progress, but we still hovering around the bottom in relationship to all the other states. So, you know, I think that is not good at this point in time, unless we want to be prepared to pass a state lottery or gaming where we can replace this loss through a state lottery or either through one of the gaming bills that I know is floating out there. And I think we should wait to that time that we've done that before we take any receipts, because even though this year Education Trust Fund is looking good, but it hadn't been looking good all the time. And we all know that. So I think that until we could put something on the table to replace it, like a state lottery, or even with the gaming bills, we
take out some of either one or both of them so that we could supplement whatever future losses we would have because other people getting the exemption for their health insurance. And I guess these are businesses that are getting the exemption for health insurance because
Well, it's both. The employee who makes less than 75,000, so it's not for the highly compensated employees, but if you make less than 75,000, you can write off your insurance premium as a tax deduction.
well, you get some of it now. So how much of it you need?
You'll write off your tax deduction.
You want all of it. And then the education trust fund in turn suffers. I think that once this wealth of money disappears, and we're talking about the amount that is potential for the fiscal years thereafter, that is going to increase, taking money from the education trust fund. I just don't think it's a good idea. It's not reasonable, especially now when we need to put more monies in the education trust fund so we can make sure that every school system has its full complement of K4 and K5 classes, since we're saying that if a child is not prepared, then for first grade, they'll be held back because their body voted to do that, but then we're crippling some of our children already because we don't have sufficient funding to do that. And then if it's like on a federal level, they're talking about K3 classes because we need to get children in a controlled learning environment as quick as possible. But to be taking anything out at this time, I think is unreasonable. But I appreciate you listening. I know the whole body gonna vote for it because we don't look at that like that. You know, we're not gonna replace it, like we can carry it over and bring up the lottery bill, bring up the gaming bill so we can have some money to supplement this, and then I could feel better about it because then we probably would have more than enough to be able to ensure every school district in the state of Alabama has its full complement of both K4 and K5 classes to make sure that our children are ready for first grade rather than holding them back, even though they said since they've never been in school, it's not holding them back, but it is.
Yes, ma'am.
But I appreciate you.
Thank you.
Chair, thanks the lady. Question for the body now is final passage of HB 273. Clerk will unlock machine. Members will vote. Clerk will lock machine. Record the votes. 97 ayes, 1 nay. HB 273 has passed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, sir. Clerk, call the next bill.
On page 26 of the calendar, House Bill number 110 by Representative Moore P. relating to Physical Therapy Practice Act.
Representative Moore, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is a physical therapy interstate licensure compact bill. It will grant the Board of Physical Therapy jurisdiction over physical therapists and physical therapy assistants that are licensed in other states who have compact privileges to practice in our state.
Question for the body is adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock machine. Record the votes. 104 ayes, 0 nays. BR is adopted. Representative Moore.
Mr. Speaker, I ask for final passage.
Chair recognizes the lady from Macon, Representative Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentleman yield?
Absolutely.
I think this is a great thing we're doing to accept other states, but is there any reciprocity in dealing with this bill?
Yes, ma'am. It's a national thing. There are currently 34 different states that have opted in. We would become the 35th state to cooperate.
Okay, so we will be, other states will do the same
Yeah.
thing? Okay, all right, thanks.
Chair thanks the lady. Question for the body is final passage of HB 110. Clerk will unlock machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock machine, court votes, 104 ayes, 0 nays. HB 110 has passed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, body.
Clerk, call next bill.
On page 13 of the calendar, House Bill number 153 with substitute by Representative Treadaway relating to crimes and offenses.
Chairman Treadwell, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What this bill does is define what electronic tracking is and to prohibit a person from placing certain electronic devices on your vehicle. This was brought to me by a detective out of the city of Trussville, where he was at a nightclub, placed one of these tracking devices on a young lady's vehicle and followed her home, and found out that there was not a definition, and he had issues getting a warrant. So that's what this bill does. And with that, if there's no questions, ask for the BIR.
Chair recognizes the lady from Jefferson, Representative Van.
Thank you for bringing this bill. Representative Treadaway, Chairman Treadaway. But I just want to get clarity. So are there certain types of tracking devices that are being put on? So this would be prohibit anyone outside of law enforcement for an investigatory process? Because I don't know how all of that works. Things I don't know, I'm not afraid to admit. So this is for someone, because I hear all this, I watch the Oxygen channel now faithfully, and I see all these different crime stories, and I see how people place these tracking devices. So just for me and my fan base out there, just tell me, do you mean if I am in a relationship and I assume my significant other, a partner or whatever is cheating on me, and I want to surveil or do a surveillance on him, surveillance on him, some kind of way I can attach a tracking device to his car. Am I correct? And then are you saying this bill would ban access or the ability for an individual to do that?
This bill basically defines what a tracking device is, electronic tracking device, puts it in the stalking laws. Other elements would have to be present to surveil, stalk, harass, or for any other unlawful purpose. You place a device on a car, will make it against the law.
So, and that's
A vehicle that does not belong to you.
so. And I guess and I see what you're doing. I get it. I don't have a problem with it. I want you to do something to stop all these men because they know I'm single from trying to come to my house. So, define me. That needs to be allowed. But seriously, I know that'll help. I should have thought of this. Who would have thought it? But it's all right to have a little fun around here, laugh a little. But seriously, because I'm just trying to get the clarity of this. Because if I put the device on someone, if it's my husband and it's my husband's car, It may not be for the purpose of any ill intent, but
Listen, if they want to get away, just let them get away. Leave them alone.
baby, I got them. I'm trying to send them away. Trust me. I want them to leave. Trust me. I'm trying. Help me. But listen. Treddy, you and I have done well this year. We want to let's keep the peace now. But I'm just trying. No, seriously. No, here again. No, seriously. Unintended consequences, because there are folks who sometimes that are going through divorces, who have separated, male and female. I'm just using that because sometimes I just try to use these real life subject matters and analysis, because you know that's typically what happens. You see it all the time. Your experience in law enforcement typically is someone who's in a dating relationship, just like with this one. I would venture to say, I would bet you $500 to a bucket of crap that that's probably what happened in some kind of relationship. Now, they go ahead on, they start the tracking system. She feels or he feels they are lying to them. Best thing to do is, I'm on track you. So I'm just trying to get the clarity. Are you saying if I place that tracking device on that car, and the reason I'm saying this is serious now. You have people, for whatever reason, who sometimes have put tracking devices on vehicles, no ill intent. They have family agreements. Crimes have been solved. Many of crimes actually have been solved by these tracking devices, where people have put them on not for the purpose, because they never envisioned something like that would happen, but that is on the car. So I want to make sure that we're doing, whatever we're doing is not prohibitive. I don't mean prohibitive in the sense, I mean prohibitive in the sense that someone in their mind thinks, well, I can't even put a tracking device on a vehicle anymore. Or, and that, some crimes have been solved because people put tracking devices on cars and literally forgot about them. And law enforcement at some point was informed, they thought about it. Oh, wow, a year ago, I put a device on that car. My wife and I agreed to put that device on the car. You know how that story goes. Mm-hmm. And they were able to catch an assailant or track someone down. I'm just using these as examples. I just want to make sure that we're not creating, I understand that's a personal situation. Someone put a tracking device on the car. I would feel better if it was a certain type of tracking device, but to say that it would be, because really what you're saying, it would be illegal to put a tracking device on a vehicle if it were not law enforcement purposes. I'm not even going to ask you what that text was. But I will ask you off the mic, because I know it's somebody that sent you a crazy text. Yeah. And I would love to respond to it.
Okay. I'll let you see it in a minute.
I want you to do it. And I'm going to take my next 10 and come back and tell everybody what it said. Maybe. No, but seriously, so that's all I'm asking. If I put a tracking device on a vehicle, could I be charged with a crime?
No, there's other elements that are in play here with the intent to stalk, harass, or any other unlawful reason. The examples you gave, it would not be.
Okay, but who defines the stalking? Because there has to be a repetitiveness, because I could put it on there and I had just simply said to you, I believe you have a girlfriend, or to Joe Blow, I believe you're seeing someone, and put it on there just for that one instance. Joe Blow could come back and say, hey, you were stalking me because you didn't believe what I said.
Why would you place an electronic device on somebody that you want to follow and see if they're dating somebody?
Here again, I don't know why. Because if you don't want me, okay, bye, boy, bye. So listen, but it happens. And you know it happens. You know it better than anybody in this room that it happens. But I don't think that people necessarily put it on there sometimes for the purpose of stalking, because they could have put it on there that one time. So I just think, here again, because I know folks, when you're in these intense situations and whatever's going on, things happen and arguments ensue, and, And whatever happened in your partner's situation, I'm sure it was where the young lady was not believing whatever story he was telling. And you know, sometimes men do lie. Every now and oh no, that was too no. We know women are always truthful. Oh, they want to vote on that. Okay. But we know, well, let me just say this. We know the men in this chamber don't lie. So we know the men in this chamber don't lie. But seriously, I just want to get the clarity on that. You getting that, Representative Sellers? Quickly about the harmonica. We used to have a harmonica in here up until about a few years ago, and Hearst would always yell out "vote," and the other person sitting in the section would blow the harmonica. And typically, though, it was blown because the Republicans were getting ready to run over the Democrats. So it's a way to let y'all know it's coming. So we know we're about to venture into that territory. So he's just getting warmed up so he can inform the public that the runover is coming by the Republicans. All right. Thank you.
Chair, thanks the lady. Question for the body is adoption of the BIR on HB 153. Clerk on the line machine and members will vote.
Oh, hold on. Oh.
Clerk will lock machine record votes 105 ayes, 0 nays. Chairman Treddy, you are recognized.
Okay, lost my train of thought. Oh, I have a substitute.
You care to explain the sub?
Oh, yeah. What the SUP does, it adds a definition of ownership. So any individual other than the defendant who has possession of any other interest in the property involved and without whose consent the defendant has no authority to exert control over the property. And the other part of it deals with jurisdiction.
Sponsors give you the explanation of the sub. The question for the body now is adoption of the sub. Clerk will unlock the machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machines, record the votes. 101 ayes, 0 nays. Sub is adopted.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And if she wants to see the text, Coach Plum, send it to me.
Question for the body is final passage of HB 153. Clerk will unlock the machine and record the vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the votes, 100 ayes, 0 nays. HB 153 has passed. Clerk call next bill on special order.
On page 8 of the calendar, House Bill number 86 with substitute by Representative Wood D relating to counties and municipalities.
Thank you for the recognition, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 86 is basically telling you that Alabama counties understand the importance of maintaining their roads. And there are certain times when county roads run through municipalities. This bill says that a municipality may not change the speed limit of a county-maintained road. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I'd ask for the BIR.
Chair recognizes a lady from Jefferson, Representative Moore.
Okay. This is about speed limit. You know how people are doing their speed limit track? Change the speed limit? No, this one is saying county. Yeah, this is the same.
Thank you, Ms. Speaker.
Yes, ma'am, I'm sorry.
I guess I need a little clarity because you say in county roads, like in Birmingham, they run through the city, and the city can't change the speed limit that the county has put on there.
Yes, ma'am. So due to
But it's
state-
coming through your city.
Yes, ma'am. So if a county maintains a road, that means that they surface it, they clean the right of way, they maintain it, they're also responsible for it. So if they're going to bear the responsibility, they want to ensure that they're safe speeds on their roads. And the way they do that, they don't just come up with a number. They actually have an engineer study done
Let
on
me
the
tell you,
road.
they don't really do that either. Because you got some roads that are maintained by the county that go through city. I bet block to block, they got a different speed limit. But I know one of the problems we have had in Birmingham with the county roads that come through the city, they don't maintain them at all. So, and we have an awful lot of problems in some cases getting them to maintain those roads. But I know there has been concern in the past, especially when they run, you might have one block where the county done set the speed limit, but it's in the city limits. And then the city has another one, then the county comes back and put another one. I think that if that county road runs through that municipality would be the one, even though the county, because they're supposed to maintain the road that runs through it. But I think it would be better if the city put that speed limit there, because the majority of that road probably does run through that municipality. I know it don't make any difference what I'm saying, but we've had that problem for a long time, because now you got a conflict of interest if that road runs solidly through that municipality. And if the county speed limit insufficient for what the municipality has down there, and they all follow the same situation. Sometimes they'll have an engineer to come out and do it. Sometimes they don't. Sometimes they say, you got 55, we gonna put 60. So that's not all the way true. That don't even happen all the time on the freeway, where the speed limit is accurate and consistent by what an engineer say. We say they supposed to do it, but they don't always do it. And I could give you lots of examples coming down 65 and even Highway 31, north and south, 78, east and west, where you might have every other block got a different speed limit on it. So I know they're not doing their due diligence in maintaining them. They're not doing their due diligence in what the speed limit, but I would suggest that we have the county, rather than pass this type of bill, that we have the county and the municipality to get together and work it out, because now you got a major conflict of interest that this bill can cause as to who appropriately set the speed limit, when we know the county don't maintain all the roads. I know in Birmingham they don't. They might do it in your area, but they don't do it there. But I think the best thing for us to do in this situation is for them to get together and pass something that they get together and work out what's appropriate for both of them and compromise something.
Yes, ma'am. We've done that. There's a substitute to the bill. It's coming.
Where they allow,
Yes, ma'am. It allows the city to have an engineer study, and then that's taken to the engineer, and they can actually change it. I have a substitute coming. Yes, ma'am. Thank
Okay, I
you, though.
appreciate it.
Good comments. Thank you. I didn't want to stop.
Chair thanks the lady. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Coleman, Chairman Shedd.
Appreciate, Mr. Speaker, the recognition. Want to commend you for the bill. I know you worked with difficulties with it through the committee, and we support the bill, and thank you for bringing it.
Thank you, Chairman. I appreciate you.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Mobile, Representative Bracy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Wood,
Yes, sir.
with the gentlelady yield.
Yes, sir. Always.
Okay. It's a pleasure to be here with you today.
I like
Of course,
the
you
bow tie.
know that I've had some concerns about this.
Yes, sir.
And so maybe we can talk about it a little bit and see if we can get on the same page
Okay.
today. And I guess part of my concern came from misinformation, because when we discussed this, we kind of got on the same page. And we got on the same page based off of misinformation. And then we did some checking.
That I didn't give you.
Right, but that the supporters of the bill,
Correct.
you know, a lot of times we'll have these bills and then we'll stand back and allow the experts in these areas to
Yes,
step
sir.
up and give us
Absolutely.
information. And the information was wrong.
Right.
So I guess just so we can be clear, because, you know, I told you that I have a city that I represent that's really interested in changing the speed limit, lowering the speed limit from 45 to 40 because of a few young people recently having fatal accidents. So at first we said this wouldn't impact them. Then it was kind of like it would, or who would pay for the engineering study. And it was saying like, well, LDOT would pay for the engineering study. And then come to find out that LDOT won't pay for the engineering study. And then I started talking about unfunded mandates that we're putting on cities because some cities can't afford to have these engineering studies done. And some cities cannot afford to have these engineering studies done. So it's kind of like we're putting an additional burden on some already cash-strapped smaller cities of making this change. And I could think of a lot of county roads within my district. One of them would be right off. I could think of Celeste Road that we talked about earlier. I could think of Light Road in my district that runs between city limits, and then it go out into the county, and then eventually end up in another town or city limit at some stage. Who's responsible? What happens when that happens? Because you have so many roads that go in between cities, go to the county. You know, these are county roads. So who's responsible at that point?
Well, I'm going to pull on my county commission hat because I was honored to serve for 16 years in that position. And I can tell you that if the county maintains the road, in other words, if they fill in the potholes, or if they pave it, or if they maintain the side of the road, then they're responsible for the road. And I think we can all agree that we want reliable, safe roads for me and you and our loved ones and all of our people to travel on. And that's what this bill is about. It's about safety. So when we have an entity, because a road falls within their boundary, changing that speed limit without an authority looking at it, an outside authority, making the decision, is it safe to change that speed limit? That's where the issue comes from. So I understand it's very confusing, because I can tell you it was very confusing for me, even working as a commissioner. But if a county is responsible for the road, and something happens on the road, then those people are going to come to the county and demand an explanation. They're going to want to know why their loved one was hurt. They're going to want to know why this happened to their automobile. So we have worked, there is a sub coming, Representative. We tried to work with the League of Municipalities, and we do have a sub, and we worked it out the way that we all felt comfortable that if they have an outside study done on the road, then you can take that to the county engineer and it can be changed. And it's about safety.
How much does an outside study cost?
Okay, this is what I have gathered, and I hope this will give you some information. So it can vary, but if you do a 3-day study, let's say it's a 3-day study, and it's on a low traffic road, not high volume, okay? With counters going in both directions, the average cost of that is about $1,500.
Okay, for 3 days?
For a 3-day study. And you should be able to get a pretty accurate, some accurate information from that study. But that's about the cost, $1,500.
Okay, so I know a lot of times in this body, stuff happens to one person and we change legislation. We introduced legislation. So the gentleman, the county commissioner, what happened with that? Wasn't it like a county commissioner got a ticket or something, and he was like, well, that's where the dispute came in, that the county maintains this road, and then the city was saying, no, we changed. And he said, well, I know what the speed limit is supposed to be. And so is it because the city didn't communicate? You know what I mean?
That's not why the bill was brought to me to carry. Now, I'm not sure. There was probably some examples given, maybe just in conversation of things that have happened. I know I had one member here talk about something that happened to them in another state where drastically out of nowhere, the speed limit changed, but that is not why the bill was brought to me. The bill was brought to me for public safety. We want safe, reliable roads, and all of us do on both sides of the aisle. We've worked with our partners, and I understand that you're up here because you're concerned about your district, and I appreciate that very much. But I think we've come up with a really good way to answer a lot of the questions.
And the red tape, I guess the part that concerns me is not as much about the going through proper steps to take the speed limit up, is putting in more steps for a city to have the opportunity to lower it. You know what I mean? It's like a person can go and do a study all day, but I think the people that live on those roads and those local elected officials and those city council members, they have a better grasp of what's needed in the community, even more to me sometimes than a professional study. Like, you can get that professional study, but I can tell you that cars drive too fast on the road by my house that they're talking about lowering the speed limit on. I can tell you without doing a study, because I drive it every day, and I have a 15-year-old that's got a permit. So I'm out trying to teach her about safety and driving, and it's important because we stay on a dangerous road that I need her to understand, and I need her to get as comfortable as possible driving on this dangerous road, which is the road in question that I've mentioned, you know, a number of times to you about. It just bothers me that they may not, because I don't have real clarity. So I called the city council and I told them, I said, look, you may need to go ahead and move forward with lowering your speed limit before this bill passes. And then I was told, well, maybe the bill doesn't affect them, but we just don't know. We don't, it's like, it's not really clear to us. So they're trying to move forward with lowering the speed limit before this bill passes both chambers and gets signed. And you know how everything goes. So will this bill affect them?
Do you have a city engineer? Is this is in the city?
Right.
Do you have a city engineer or do you rely on the county engineer?
City.
Okay, the city engineer can tell you whether or not this is a county road.
No, I'm telling you it's a county road, but we're talking about within the city limit.
The city should not have the authority to change the speed limit on a county road.
But they would know best. It's back to what I'm saying.
Well, then
Like
they need to take over the maintenance of the road, accept the road, and take it over. And then it can be their road. I mean, there's counties all over that would say, if you want the road, take it. Take the road, do the maintenance, and it's yours.
Okay.
That's
All right.
hard to do, though, because it costs money.
Well, thanks for your time. You know, I've had a lot of heartburn with this. I was hoping
know
that
you
we could
have.
get it settled, you know, beforehand.
Have you
But
seen the substitute?
And
Yes. I
the
was-
gentleman's time has expired. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Winston to be the fourth person to speak on the BR.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for recognition. May the lady yield. This bill actually has a bigger impact than most people would realize. Are you aware that, you got some municipalities that don't have street departments? And when they don't have a street department, some of those cities are grandfathered in, and that every road in that city is maintained by the county. So for example, Arley, Alabama, every single road is maintained by the county because we were grandfathered in. We don't have a street department, only have 2 or 3 stores. We don't have a county engineer or city engineer. We don't have street departments. And does this make it where we have to go to the county every time any road is changed?
Okay, so if you were grandfathered in, are you saying that even though you're grandfathered in, the county maintains the roads, but they're
city roads? But they're grandfathered in because the way this is written is county maintained roads.
I would think so, yeah.
And we're in a situation where to change any road speed limit, we've got to go to the county, get them to do a study, charge the county $1,500 or whatever amount it is to maintain. And I'll give you an example. We can't even apply for the $250,000 quarterly money that you can apply for roads. We contacted the league to see, can we apply for those funds to help maintain those roads? As a result of that, we are not even allowed to apply for that $250, because if we apply for that $250,000, we are in effect
county roads.
We're in effect waiving our grandfather clause, and then we're required to maintain every road in the county because we're a small area. There's hundreds of cities in Alabama that don't have a street department, that their roads, all the roads are maintained by the county. And then this puts every single city, every single town that doesn't have a street department where all their roads are maintained, it puts us in a situation where before we can change it, every single one, and I know what the county's going to do, say, well, you pay for the engineering studies. And we don't have the money to pay for those engineering studies. If you have a Fairview, or if you have any place that does not have a state, a road department, that really puts us in a disadvantage.
Yeah.
And it puts us where we cannot, this right here will cost, and I'll just be frank, the city's changed some of the roads to 25 miles, and I can't drive 25, but I have to. But if we were to pass this bill, then it will place a heavy burden on the small communities that can't afford it. And you said, well, all they got to do is just maintain the roads. It don't work that way. And maybe in larger areas it does.
I'm from rural Alabama.
Well,
so
maybe from rural, but your cities in your area that don't have a street department, they're going to be required to pay that county engineering fee, and because every single road in there is going to end up being a county maintained road.
Okay, well, there's 2 ways. One way is that you have your own roads, you own them, and you contract out.
We're not going to do that because it's my time. We are not going to say, hey, because of your bill to help a big city, we're not going to go and say, county, we want to maintain every road because we can't afford it. Okay. There's no way to do that.
So currently what you do then is your taxes go back to the county and they have the roads. They maintain the road.
Well, the money we get from the road department, we give that to the county.
That's right.
To help them maintain it.
Exactly.
But we're only getting about $30,000 a year, and that's enough to pave 50 feet.
I understand. I understand.
And this bill right here will hurt every county has got cities that are not maintained by the county. Every city that does not have a street department, because of this, the way this is set up, is going to end up having to either pave all their roads or pay an engineering fee every time they want to change the speed limit on every single road. I'm not for the bill for that reason.
Gotcha.
And I'll just be frank, I'm not for the city changing their speed limits down to 25 either. But I see I've got to put the city's interest ahead of it, because we cannot end up paying these funds. Because one of the problems we've got is we would love, as a county or as a city that has a street department, they can apply for that $250,000, for the roads.
Do you know how much that would pay? $250,000.
A lot of potholes in rural
Maybe
Alabama.
potholes, but as far as paving,
People want their potholes fixed because they know they can't get the roads fixed, but still, they don't have the ability to even apply for that, and because of that. So in our county, 2 or 3 of the cities that we have cannot even apply for those roads.
because you're not maintaining the roads.
It's because we're grandfathered in. And that still puts us at a disadvantage. So, that I see as a major problem in this bill because of that. And I wish this body would look at it and say, hey, if I've got a city in my area that does not have a street department, I'm going to force every city in town to I'm going to force every city in town in their county to have to pay these engineering fees.
For safety. Yes, sir.
Well,
Before they
it's not for safety.
Before they change the speed limit.
Well, I'm sorry. I don't agree with you. I respect you, but as a legislator, but I don't agree with you. I think this benefits the larger areas, and it does not benefit the rural towns and the rural cities throughout Alabama. And, I'm not going to support it because of that reason.
Yes, sir.
But I respect you for the bill, though.
Thank you.
Question for the body is adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machines. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Court of votes. 80 ayes, 13 nays. The BIR is adopted.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would move to adopt the committee sub.
Okay, we got some lights on. Y'all want to talk on the committee sub or the bill? The bill. Okay, cut your light off then if you don't want. Okay, you want to talk about the committee sub?
Yes, sir. The committee sub adds language that allows municipalities who wish to set the speed limit. They have to conduct a speed study, which is what the counties do currently to set the speed. And then they take that study to the county engineer, and that speed limit can be changed. And with that, Mr. Speaker, that's the sub. I'd ask for adoption.
That is the question, is adoption of the committee sub. Clerk will unlock the machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Court votes 91 ayes, 5 nays. Committee sub has been adopted. Representative Wood.
Yes, sir. Well, now that they're identical, I was going to ask to sub House Bill 86 for Senate Bill 33.
Let's pass it first.
Okay.
Question for the body would be the sub,
House Bill, yeah, for Senate Bill 33.
Question for the body is to sub House Bill 86 for Senate Bill 33. All those in favor say aye. Any opposed? The bill has been subbed.
Yes, sir. I would ask to adopt the BIR on Senate Bill 33.
Yeah, I still got some lights on. Y'all want to talk on the BIR or wait till it's passed? Okay. The question for the body is adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock machine. Court votes 85 ayes, 9 nays. The BR has been adopted on SB 33.
Now I would move for final passage.
Chair
Of Senate-
recognizes the gentleman from Houston, Chairman Lee.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Okay, I need some clarity.
Yes, sir. Oh.
No, explain, talk through
Okay.
this process.
All right, let's talk through it. So counties every day go out and maintain roads. It's very confusing to the public. There are county roads, there are city roads, there are private roads. There are individuals that think because there's a 911 sign that someone's going to come and maintain that road. That's not always true. So there's different kinds of roads. Now, when counties go out and maintain a road, they take all the responsibility. If someone wrecks, they have to keep the right-of-way clear, and those roads are inspected, okay? Because counties have to maintain a certain grade. When they run through a municipality, it gets confusing. And when the speed limit changes many times, oftentimes, through that municipality, it can be even more confusing. So what we've decided is counties are the ones who do the engineering studies, and they're the ones that set the speed limit for safety and to make sure the roads are passable. So if a municipality would like to change it, all they're asking is that they have the same study that counties do, that another person sets eyes and decides that, yes, this is the correct speed for that road. That's it.
Okay, we're not talking about the maintenance of the road, changing anything. This is basically down to the speed limit
That's it.
changes up or down.
That's it. Yes, sir. You're absolutely right.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for the question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Talladega, Representative Robbins. While he's on his way down here, I'd like to recognize a group in the gallery at Liberty Park Elementary of Vestavia Hills, 4th grade. Guests are Representative Faulkner, Carnes, and Shaw. Let's give them a big hand for being with us today. Representative Robbins, you're recognized.
So I've got a question just like Chairman Lee. I need a little clarity as well. So I understand it's not about the maintenance, but if a road goes through, if there's a county road, the city grows out to it, and all of a sudden the city's encompassed, surrounds this road. If there is an accident, who shows up? It would be the police department, right? If it's within the municipality, the municipal police, if there's a police department, would be the ones to report, usually, correct?
If it's in the PJ, maybe, is that what you're stating?
Well, no, what I'm saying is.
I mean, my bill really doesn't speak to that, so I'm not sure what you're asking.
Right. Well, I was just wondering, because it just kind of came to me when you were talking about maintenance, and that, because part of the issue is a safety concern. And I'm just thinking through this. So, is that if there's a safety concern and it's about speed, and the point is the reason a city might set the speed limit is because they want to decrease the amount of accidents that happen, which then means the police have to, there are less wrecks within their city.
I think that's fabulous, but I do think that an engineer study is the way that should be handled. It's real easy for me to look at a situation and make a decision based upon how I feel, but I may not be the expert. So the expert would be looking at the road, not the county, not the city, and doing the study and giving their information.
Right, and then they have to report that study to the county engineer.
They have to report that study to the entity that hired them. So if it was the city, it would go to the city, and then the city would take that information to the county engineer, not the entity, because the entity that's hired will be responsible to the person that hired them.
Correct. But I guess, the final say on that speed limit being set, though, would be the county. Right,
well, the county, they would take it to the county engineer. I'm sure what would happen at that point is that county engineer would take that documentation just for them and keep that documentation on hand in case anything did happen on that road.
Okay. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Montgomery, Representative Ingram.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentle
Oh,
lady.
absolutely, Mr.
Yield.
Chairman. Yes, sir.
So, like somebody told me a minute ago, it's when it's a state road that's in the city limits, that's maintained by the state. You know what I'm
Absolutely.
saying? And the state does that. But, you know, I've got two municipalities in Montgomery County. One of them is Pike Road, and Pike Road does not maintain any roads. So they surrender everything and let the county maintain it. And they don't set any speed limits. But a lot of times Montgomery and Pike Road comes together, and I think one of the reasons you brought this bill, you may have a municipality that annexed one side of the road or the right of way or came up to the personal property there and didn't annex the road, but the municipality like the city of Montgomery wants to maintain that even though they didn't annex it. It's about a 3-mile stretch. And I've run into the same thing. I think your bill is a great bill. You know, if the county is maintaining it, I think they ought to be able to set the speed limit. And this doesn't have anything to do with a municipality. If they don't have a maintenance department, they wouldn't be able to put up a sign anyway, and they wouldn't have anything to do with that. So I think it's a great bill, and it's just fair is fair. It's the same thing the state does when they go into a municipality. They set the speed limit.
Yes.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Mobile, Representative Jones.
You can't get clarity. They've already had the word clarity. We got to have another word.
Thank you for the recognition, Mr. Speaker. Lady Yield,
Yes, Representative.
the more I hear the conversation, the more I'm getting confused about the road. First of all,
not the mayor.
First of all counties and all cities don't operate the same way.
Correct.
If we annex an area, we annex all the roads with the area.
Yes, sir, you do.
In larger cities.
Yes, sir, in larger
you
cities.
take responsibility for every
right.
road that's a part of the annexation.
Yes, sir.
So that take care of that.
That's right.
The other thing that I've seen is when there's a road from the county that comes into the city, for instance, it's very common for it to be a county road on a long stretch that has a higher speed limit than the city because the city has the congestion of a retail area.
Yes, sir.
So it's not uncommon for the city and the county to get together and agree that the speed limit needs to be adjusted, and they adjust it.
And I think in your case, if the city is responsible for the road and the county is responsible for their side, are you telling me that the city's responsible for their roads, the county's responsible for their road?
The city is responsible at the city limits.
At the city limits,
Right.
okay, yes.
And the county, but
Yes,
on the other hand, there are some counties that pave city roads and city streets. And why do they do that? Because they collect taxes from all the people, whether in the city or the county. And that's what they do. And so they really have a partnership on the roads, on infrastructure, to a sense.
I'm not aware of any of that in the counties that I serve, but I'm not saying that does not happen.
Well, what I'm basically saying to you, I'm talking about 18 different cities.
Okay.
And it would be a real problem if that didn't happen. I think you have actually several different county roads. You got county roads, you got city roads, you got state roads, and you got private roads. All are handled somewhat different.
Yes.
And I think that where the confusion is first of all, a lot of people did annexations, but did not annex the roads.
You're right.
That becomes the issue.
Yes.
Because what makes a city a city? That's the question. What makes a city rather than being a county, part of the county? What makes them that is the different level of services that they provide to people. Cities provide recreation centers, they provide street lighting, they provide garbage pickup, they provide road maintenance, they provide all of those things in municipal government. So if those things are not provided, then how is a city a city? I mean, I'm just trying to determine what is the definition between the two? What's the difference between the two? There is a difference.
Oh, there's a difference.
There's a difference.
Yes.
Neighborhood police patrols.
Right, correct.
Fire department.
Fire, correct, yes,
Ambulance service.
yes.
That's what makes a city a city.
But now, like in my case, one of my cities, they contract those services out because they don't offer.
A lot of people do that.
Yeah, but they still offer them. They just contract it out to someone else.
That's really the reason that most areas annex into a city.
Right.
Because they want a higher level of services
I agree.
than they're getting right now.
Right.
So, I mean, while the bill seems simple, it's somewhat complicated because it's done so many different ways throughout the state. And they've had agreements that's way back, long
Right.
time ago. But when it comes to roads, basically, if you want to control your roads, the question I was going to ask about liabilities.
Mm-hmm.
If there's an accident on a county road in the city, who's liable?
Well, it's the county maintained roads. They're going to come after the county. Now,
But why would
I'm not an attorney.
Yeah.
So
why would the county want to do that?
Most counties don't want to do it.
There are also
They don't want to do it.
There are
They would
also
prefer-
counties where sheriff departments don't write tickets.
I think they would prefer for it to be clean boundary lines, for the city to maintain their roads, the county to maintain their roads. But like one of our colleagues said earlier, financial restraints keep them from doing that. There are smaller communities, rural communities that aren't able to have street departments. They're not able to collect enough taxes based on the density of people that live there to maintain these roads because it is astronomical what it costs to pave a road today.
The other issue is, what's the difference between a city and a town? Okay.
Mr. Mayor,
But it's used basically by population.
That's
Population
right.
Is the criteria for it. But when it comes to that, there are a lot of other things.
Sure, because there's a lot of towns that the county maintain their roads.
What?
That's right.
City collects more taxes than the county. There are a lot of different areas.
Right.
And basically what I'm saying is the more the discussion goes, the more that comes into it. And one of the things that most are concerned about is liabilities.
That's what this bill is really focused on, the safety. When you start changing speed limits without proper studies, just because individuals feel like it's better, and you're not allowing experts to look at it and help you make that determination, it opens people up for liability. It makes things unsafe. And that's what we're trying to do. Make it safe. Keep it safe.
I agree with you. Sometimes we found ourselves trying to pass a law that addresses a specific incident, which is really bad laws. Because specific incidents are always going to happen. Different things happen.
Right.
And you can't alter the law to take in for all of them. And I think that the concern here is that most very small cities cannot afford to pave and maintain a road.
Right. You're right.
All right.
Yes.
And when you're saying now that the people who pave and maintain it are the people who set the speed limit, a lot of that happened with state roads.
Mm-hmm.
But I think you have to at least work together to understand that the road runs through a lot of different cities in my area.
Oh, sure.
And different cities have different characteristics. So the speed limit might change 2 or 3 times on that one road. And I'm just saying that if you don't want to be locked into that, $1,500 a lot of money to some cities, a whole lot of money to some cities.
Well, and that is just an example for one road. Of course, it could be a lot more for a higher traffic area like yours. It may be lower for a county in a rural area with a road that has very little traffic. But I did think that question was going to come up. So we tried to get some information to be able to provide it.
I inquired to the county engineer a few months ago. When I was on the commission, you could grade, base, and pave a road for about $350,000, $400,000 a mile. Now it's up to about $850,000.
I'm so glad you shared that.
It's about $850 a mile.
That's right.
Grade based and then most people don't know that.
That's
that
right.
When you build it to the standard that's required.
That's right.
When you build it to the drainage that's required, and you build it to the safety standards.
That's right.
Then it could be as much as $800,000 to
It can be.
pave 1 mile of road.
I know.
And you know, I think that's prohibited for most cities.
Yes,
Yeah.
I agree with you.
So,
I agree.
You know, my process was when I was on the county commission, I was glad for cities to take over roads.
Me too. Me too.
Because we had so many dirt roads.
That's right.
That, you know, the paved roads, you know, they were fine.
That's right.
But when you get out to the dirt roads, you're talking about a whole lot.
Yeah, and it's so hard for people to come every day to your county commission and ask you to pave that road, and you know you don't have the money to do it. So it's very difficult.
Because a lot of this has been going on a long time.
Right.
I would hope that we could come up with some way to reach some common ground with
Well,
those small cities and some of the.
Well, that's what we did. We came to common ground with the substitute with the municipalities. That's what we did, Mayor.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you. Great comments.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair recognizes the lady from Jefferson, Representative Van.
I need to ask you something. Listen, I'm just quickly, since you said they've taken several of my words, I have to figure out something to say because I try to be ready when I get to the microphone. But listen, I passed, or this House passed out last year, both chambers, legislation that would make it a crime for any municipality to intentionally move a jurisdictional boundary line for the city. We passed that out as a result of what was going on in Brookside. And we were able to get that out, for which I see the Department of Justice actually did an opinion on that, or at least referenced Alabama and that Brookside situation as a caution to all states not to engage in those practices. But I just want to I'm trying to understand what you're trying to do.
Yes, ma'am.
Because we've already passed legislation that says it's illegal to change the jurisdictional boundary lines between anywhere between a municipality and or county.
Right.
Without it being within some type of legislative, whether it's the House legislation or by law. So tell me why we need this legislation when we already have legislation that deals with boundary lines and have enacted that. What makes this different? I'm trying to get back on the train.
Well, and thank you for that legislation. This basically tells you that when you're on a county road, at times, just like my colleague said, county roads actually run through municipalities.
Correct.
It doesn't give them the right to say that the jurisdictional lines have changed or moved, but it runs through there. So there are instances that those municipalities have made the decision without an engineering study, without notifying the county, to change the speed limit. This has to do with the speed limit, Representative. So the bill states the speed limit cannot be changed on a county-maintained owned road that they're responsible for. The substitute says that it can be changed if the municipality or the city in question wants to have an engineering study, and that study comes back and says, sure, you can change it. That's all the bill does. That's all it does.
But why would we need an engineering study to tell a municipality that they can simply change the speed limit?
Because we need to be safe. We need to have safe, passable roads, and we need to ensure, well, look, if you're not responsible in any way, you're not maintaining it. If someone has an accident, you're not responsible. If there's potholes, you're not responsible.
But
it's easy to change something when you have no responsibility.
But I guess what I'm saying, I'm kind of lost. I'm totally lost on this. Once you say that you need a study, what is the purpose of the study as it relates to the municipality? What would the study show? Would the study show that this is where the boundary lines, or would the study show that there's a need to change the speed limit? I don't understand.
That's all the study would show. Yes, ma'am.
So
no boundary lines. There's no boundary lines in dispute because the road runs through the city.
But so you mean that there would be an authority? Would it be an engineering study? A traffic? So is this a traffic count? Because and this is why I'm lost on this. Municipalities within their own purview could determine through a traffic count. And I think that's what, as we said, some municipalities don't have
traffic.
They could say, do that now, and they make those decisions based upon those traffic counts. I know the county is phenomenal at doing that. And they will not only do it, they actually put the little things up to come in, and they'll come into your neighborhoods. Because I had a situation in my neighborhood, and there's a stop sign that's right by my house, and folks just act just like it's invisible. So I guess I'm trying to see what kind of study.
Okay.
And is that defined in the bill?
It's not defined. An outside entity would conduct the traffic study if they have someone that's trained within the city and they have the equipment to put it down on the road and to monitor traffic on both sides for a certain period of time. And then they take that study to the engineer, then they would make that determination.
And I guess then that leads me to my next question. If municipalities from time to time change traffic signs, speed signs anyway, how have they been changing? Is there a problem with the way they've changed them?
Well, maybe they own the road. We're not saying that a city that maintains and owns their roads cannot change their speed limits. I may not have clarified that, Representative. What we're saying is if the county road, which is main.
But that county road, what you're saying is if that county road runs through, and it could very well, I know exactly what you're saying, the county road could run through a city.
And a city doesn't maintain it, doesn't own it.
Even if the city doesn't maintain it or own it, it's still considered within that city. You're saying that city will not be able to change if this law is enacted, that particular sign, even if the county road, however it connects or runs through it, unless there is a study. I got what you're saying now. I'm slow, but I'm sure. I'm slow, but I'm sure. So I got what you're saying. But I'm still trying to figure out how are these municipalities in the past doing it and have been able to do it. And I don't know if that's Sonny up there texting you or giving you points or whoever. But at the end of the day, we love Sonny.
I don't have a phone. I bet he has texted me, but I don't have a phone.
But I was just doing that because I saw him pick up his phone. But I'm just trying to get the clarity on that. I'm lost on this one. You know, I'm lost at the fact we would be passing this type of legislation because I just believe a municipality already knows that they're going to study the flow of traffic. They're going to study ingress and egress. They're gonna study all of that. They have a grid that they typically follow when it comes to these issues. But some of these municipalities are small. Mm-hmm. These are some very small municipalities to where a engineering study or a traffic study in some instances could run you up into the bahukas of, So now these cities, municipalities would have to take out of their little coffers money to fund this study.
And I just
think there has to be, this couldn't be the most least restrictive means to do this. I just don't, I just don't understand it. I'm here at this point now to put a close eye on what goes on between counties and municipalities. But I don't understand it because I do believe that municipality, I guess what I should have asked you, and I don't know what I was thinking. I should have asked you, what happened to make you bring this bill? Because something happened. There was an occurrence. So tell me what it was.
Nothing that occurred. I was a county commissioner for 16 years, and I do understand that there's always been this issue. There are roads that people have no clue. They would call me and say, look, will you come and handle this for me? And I'd say, that's a city maintained road. That's a private road. They don't understand. And when traffic signals or stop signs, when speed limits are changed, people do get confused. Nothing has happened to me personally.
But they can pick up the phone, and once someone gives them the clarity and get the information that they need.
This is giving clarity because it stated
it doesn't, because I don't think a municipality, well, I can't say what a municipality is going to do. I mean, there are so many other ways to accomplish this particular issue, but to take a municipality, and especially again in these rural areas, that's a lot. That's extra. Those are expenditures that they just don't have.
Well, and $850,000 a mile to pave a road is a lot too. So there.
But I mean, come on. Now that's a different story. I'm coming back.
A lot.
Sure, recognize the gentleman from Winston, Representative Wadsworth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for the.
Yes.
Was the intent of the bill to make county roads that run through municipalities to allow them to maintain whatever speed limit that the county wants it to be? Is that the intent of the bill?
Yes. Let me
Okay.
just say that the counties are already responsible for the roads and have set
But
that.
my question is the intent that if it's a county road, that they are required, that they're required to be maintained, that they want to set the speed limit on a county road?
Correct.
Okay. What is the difference, and is there a difference between a county road that goes through a city maintained by the county and county maintained roads? And I submit to you, there is a difference. Because for example, Arley, Alabama, all the roads, we don't have any county roads that run through the city. We have city roads that are maintained by the county.
In a contract.
And that's, we're grandfathered in.
Right, but that's by a contract.
I can't say that to be correct. So there is a difference. If your intent of your original bill was to allow counties to maintain speed limits on county roads that run through a city, what your bill does, it does two things. It affects those county roads that run through a city, but it also affects city roads that are in a municipality that are maintained by the county through a grandfather
You just said
clause.
you're grandfathered in.
Yeah. Now,
So
it's my time. Let me finish my
I'm trying
point.
to understand what you're asking me.
I understand.
So if you're going to ask me, I need to ask you
Well,
questions.
you get your time.
Okay.
It's your appropriate time, but I'm gonna ask this. Now, in a situation now under this bill, if you're a county road or a city road that's all maintained by the counties, before any of these roads can be changed, you have to have an outside entity do a study. Is that correct?
Yes, correct.
Okay. Do outside entities?
If this bill passes.
Right now, do counties hire outside firms to do studies on roads they maintain in the general county?
County maintained roads that they own, yes.
They
maintain and they own.
Are they required to hire an outside firm to come in and them to pay them money to do those studies in the county roads in the county?
Are you asking me if there's a law?
Yeah.
I don't know that there's a law.
Okay. Now, this is a law that's being created if this bill passes.
Correct.
In this bill, is this not going to force all counties to make, when they want to change a road, to have an outside entity come in and do a study?
So if a municipality,
No, I'm talking about the municipality.
that's what the bill says.
That's not what I'm asking.
Okay.
I'm saying if a county wants to change the speed limit on its roads, right, under this bill, it has got to hire an outside entity.
The engineers do that.
Okay.
Right.
But
Right.
not all counties hire outside entities, do they?
I don't know about all counties.
Well, what I'm submitting to you is.
They're supposed to.
Well, there is in this bill, it's going to make all counties, for any road maintained by that county, even in areas that are not in municipalities, is it not going to make them have to hire outside counsel to do a study, to submit to the, and if it does, that's going to put a burden on our counties to come up with money to pay outside groups to do it. Plus, in addition to that, if they have to hire outside counsel to maintain municipal roads that are where county roads run through it, is it not going to require outside counsel to come in?
Howdy, hang on.
And one of the questions that came up earlier is who handles an accident that's inside a municipality? Well, the
Now,
one that
the
has.
League of Municipalities has agreed on this. This is their amendment.
I understand, but
Okay, I want to be sure you know that.
Well, I understand,
Okay.
but at the end of the day, the league wasn't even aware at one time until I asked them the other day on this $250,000 that municipalities can apply for quarterly. I brought the question up to them on this issue is whether or not we can apply, and their answer was they didn't quite know the answer, but at the end of the day, they said it is more, they would lose their grant plan. Are you pointing to somebody up there that you want to
The
speak
league
to?
is up there, Brian.
Well, I don't care if the league's up there or not. That don't have anything to do with what I'm asking you. No, it doesn't.
Stated germane to the bill. We were on the floor, not in the gallery.
Well, I don't care. I'm not talking to the speaker. I'm talking to my client. Yeah. My point was, well, that's not what I'm saying. What I said to you was not towards you. It was toward somebody else.
Well, I don't appreciate it either. You can stay on the bill and we'll answer those questions.
Well, I'm going to ask my questions and then the speaker can make a decision if it's on the bill or not.
Okay.
Now, what we're doing on this is we're adding a burden to the counties to require them to get hire outside folks to come do studies. We're adding a burden to municipalities to do outside studies. Right now, we're not in a position where even small municipalities cannot go and apply for road money. But one of the questions that did come up earlier is who manages if there's an accident on those roads inside a municipality. The county doesn't come work those. Our municipality
Has nothing to do with this bill.
Well, it came up earlier in the discussion. But at the end of the day, I think what this bill does is it puts a burden on municipalities, and I think it puts a burden on counties. And like I said, I understand your position on the bill, but at the end of the day, I think anybody that has no road department is going to suffer under this bill. And I just ask the body not to approve it. But that's just my opinion because I live in a rural area. Thank you.
And I also live in a rural area.
Chair recognizes the lady from Baldwin, Representative Fiddler.
Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am, I'm sorry.
Representative Wood, I just have a question. Okay, as the Public Works Director of a city back home, we always knew that that state law stated that all residential areas, streets and residential areas, regardless of the streets or highways, had a 25-mile-an-hour speed limit. And our county law states that they're 45-mile-an-hour unless otherwise posted.
Posted, correct.
So when you're going through a residential area, would folks have to study that area since you already have
No.
state law that states that?
State law, that's what we're doing here.
Okay, so does this reference that state statute, which I don't know? what that
It's not
state statute
something,
is?
it's not something, and is the county roads running through your neighborhoods? So if they are,
Yes.
it would come back to the 25. Yes, because it's already set, there was already a study, and it's maintained that speed. So it's a great question, but it's already set. It would be 25. It's there.
That's all I had.
Yep,
Thank you.
thank you.
Thanks, Speaker.
Chair thanks a lady. Chair recognizes a lady from Jefferson, Representative Van.
I'm here not to try to convince anyone to kill you, but I'm just trying to get declared on your bill. I'm just totally at a loss. I told you that, and I very seldomly agree with Wadsworth, but I do agree with him on this legislation. I have some concerns. And we both have some good friends that are pushing this legislation and have been good friends to many of us in the legislature. So I'm not gonna go hard in the paint on it, but I just feel like it's for more than what it's being brought for, and I know one would argue that it's not. So everybody trying to help you at this.
This is my phone. I haven't had it.
Oh,
So
I
haven't had it.
She has it now, so you better be
haven't had
sending those messages.
he's
So-
getting ready. He sees you.
Sonic knows how to reach me, or he used to anyway. We're just doing it. We're having fun. We love Sonic.
I like your pen. Should we just vote?
Oh, vote.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's getting time. Anything I do moving forward is going to be to promote the 2024 election, and just to try to encourage as many people to go get registered to vote. But a senator in Louisiana brought me this. Not brought me this, but she gave it to me. Somebody gave it to her to give to me. As a gift, maybe a birthday gift or something. I don't know. And she knew I always wanted one, and they found it and gave it to me as a birthday gift. But anyway, I'm just confused. I again just think it's going to be taxing on these municipalities. I would like to know or have known where this is taking place. Where we've seen or had cause to see violations that would be so egregious that we would have to have this legislation. Again, I represent smaller communities, and again, what I went through with the city of Brookside last year was a tremendous impact that dealt with lines, but I know you say this doesn't relate to that. So, I'm just going to take my time to filibuster this particular piece so I can get some points out about some other things. I just wish that, I really wish I would have had time to treat this legislation. But since I don't, I'll just have to, trust the process. Has this bill passed the Senate already? Am I correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So we're going to move for final passage, final passage.
Yes, ma'am.
So when you get it out, then it's done.
Yes, ma'am.
You know what the vote count in the Senate was on this bill?
I don't know if I have that. I can look. I think it was very strong. See if I've got that. I don't have that in my notes.
Yeah, I would have just liked to have known, but what the vote count was, but it looks like it's, especially they're not gonna vote against us. Well, I don't know, I've seen some Senate bills fail down here or have to go to conference. So, we'll see. Okay, but do you got the information?
I don't. I thought I might have written that down. Hang on. Yeah, I don't have that. I'm sorry.
Okay, well, I'm sure I wish that they would have vetted the bill a little bit better. Or if it was germane to a particular county, made it a county bill. I don't know why, but if he says that the County Commission Association is in support of it. 29, so it's 29-0. All right, 29-0. Well, you won't get 100 out of here today. 99.5 won't do. But you'll get it out. But I did just want to know the vote count on it. So it's time for us to go home. Is this the last bill?
Hey, vote.
David Faulkner has a bill that has to be called up. I hope everybody take 10 minutes. Everybody needs to take 20. I know I won't. Nah, you had me co-sponsoring a bill last year that all heck in Jefferson County broke loose. Had all us thinking it was such a good bill. But yeah, well, a few of us on that homestead, the Gay Nell called about. Yeah, but people, unless it's something controversial, CAs will pass. So it has to be something that you really politic like we used to do in the day to kill bills in CAs. But so David Faulkner has a bill. Well, I'm going to take my seat because I want to see what this bill is that David Faulkner is about to bring. But I appreciate you taking the time to talk with me and give me some clarity on the legislation.
Thank you, Representative.
Always a pleasure.
Yes, ma'am.
Chair, thanks, lady. Question for the body is final passage of SB 33. Clerk will unlock the machines and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the votes. 81 ayes, 17 nays, 6 abstentions. SB 33 has passed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, body.
Thank you, lady. Clerk will call up the bill that we carried over, trying to find Mr. Faulkner earlier.
On page 9 of the calendar, House Bill number 160 by Representative Faulkner relating to taxation.
Representative Faulkner, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A very complicated bill, be about 30 minutes. We are changing the name from the National Foundation to the March of Dimes. That is all this bill does. Changes it from the National Foundation, what they were known as many, many years ago, and then they changed their name to the March of Dimes. The organization, the March of Dimes. I move for the BIR. Lord.
The chair recognizes the lady from Jefferson, Representative Gavan.
I'm almost going to torture myself. What in the heck are you talking about?
I heard traffic's building up on the way back to Jefferson. We gotta.
That's all right.
We gotta wrap this up. Both you and I gotta drive the same road.
There's always a roll call straight.
No, so the Department of Revenue, Representative Gavan, notified the March of Dimes, an organization that I'm sure you're familiar with, that their name had changed and they were filing for their tax charitable status and 501c3 status, and that it was under the National Foundation, which goes back 40, 50 years ago. And then they changed to the March of Dimes, their name. And so the revenue asked that they get their name changed officially. And that's all this bill does.
So in other words, because I mean, you just start off with talking about a name change. You didn't go into the synopsis to educate the members here what you're trying to do. So can you just go back to a simple 101 explanation as to what the bill does instead of just throwing out a name change? Because I'm confused.
Well, it's just a one sentence bill, and it just takes the name of the one name changes from National Foundation, what they used to be known as, strikes that out and puts in March of Dimes so that they can be identified correctly.
Okay.
Chair recognizes the lady from Macon, Representative Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentleman yield?
Yes, ma'am.
For some reason around here, we don't like to talk about history.
No,
Let me give you a history lesson today, okay?
Yeah, Graham is up there and has given me from your area to this.
He can tell you.
Yes.
All of this with March of Dimes started in Tuskegee.
That's
Alabama.
correct. That's right.
Okay?
That is right.
And it started because all of our little black kids didn't have anybody to treat them. So John Andrew Hospital, which was the black hospital in Alabama, got all those kids together. And the children saw a need to help the other children, and they start collecting dimes.
That's right.
Okay.
Graham told me that.
They started collecting dimes.
Right.
Now, like I say, y'all don't want to know the history, but I want to make sure this history is told and you understand.
Yes, ma'am.
And I do agree with what you're doing, but I just wanted to set the record straight.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Hopefully I didn't set it wrong.
Question for the body is adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Court votes 105 ayes, 0 nays. BIR is adopted.
Move for final passage, Mr.
That is the question for the body is final passage of HB 160. Clerk will unlock the machines and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Court votes 105 ayes, 0 nays. HB 160 has passed.
Thank you, Representative Warren and members and Mr. Speaker.
Is that your first bill?
In this hour.
Thank you, Representative Faulkner. First of all, let me say happy birthday. We got two of our members, Representative Mac Butler. How old did they say you was today? It's the 6-0. Also, Representative Jerry Starnes. Van, you gonna start happy birthday for us? Birthday. Chair recognizes Representative Ensler for a time-sensitive resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll be incredibly brief because I know people need to get on the road. As everyone I'm sure knows, Harry Belafonte passed away earlier this week. An entertainer, a singer, an actor, but most important to this body and this state was that he played a big role in the civil rights movement. For those who don't know, he marched from Selma to Montgomery. He provided and brought in entertainers and celebrities to keep the spirits uplifted of the marchers. So I would ask that we just pass a resolution honoring him and his work and commitment to Alabama. And I hope that we're inspired by his work to continue to make Alabama a more fair, equal, equitable, and just place for all people.
Clerk, see the resolution.
Resolution by Representative Insler.
All those in favor of the resolution say aye. Any opposed? Resolution is adopted.
Great. Thank you all.
Thank you. Chair recognizes Representative Ingram for point of personal privilege.
Mr. Speaker, the only thing I had was Jerry Starnes' birthday.
Okay, we done sung happy birthday to him then. We ain't gonna do it twice, Jerry. The chair recognizes Representative Van for a moment of personal privilege.
Members, if you would, I was asked, and it was brought to my attention that we are standing here in this well. 2011, many of us who were here, we were actually debating a occupational tax bill. At that time, John Merrill was still in the House, and Representative Hill, who's now in the Banking Division, we actually used it as a stall factor to adjourn or recess for the day, the weather, only to realize that it was actual. I see some folks in here remembering now, shaking their heads, only to get to a point by the time we got to our hotels, one of the most devastating tornadoes had touched down in many locations in the state of Alabama, ultimately killing over 250 Alabamians, hitting Tuscaloosa areas such as Pratt City, Bill Campbell, and others, and with complete devastation. So if you would, in just commemoration of the 2011 April 27th storm, join me in a moment of silence to remember those victims and lives lost. Thank you, members. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair thanks the lady. Chair would like to recognize Elizabeth Hanson. She is retiring after 14 years in the clerk's office. So let's give her a big hand. Speech. Somebody's asking for a speech, Elizabeth. You good with that? No, she's out. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Mobile, Pro Tem Pringle.
Thank you. Remember, we've agreed to meet next Tuesday at 1 o'clock. And please, whatever, don't forget to fill out your statement of economic interest. It's due this weekend. With that, Mr. Speaker, I move the House stand in adjournment.
I got a moment of personal privilege. Representative Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just wanted to remind our brothers and sisters that Tuesday is Noops on the Hill Day. Wear your crimson and cream. Thank you so very kindly.
Thank you. All those in favor of adjourn say aye. We are adjourned.